Hey guys, how you doing today? Just gonna check, make sure everything is going well. Excellent connection. So far, so good. Perfect. How you guys all doing today? I am in like second dose territory 100% of the way. Slept like 15 hours last night, like for real. All right. We're streaming away, we're streaming today. I hope you're doing fine. There's so many streams for us to see, but this one here is mine. I hope that you're happy, I hope that you're well. Now come on and join me, watch the world go to hell as we are streaming away. We're streaming today, let's stream today. Oh, guys, thanks so much. Hey, Crouching. Hey, DM. How you doing? I literally slept 15 hours yesterday. Like, for real. The stream ended. I stayed up a little bit, but then I went to bed, and I slept until, like, literally 5 o'clock. So, I don't know. Feeling a little rough around the gills, I do gotta say. But, you gotta do what you gotta do. My recommendation to anyone who's going out and getting doses of this stuff is make sure the next day you have off, because it's going to eat that day. That's been my experience. It's going to eat that day, right? I really hate it when people talk about, like, because almost anybody who talks about getting the vaccine, they talk about this how it makes you feel bad and all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, it's a vaccine. Like, that's how it works, right? I remember I listened to Jimmy Dore on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they got really deep into it. It's like, yeah, it made me feel really bad. Oh, and they were talking about it as if it's like, no, bud, like, it's vaccine. Like, that's how it goes. They tell you that is what's going to happen, right? Like, there's no mystery. That's what pisses me off about the whole vaccine conversation, is that, like, everybody is acting like all of this is new, right? And it's new to us, right? It's new to us. But if you go back and you take a look at, like, when we were eliminating polio, when we were eliminating the mumps, right? When we were eliminating all this stuff, like, we've done all this before, right? There's nothing new. There's nothing new. Hey, Vince, how you doing? Yes, I am ready for the debate tonight. I have a link ready to go, so I can just click on it, hit play, and we'll be off to the races. It'll be right after this. Lots of interesting things coming out of the French debate. I think people are really impressed with how Justin Trudeau responded to the rebel media, because rebel media was allowed to be there, and so lots of articles coming out being like, Justin Trudeau really took rebel media on and looked really strong, right? So hopefully we'll see some of that in today's debate. Speaking of, yeah, Rebel News, they were allowed to participate, right? And it's, this election is showing us more than anything, right? Is that we are a much further right country than I think people realized. I think that people liked to believe that, oh, Canada, we're a liberal country, we're a left-leaning sort of country, but this election is really showing they're like, no, I don't think so. Like, I don't think so. Okay, let's pick our numbers. We got some numbers. We got a 10. Oh, big 10. What? Somebody else picked a number. Who else picked a number? This is messing me up with your 9 to 11. 8. So we got an 8. We got a 10. Who didn't guess? Somebody didn't guess. I'm gonna go with a 5.
Here we go for today's
Feeling
number.
Right in the middle.
It's September 9, 2021.
Here we go. We got a 6.
10 balls.
The number of the beast.
Each ball has a number. Numbers 1 through 10.
Here we go.
Swirl the numbers.
My favorite. Here we go.
Pick a number.
I'm yet to win this thing, man. I really would like to win at least once.
Today's number is
8.
8.
Bum-ba-da-bum-ba-da-ba. Who won? Somebody picked 8. It was you, DM? DM, I feel like you've won like 1,000 times, dude. Like, you're like the luckiest person in the stream for sure. I was keeping track of this and I stopped. I should have kept keeping track. So DM wins again. DM. Yeah, let's take a look at the polling data. Let's get right into that. Oh, and DM doesn't even care. DM's like, yeah, I won again. Let's go on. Let's go. According to the aggregate data, in terms of number of votes cast, Conservatives are in the lead, but in terms of number of seats projected, Liberals are in the lead, right? And of course, this all depends on what site you use, right? It all depends on what. That's why I like using the aggregate, because if you take a look at like the Echoes data. The Echoes data has the NDP in like a major decline. It has the PPC at like a major increase. And the PPC is increasing, right? Like if we take a look, that's the big story right now of the election, honestly. You take a look at the aggregate data, the NDP, this little point here, that's the Echoes poll, right? That has the NDP in this like sharp decline moment. Not a good sign, actually, for the NDP. NDP seem to be doing really well in British Columbia, though. Do I have it by... Yeah, we could go to British Columbia, and you'd see. Right? NDP doing quite well. Sure, they're like down here and all this, but it looks like they're kind of on an upswing as well. And we could break this down. If anybody's interested in breaking it down by province, I'd gladly do that. We want gay space luxury communism right now. Exactly. Yes, indeed. All in good fun. Prize money goes to John. Oh, well, thanks, DM. I'll just put that in my savings account. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Accelerationism, yeah. CPC majority with PPC as official opposition. Let's go. Let's just do it. Let's just go. Come on. What do we need? Space communism. When do we want it? Now. Yeah, exactly. Looks like the Conservatives are, in fact, on a decline. That the Conservatives had their moment. But as I said before, right, I had a moment of despair right in around this point, but then it started to kind of even out, and I started to recognize, like, yeah, like, Canadians just did that because they were pissed. That they were pissed, and they were just like, oh, I'm gonna vote Conservative. But now they've, like, looked at Aaron O'Toole, and Aaron O'Toole is looking... I mean, people are saying that he's probably the most liberal Conservative that has been the leader of the Conservatives in quite some time. What I take away from that is that Aaron O'Toole is just willing to say whatever he needs to in order to get your vote. Which, that's what liberals do. Right? And, yeah, I'm pretty happy to see the Conservatives back on a decline, but this decline amongst Conservatives does come with an incline in PPC support. And I had an article right here that really went through the... Come on, John. Look at me, I'm a big professional. Ready to go. Anyway, the article really said that the increase of PPC voting is not necessarily because there's a bunch of far-right people getting together and like on like really far-right principles. That it really is just like liberal housewives, right? Like, for real, liberal housewives who are upset and angry at what's going on in the country, who no longer want to vote liberal, who are looking at the Conservatives and are kind of going like, well, you guys seem kind of lame too. And then along comes the PPC. And this is worth stating over and over and over again. I have listened to several PPC candidates speak. They are very effective speakers. I cannot state this hard enough that the reason why the PPC is seeing an increase in support is because their speakers are effective and are mainly telling the truth. That's another part about this that people aren't really talking about in terms of the PPC. The PPC is mainly telling the truth. As long as you accept the base premise of white supremacy that 100% exists within the PPC, then the PPC is 100% telling the truth. Like, if you're a liberal housewife who doesn't really think about things in terms of this white supremacist dynamic, right, the PPC makes a lot of sense. And their speakers are very effective. And I don't think it can be discarded. And I think people rather like that they are a small underdog, scrappy, kind of punching up party, right? And people like Maxime Bernier, who, if you're a political wonk, right? If you're a political wonk like we are, you're like, yeah, this guy's like a far right kind of nut, right? Who like leaves the Conservative Party mainly as a vanity project, and because he sees the Conservative Party is steadily moving to the center when he wants to be moving further to the right, and but he's still an effective speaker, and he is doing what I have been critiquing the NDP for since Mulcair, which is that the NDP absolutely refused to, and still refuses to, galvanize the anger in the populace. Well, the PPC is absolutely willing to galvanize the anger in the populace. Absolutely, they're willing to do that, and they're very effective speakers, and they're very effective at what they do. I think the most effective speaker I've heard is Mike Fraser. Very effective, very, very effective, and I think a big thing about the PPC is that they aren't trying to manipulate you. They believe in what they believe. Like, they believe what they're saying, right? That they haven't looked at a spreadsheet and been like, oh, well, we need to hammer more on this, and oh, well, so they're not trying to manipulate you. They genuinely believe what they say, and as we've seen before in the past with figures like Jordan Peterson, right? If you believe what you say, that gets you a real, real far distance. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud? How you doing? So we do need to take these PPC people seriously, right? That you can see it right here in the polls, man. And if this trend continues upward, like let's go back to the federal simulator. They're very close to having a seat. They're polling at 4%, right? This is the highest they've ever polled. They only need to be at 4.3% to get a seat, according to the projection, right? So they're very, very close to having a seat. That would be a major, 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 major win for them. And also, hopefully, a big wake-up call for the big three, right? That you can't just ignore these guys. Like, you can't just pretend like they're going to go away. That you gotta start getting in on it. We just need the PPC to steal their voters. I'm totally fine with that. Well, and also I think that I wouldn't complain too loudly if the Conservatives purged the fascists and Nazis from their ranks, and that those fascists and Nazis ended up in the PPC. I would be okay with that, because I think that would actually give the Conservatives an opportunity to actually seize power for once. Right? That the big reason, I think, why people are very skeptical of the Conservatives is because they're going to commit austerity against us, and they're not really interested in the populace. They're interested in corporate Canada, and I think people know that, right? People are aware of that. Yeah, the PPC were polling high in the last piece. So yeah, people are very much gaining popularity because O'Toole was proved to be a fraud, and people see that. Well, if not a fraud, but certainly, like, he doesn't seem to have, I guess this is exactly what you're talking about, but it's like, he doesn't really seem to have his own moral position. He doesn't really believe in anything. He's just going to say what he thinks you want to hear, right? And that's all well and good for, like, you can kind of get away with that to a point, but I just feel people are exhausted and are skeptical more than they've ever been before. The rise of the PPC really shows that that's the case. So I think people are just not going to, like, blindly go on board with this Aaron O'Toole guy, right? I love this statement, Vince. This is hilarious. Desperate Housewives Season 5 PPC edition. Abso-fucking-lutely. Well, and there are candidates. What's her name? It's like Lauren Taylor Thomas Finn Johnson or something like this. She has like 4 names in her name, and she's like a small blonde hair, sort of middle-aged, desperate housewife type, and she's nuts. Like, she of all the PPC candidates I've ever seen, she's the craziest for sure. The stuff that comes out of her mouth is insane, but I can really see how, like, liberal housewives would be like, you go get him. You get him, girl. Yeah, right? And they don't really care that she says this thing that's nuts, right? Like, I think that they just are in it for the adventure, right? And there is something adventurous about voting for like a fourth string underdog party, right? People still think the PPC are a joke. I'm telling y'all, I can easily see PPC forming government within 10, 15 years. Yeah, I agree with you, Vince. I agree with you. Considering how much they're gaining. And to me, I think the number one thing that gets them strength is that no one is willing to confront them. No one's willing to really confront them on the terms they must be confronted on, right? Nobody in the media is talking about the fact that they're a white supremacist party. No politicians are talking about the fact that they're a white supremacist party. The white supremacy that exists throughout the Conservative Party, we can't even get an opinion article on it. We can't even get an opinion article on it. And as long as you don't confront people about what their biggest flaw is, which is the fact that they're a white supremacist party, then yeah, they'll climb. And they'll climb because for the exact reasons you expect them to, right? Because they're galvanizing the anger of the populace against the political system that refuses to do what must be done, which is confront capital. And people are going to get mad about it because people don't have a critique of their society, right? People don't really understand how capitalism works or what's going on, really. So they're just taking their anger and putting it into a person who's willing to galvanize that anger and be like, I'm going to go up there and drain the swamp and all that shit, right? But someone like Maxime Bernier, like, he's a neoliberal capitalist too. Like, he might even be worse, right? He might be one of these ANCAP types, right? Like, he's got this like libertarian shit going on, right? So he's even worse. And the idea that like, and I just think people are desperate to have someone confront the system of capital, and the Liberals, Conservatives, and NDP won't do it. Right? Nobody is willing to do it. And if nobody is willing to deal with the elephant in the room, then people are going to start going wherever they think is going to shake things up. Right? They don't necessarily understand what I just said. They don't understand that, like, I'm angry because the Liberals are not confronting capital. Right? That's not how they're articulating it. But that's what it is. And so if they're upset, then they're just going to vote for somebody who they're just like, yeah, let's go shake it up. We need to shake it up. Like, Donald Trump was exactly that. Donald Trump was like a shake-up vote, right? Like, oh, well, if people, I'm not going to vote for Hillary. I'm going to vote for Trump to shake it up, right? But I can see it. Yeah, CPC is a fraud. LPC is far-left communism. I mean, yeah, the idea that this narrative, I laugh when they say this, is that the Liberal Party is far left communism. It's just like, oh. So you do have a situation where you've got a group of people who like are illiterate. They don't know what communism is. They think that Justin Trudeau is a communist. It's like, oh, okay, bud, if you say so. But they believe it, right? They believe it. So it comes across as genuine, even though they are like fundamentally incorrect. And if they're fundamentally incorrect on that, they're probably wrong about everything, right? Yeah, the PPC candidates are so convinced of themselves, they do speak with conviction. Well, and part of it, I could see the PPC outflanking the NDP in polls within 10 years. Well, and part of it is that they speak with conviction because they do know that something's gone wrong, right? Something is rotten in the state of Denmark kind of situation. They are accurate in their critique insofar as things have gone wrong. Like, it's pretty obvious that things have gone wrong, right? Like, anybody standing up here being like, no, our society is heading in the correct direction and everything is rainbow and sunshines and lollipops. And so they are willing to stand up, and they're not bullshitting on that front, but they're standing up and they're saying, Canada is going in the wrong direction, everything is going wrong, young people can't get houses, right? There's no good jobs anymore. This COVID thing is completely wiping out our economy and causing all kinds of problems for us. But their solutions, right? Because they have an incomplete critique of the capitalist system, and because they think that like Justin Trudeau is a communist, which is like cringingly embarrassing. Like, boy, is that ever an embarrassing thing to say. But because they believe it, well, when it comes time to actually like make decisions for, well, how do we make the society better? How do we improve the society? Everything they do is going to be worse. That the neoliberal capitalists and the people who own the means of production are going to be happy to work with the PPC. The PPC is going to make these guys fucking rich. Like, the PPC is going to make neoliberal capitalists unbelievably wealthy. If they actually move forward on the policies that they actually think would help, it's just gonna accelerate things towards a state of neo-feudalism, right? Because they're libertarians, and libertarianism, North American libertarianism, is a total failure. It's a complete farce. Sorry you don't feel well, or sound well, or look well, Bumbleguppy. I know you're joking, Bumbleguppy, but that hurts. That cuts me. It cuts me. Cuts me deep. Cuts me deep. Back to have some time to watch streams as I work late. Moved the past week. Oh, well, you moved, Dan. Yeah, moving. Yeah, it takes energy, eh? I have moved on average. I've actually tracked it. I move on average once every 8 months. Don't be too surprised if I move out of here within the next like 6 to 8 months, guys. I'm trying. God help me. I'm trying not to, but it's just reality. I just keep moving. Hey, Alex, how you doing, bud? Good to see you. Norwegian election on Monday, hoping for a left-wing coalition. Yeah, we can hope. I was planning to do a lot of things today, just don't have the energy yet. I feel you there, Alex. Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson, that's the one. She's nuts, but she's genuine and she's forthright, and I can really see. I know, yeah, exactly. The Karen type, right? The Karen type. Imagine if she won instead of Jugmeat. Oh my goodness. The right, we will double down on the cause of your problems with which you are familiar. Left, we offer solutions with which you are unfamiliar. Well, what's so funny about that is that the left solutions are not unfamiliar. We have had the solutions. Like, we have done the things that we are talking about, right? Like, government spending in order to build affordable housing, right? That's something that we have done throughout the 70s and 80s, like throughout the 60s and 70s, I should say. Like, we know that these things work. Like, the idea of like nationalizing certain industries, we have done that before, right? Our oil and gas sector was nationalized for a period of time. This idea that like the left solutions are unfamiliar is very, like, I completely disagree. I just think that they are unfamiliar. I mean, you are onto something though, Bumblegup, but they're unfamiliar insofar as like the propaganda is concerned, right? That people still think that the government runs the same way as households do, right? That like, they take out a loan and they do it, like, it's so fucking dumb. And I finally have a clip that I'm going to show you guys when I need to take a break about that very subject. So it's not going to be just me ranting about it anymore. I'm a laissez-faire libertarian who supports limited government and doesn't understand how the words I just used contradict each other. Yeah, exactly, Mocked. Exactly, right? Like, that's the thing about the libertarians, is that they don't seem to understand that unfettered capital will simply buy the government, right? And they scapegoat the government. They say that, like, the government is the problem. But it's like, yeah, but who owns the government, right? Like, if the idea is we're going to eliminate the government, well, then basically it's just a neo-feudal structure again, isn't it? Like, it's just yeah. Bernier is the Trump of Canada. I mean, Bernier is the Bernier of Canada. But Milton Friedman said the private sector could cure everything. It's totally not the fault of the private sector at all because of climate change. Yeah, exactly. Ugh. Climate change. Ugh. Really looking forward to that getting really wonky. That's going to get wonky, eh? Like, when more absurd things begin to occur, the populace is going to begin acting in more absurd ways, right? That the liberals, like, for real, like, imagine the water table goes up a foot, right? It starts causing all these massive problems for everyone. Well, organizations like the liberals and the conservatives are going to look like total assholes when that starts happening, right? the populace isn't just going to be like, oh, a thing happened. Like, people are going to say, like, hey, this happened under your watch. Like, what the hell, right? And when people start to abandon these two parties, which, I mean, you could take a look through Europe, it does happen, right? The question becomes, where do they go? And you do have, like, alternative options here in Canada. So I think it is something of an inevitability that eventually these parties start to diffuse into other parties, especially as we begin to realize that, like, they are completely bought by corporate capital. That, like, what we have been witnessing is just corporate capital attempting to negotiate with us in a way to kind of placate our fears while simultaneously maintaining their own power. But eventually there will come a point where we'll just be like, fuck all that, right? Fuck all that. But we could go fuck all that in the wrong direction, right? John, if you ever get a chance to watch a recent Richard Wolff interview with Marianne Williamson, please do so. Great interview. Yeah, I mean, both. I actually think I may have actually seen that. It's been I watch a lot of things, so. But Richard Wolff is great. Richard Wolff is great. I feel like Richard Wolff, you should, everybody should take a moment and really, really listen to Richard Wolff's, especially the speeches he gives to unions. When he goes and talks to unions, that's when he really lays things out. Like, when Richard Wolff is talking to unions, it's very, very difficult to not walk away from it being like, oh, shit. Like, yeah, shit is fucking real up in here. So, got a great article here from the Jacobin. Wolff is my communist dad. That's hilarious. Yeah, watched his latest today. The breakdown of the U.S. empire in decline was pretty good. Yeah, and he's very prescient. He's very aware, and because he actually has like a fully accurate critique of the capitalist system and the capitalist model, he's usually right. You know, like he has been saying since the beginning of the pandemic that like. Other economists are saying that we're just going to pull up and like once the pandemic is lifted, we'll just get right back into it and everything will be like, that's not going to happen, right? That's not how it's going to work. And he's been completely correct that the economy has been sliding downwards, that like we've seen article by article, lots and lots of people standing up and saying, lots of economists saying like, oh yeah, we're going to see growth. And then like the reality is like, no. Yeah, my favorite is Richard Wolff debating right-wing libertarians, showing contradictions. Yeah, because, like, libertarians don't actually think about the system. They don't actually have an accurate critique of capital, right? And I shouldn't even say a critique of capital. They don't actually understand the structure as it is, right? They don't actually know what the system of capitalism looks like. And if you don't know what the system of capitalism looks like, then you can make any claim you like about it, right? You can say anything you like about it if you don't know what the structure looks like. And so Richard Wolff just like talks to these guys and he's like, that's literally not how the system looks. Like that's not how the structure of the system is. And if you know what the structure of the system looks like and you're talking to somebody who doesn't, you can make them look like a pretty big moron because they don't know what they're talking about in very serious ways. Like libertarianism is very much like a preteen 14-year-old kind of ideology, right? Like it's just like, well, just everybody should be able to do what they want and everything will be great, right? I should be able to do what I want and you should be able to do what you want, and that'll all work itself out because we're all moving forward with the best interests of everybody at heart, right? And like there's no concept of monopolization, there's no concept of like overwhelming wealth. Like, the overwhelming wealth is the big one for me. Like, when it comes to libertarians, like, libertarians simply do not understand how much $1 billion actually is. Like, they've clearly never sat down and been like, okay, this is $1 million, this is a fucking $1 billion. They've never actually put together, like, what you can do with $1 billion, right? And the real far-right libertarians, they start to sound like goddamn sociopaths. Like, they start to sound like total sociopaths, where they're literally saying, like, yeah, we should abandon children. Like, it's like, oh, geez. Hey, Misty, how you doing? I feel how I feel at the moment. It's I definitely slept 15 hours last night, so it's like the old joke with the old fish saying to the young fish, "Nice water today," and the young fish says, "What water?" Yeah, yeah, that's a interesting way of putting it, right? Like libertarians don't want to admit, and many libertarians don't want to admit that there is even a system, right? You're seeing this a lot in far right people when you start talking about like systemic racism or systemic or systems generally, right? They just don't acknowledge that systems exist. That like, for example, we were talking about the PPC, right? And the PPC is saying their big thing about the residential school system is that, well, I didn't do it and you didn't do it, so we're not going to feel bad about it. And not realizing that while that is true, like it's fundamentally the truth, we personally did not do that, but we are the beneficiaries or the victims of that system that existed in our society. And so it behooves us as individuals to dismantle those systems, to acknowledge that those systems exist, and to attempt to move forward in truth and reconciliation to eliminate those systems so that we can move forward together, right, in unity. But the PPC way to move forward in unity is to do none of that, that these First Nations people and the minority groups need to subserviate themselves to a system of white supremacy. And once they subserviate themselves to the system of white supremacy, then we can all move forward in unity, right? That is what they are saying. Whether or not they acknowledge it at that kind of level, but they don't really read. So, hey Ruth, how you doing? I do wish that Bernier was in the debates too. I gotta tell you, I wish people could just see him for what he is. I don't like that he's been chased off the stage. If there was a libertarian system installed, I would simply start a mafia family with thugs and everything. No problem. Yeah. Well, that's essentially what it is, right? That's essentially what it ends up being, right? That the most powerful organizations within the society will be the people who have the most resources and the people with the most willingness to use violent force. Why shouldn't they? It's a libertarian system after all. There's no laws. I'm still in my tent testing my gear out. Thankfully, I have internet. 5 moderators tonight. Oy vey. All of them should have been there. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your enemies closer. In regards to the debate tonight, here's a prediction for you. I bet you any amount of money that they are going to let these candidates just talk over each other like crazy. And I am more than a little convinced that this is a capitalist strategy. That they don't really want the candidates to like make a clear case and then talk to one another. And like you talk and then I talk and then you talk and then I talk. We've seen that throughout the United States where candidates just sort of talk over one another. And it's stupid because you can shut their mics off, right? Like you literally could just be like, all right, Mr. Trudeau, it's your time to talk. And all the other mics are off and Trudeau talks. And if they can't interrupt him, right? Like they can put up their hand or whatever. But like, I bet you anything we're going to see like good chunks of time where the moderators, 5 moderators, and they're just going to sit there watching these guys bicker, right? Because if you're bickering, you're not actually dealing with issues. Yeah, all of them should have been there. Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer, yeah. There's also a Marxist-Leninist party running in certain ridings. Yeah, I'm starting to see more of that, for sure. I'm having a heck of a time trying to get one of these people on my stream, man. Like, I don't know what it is. Yeah, they were not allowed to banter much in the last 2 French debates. Yeah, Ruth, but that's exactly, like, that's the French debates, right? Because the French won't put up with it, right? That the French will just be like, what's with this? Shut his mic off, right? They understand. Like, they get it. It's these English people who are just like, oh, we're really fighting. My prediction is the jug meat is going to throw the UBI right in their faces in my dreams. Yeah, we'll see. Hey, Garden Mice, how you doing? The French debate last night was hilarious because everyone was trying to prove how Quebecois they are. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I didn't really want to show the French debates because, like, the French debates really do basically boil down to just like, I am super French. Let's see how super French we are. And yeah. So we'll see how it all shakes out tonight. I'm really looking forward to it, I gotta tell you. This is going to be a really big moment. This moment, this debate in particular is like the moment for English-speaking Canada. So basically not Quebec or New Brunswick. I've met more socialists and communists in Edmonton who vote NDP because of them. They're the lesser of 6 evils. Yeah, right? Like we've got like a ton, like it's ridiculous. Canadian politics, though, this is why I like Canadian politics. Like, American politics is actually quite boring. Because once you realize that American politics is largely just theater, like once you get that it's literally just like a bunch of corporations attempting to manipulate you with puppets, it's kind of boring, right? And that aspect exists in Canadian politics, certainly. Like the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party are basically just like puppets, right? But there exists so many, there's so many other parties and there's so much else going on that it actually, like, you actually do get breakthrough of what the populace wants every so often. It's more interesting. Political debates have degenerated into ad marketing rap battles. Dude, I would watch the hell out of these debates if they were rap battles. Are you kidding me? If like Trudeau came out and was like, yo, 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 and like laid out some sick rhymes, I would be like, damn, yeah. And like people are voting based on how good they are at rap battling. We'll see, but I feel like all the parties have agreed that the UBI is going to go on the back burner. I think that they've all agreed that like there's no, I'm not seeing anybody bring it up. Like the only hope now is that one of them has kind of got it locked and loaded and ready to go so that they can like really punch forward with it at this kind of moment. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm deeply skeptical. I put a beat under the French debate last week and critiqued their flows. That's hilarious, man. I was thinking about reading this out loud, but I'm not gonna. I'm too tired, guys. I'm too fucking tired. And you guys are being lively today, so I'm pretty happy with that. I do want to point out Jacobin here. Jacobin is really, really great. Like, what a great outlet. What a great organization. And they really point out that the conversation has shifted to foreign investors are the problem in Canada's housing market. But as you can tell by the title, foreign investors aren't causing Canada's housing crisis. Capitalism is. And just pointing out that, like, yeah, it's not foreigners, right? The foreign boogeyman, right? Like, it's not. This is actually how capitalist structures work. That and the housing market conversation is really proving what I have been saying all the time on this channel, which is that the populace doesn't actually understand how the capitalist structure works. And that's on purpose, right? Like, it's on purpose that we're not supposed to know how the structure of the system works. Because if you actually stand back and do a critical analysis and you actually start to understand how the system works, then you can effectively reform it even, or replace it, which you guys know me, I'm a fan of the replacement. And this article really just points out that because we've commodified our housing market, because it is a housing market, well, then it follows the same rules of capital, right? Which is that once someone has like $1 billion, they can just buy up the housing market, right? And it doesn't matter if they're a foreigner or not, right? This whole foreigner thing is a scapegoat that we have seen fascists use before, right? We've seen, foreign investors described as Chinese, right? Isn't that a familiar kind of a grift that gets run on the populace? Don't deal with the internal problems, scapegoat foreigners, right? That's never been had negative consequences in the society, right? It's never turned into like a real societal crisis doing that before, right? And you can fall for it as long as you don't realize, like someone like David Thompson, the wealthiest Canadian, he could be considered a foreign investor, right? Like, you just need to have an offshore subsidiary, right? All their money is offshore, right? So if they're an offshore subsidiary or an offshore corporation buying up housing, technically, right, they are a foreign investor, even though David Thompson lives in Toronto. But because of the structure of how everything works, he could be considered a foreign investor, right? And it's the immigrants, but it's, so to me, public housing is key, right? The nationalization of the housing market. I just cannot stress. Yeah, and the NDP is missing the mark. Everybody's missing the mark on this because they genuinely don't want to acknowledge that the problem is the structure of the system itself. That the problem is that you have a market where anyone can buy anything. You've commodified your housing, and so the person that has the most amount of money could just gobble up the market, right? It's extremely straightforward. Like, that's the thing that baffles me the most about this, is that the Canadian imagination can understand more easily foreigners coming to take our housing, like foreigners coming to take our jobs, right? They can understand that immediately. You can literally just say, foreign investors are coming to take in the housing, and they're just like, yeah, absolutely, that's the problem. But if you say what is actually happening, which is like, hey, there's a billionaire over there, and the billionaire has so much money that they can just buy up whatever they want, people get really like, seems very, what are you talking? And they don't, because they don't fucking understand. Like, if you have a billionaire, and it all ties back into what I've always said, which is people don't really understand how much $1 billion is, right? That they think like, well, $1 million is a lot. $1 billion is more than that, but it's not like incredibly more, right? They just genuinely do not understand that. Like, no, motherfuckers, $1 billion is an intense amount of money. It's an intense amount of money. It's the difference between having a campfire and having a fire that burns down a whole city block, right? It's the difference between a campfire and a forest fire. Like, that's the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. It's just a crazy amount of money. It's a crazy amount of money. And once people understand how, and when people begin to understand how much that is, that's when they start to go like, oh, like, this is $1 billion more than a dozen then? Yes, it is considerably more than a dozen. Garden Mice, you're saying, I agree, but also Chinese markets have no place to invest money safely aside from property, and that ethos to some degree is brought over here. But taking the market out of housing market is the solution. Yeah, absolutely. If buyers don't use it, then they lose it. Exactly, Ruth. Like, why is our housing market a speculative casino? Like, it doesn't matter. Sends John a double Timmy's dark roast coffee, extra large, and 2 fudge cookies. Oh, that sounds nice. I could go for 2 fudge cookies right about now. Yeah. What about a baker's dozen? Yeah. $1 billion is more than a baker's dozen by an awful lot. By an awful lot. Oh, you got to stop doing that, DM. You're killing me right now. You're killing me. Oh, man. I don't really have any food in my apartment right now, unfortunately. So I'm just like, I'm just winging it. Yeah. And this housing crisis that we're talking about here, like, the inability of the major 3 parties, because their solutions are not solutions, right? Their solutions are not going to work because they're not solutions. They don't address the core issue. And so what's going to happen is these guys, the election will happen, and they'll probably pass a form of legislation, minority government or otherwise, right? Someone will pass some kind of legislation, right? To say to the populace, look at us, we're doing what we can do. It's not going to work, right? And when it doesn't work, that's going to make people more upset and angry, which is great news for who? The People's Party, right? We've seen it again and again. When people finally get fed up and finally get pissed off, they will just vote for people because they're like, get fucked. Like, get fucked. Like, that's really what it's coming down to. It's just people saying, like, well, get fucked. Like, if you're not actually going to pass legislation that actually helps us, if you're not actually going to do anything to actually help us in serious and meaningful ways, then they're going to get upset and they're going to get angry and they're going to vote People's Party, right? Because the People's Party is the one standing around galvanizing the anger of the populace, while the conservatives are walking around, pandering to liberal leftist voters, while the liberals are pretending like they give a shit about progressive values and all this kind of stuff, and while the NDP are kind of just talking like a liberal game, right? Honestly, I do think that all it would take for the People's Party to explode and become like a serious threat to the actual prevailing power structure is if they started talking about capitalism. If they started taking the anger that they have and they started seeing that it's actually structurally part of the capitalist system, yeah, that would be a big problem. That'd be a big problem for the capitalist power structure. But the capitalists will happily work with the PPC. They'll happily work with them, because they don't really understand what capitalism is. Spite is a powerful motivator. That's exactly right, Bumbleguppy. Well, there's a theory. Like, my background is theater, right? And there is a storytelling theory that has been put forward, which is that human beings are only motivated by three things, right? The first is power, and this includes knowledge and money, because people do this to me all the time, where they're like, well, money, right? Money is power. So the first is power, right? This is basically every supervillain arc you've ever seen, right? Like, I need to get the MacGuffin, and the MacGuffin will give me the power to, like Thanos. Well, Thanos is a bit interesting in this regard. Anyway, the first is power, right? The ascension to gain power, like the sword from the stone, and like this, the MacGuffin that gives me the great power. The second is love, right? Which, like your Romeo and Juliet, right? They're both motivated by love. The love for country, right? A lot of these superhero stories are revolve around the idea of love of the community or love of country. And the third is vengeance, right? Hamlet, right? Hamlet is a vengeance story. And people will 100%, if they see that they cannot get power, or if they fear that they are losing power, and if they lose the desire to pursue the path of love, then they will pursue vengeance, the power of a love for vengeance, all three at once. Well, and the best stories, you'll find, the best stories are the ones in which the protagonist and the antagonist do have some combination of all three, right? That there's like an intertwining pursuit of power to get the love of someone, or to prove their love to someone, while simultaneously slaying some aspect of that they want to be rid of, right? That all three of those kind of intermingle with one another. Those are the best stories. But if you want to write if you want to write a very clean, straightforward story, pick your person, motivate them with power, love, vengeance, and just send them in the direction, right? Like it's very like straightforward storytelling. And if you don't have them motivated with one of those three, and if you don't have the clarity of that motivation, then you don't really have a story, and it doesn't really work. And people are like that, though. Like, people will just do stuff out of vengeance. They will 100% pursue the path of vengeance and just do things out of spite, right? Like in Django, for example, right? There's this moment, spoilers, but there's this moment where, I forget his name, but the white protagonist, the fellow who's working with Django, right? He's just finishing the deal with Leonardo DiCaprio's character, and he just decides in the moment, I'm just going to shoot this guy, right? And like, he sees that there's this kind of, it's worthwhile. He knows he's not going to survive this, but he just goes, fuck you, and just shoots this guy. And that's just obviously, like, a completely just, like, get fucked vengeance moment. What about escape as a motivation? So that would be, like, the love of the self, right? That you're pursuing your own survival. And pursuing your own survival is love. It's love of yourself. Like, and you could make the argument that it's about power, right? Because you need to escape like an overwhelming power that's attempting to destroy you, so you're pursuing your own path of power. And I've heard that argued, and that's fine. But like, and you'll find most things do kind of fall in those kind of regards, right? They fall in those kind of categories, and like Donald Trump was absolutely just the aspect of vengeance, right? Just the aspect of vengeance rising up from the American populace. That's who he was. And so capital is like, say, a pencil? Okay. Oh, you watched Life Stinks. How'd that go for you, Crouching? Yeah, it's a great one, eh? It's great. I doubt Mad Max would ever critique Capital. His platform doesn't pander to the left. Yeah, well, and very doubtful that he even has an accurate critique of Capital, right? And if he did have an accurate critique of Capital, he'd be a leftist, you know? Like, that's the big thing about being on the right wing, is that you have to believe that capitalism is a good thing. And, you know, the only way to maintain that perspective is to not really understand how the system works. Or if you do understand how the system works, to be totally fine with its barbarous negative outcomes, right? Which makes you something of a sociopath. Like, I have for sure listened to libertarian speakers and have walked away being like, that guy's a fucking sociopath. Like, that guy literally thinks that if children die, that it's fine. Like, straight out. And this, like, people saying things like, I don't understand why people think that we should give a shit about one another. Like, it's, why should I care about whether or not somebody murders some child next door to me? Like, it doesn't matter to me at all. You're like, oh, you're a sociopath. Like, period. Like, you just literally do not care if in the house next to you there are children being murdered. Like, you're just completely fine with that. Which, I mean, really speaks to something true about humanity, right? That, like, there are sociopaths. Like, they exist. And these sociopaths come into the political discourse, and they try to create political ideologies, and they try to create political systems in order to justify the fact that they're a fucking sociopath. And the libertarian right in the United States is littered with this. It's littered with these guys who are just outright, like, hard, crazed sociopaths being, like, completely nuts. And they don't seem to care. Like, if you were to call them a sociopath, they would just be like, pfft, and that would be the end of it. They wouldn't care. Because they're sociopaths, right? It was great, maybe not as Brewster's, but very close. Love those cheesy 80s movies. Yeah, 80s movies have the best. Have you considered doing these streams on Twitch? Can I tell you, Garden Mice, I have, and there is a program that I have downloaded that actually lets me do like a multiple stream sort of a thing. So I could like stream on YouTube and on Twitch simultaneously, so I could do like multicasts, but it's just, I just haven't got my act together. That's all it is. I just haven't got my act together. Hey, Demand Better, how you doing? Canadian rich people just don't like having to compete with new rich people. That's why the media keeps focusing on foreign investors instead of speculators in general. Yeah, and like, and again, as I've been saying this whole time, right? It's a method to not actually critique the system of capital. It's just pitting groups of people against each other, which is how capitalism defends itself. Right? Like, if you can keep this group of rich people fighting against this group of rich people who are fighting against this group of rich people, and all of these guys are fighting amongst themselves, then you can just kind of stand back and not say a thing, right? And like, there are owners. Like, this place is owned. Like, it's very straightforward that it is owned. And as long as the people who are owned are fighting amongst each other, It's like how some Canadians still believe there's a middle class, right? Like, there's a middle class. People are still walking around talking as though there's a middle class. And it's like, no, there isn't. There's no such thing as the middle class in Canada. That's a joke. That you just have different wage slaves earning different levels of wages. And especially now as the housing market has become unattainable for most people, that's becoming more and more obvious, right? And the whole point of saying middle class was to create a class of citizen that you could then use in order to fight, like get the poor to fight against the middle class, get the middle class to fight against the poor, get the upper class to fight against the middle class, which fights against the poor, and have them all bicker amongst one another. Because if they're bickering amongst one another along these lines that don't exist in the first place, right? If everybody's just bickering with one another over these lines that don't exist in the first place, then they're not coming for you, right? They're not turning and looking at the owners and being like, hey, we have owners. These owners should go away, right? So they're not interested in that. They're not interested in that. Old money detests new money. I mean, I just think money detests money, right? Like that's money that could be my money, right? Well, I should have that money. How can there possibly be an in-between in the people working and the people ruling? Yeah, what's the in-between? Near as I can tell, the difference is I can afford to buy a house and a car. That's the difference. That, like, if I can afford to buy a house and a car, that puts me in a different class of citizenry. That in Canada, that seems to be the line. And now that people are no longer able to buy the house and all of that kind of stuff, they're falling into despair because, oh no, I'm no longer middle class. And it's like, there was never ever such a thing. It didn't exist. Like, what's the name of that institute? Canadian Wealth Inequality Graph. I am completely blanking on the name of the institute that had this. But like, here you go. This is exactly right? So the poorest people in the country are actually, they don't have anything. They've actually got negative money, right? Because they're borrowing money from the wealthiest, right? And then you go up, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So technically there's the middle, right? Well, where's your fucking middle class? So if you go 4th and 6th, like that's supposed to be your middle class. Like, what are you even talking about? Then you kind of get up into here and you're like, okay, we've got a little bit of wealth, right? Maybe we can buy some houses and all that kind of stuff. But obviously things are like bonkers. Like, obviously things are bonkers. It's just obvious at this point. I just don't know what needs, like, why people are not putting 2 and 2 together here, right? Like, if I was sitting in a corner, sitting on a literal pile of gold, right? And somebody said, hey, maybe we should all get enough to be able to eat. And then the guy sitting on the pile of gold said, how are you going to pay for that? Like, well, how do you think, Chucklehead? Right? Aren't we all in this together? Isn't that what we're being told? Nice seeing you too, Alex. Have a good class. Buddhist meditation class. That's a good class to take. I highly advise that everybody attempt to do some meditation in their life. I need to get better at that myself. A little bit of meditation. Always good to help cleanse the brain space. And there's a bit of a misunderstanding about like what meditation is. Near as I can tell, meditation is just about so that when crazy thoughts pop into your head, you have the ability to just release them and let them go. You don't get caught up by your own kind of insane manic nonsense. How Trudeau learned to stop worrying and love the Alberta carbon bomb. Like, you guys know all about this, right? Over 6 years, the Liberals have faithfully served the tar sands barons. It's absolutely the truth that, like, the carbon tax, this is something that people don't really realize about the carbon tax. The carbon tax comes from the fossil fuel industry. That the fossil fuel industry itself was very aware that something had to be done in order to placate the upswell of anxiety and angst that was coming from the Canadian populace. that they couldn't just continue to double down on doing nothing, right? The elimination of Stephen Harper, like the rejection of Stephen Harper as the leader of Canada, really showed that was the case. That like the number one issue that people were screaming about when they were getting rid of Harper was like he's not doing anything about climate change, and Harper was walking around saying stuff like, oh, that'll be a problem for my grandchildren, right? It's like, oh, okay, well, if it's a problem for your grandchildren, maybe you should do something about it, right? And so the fossil fuel industry is very aware that if they continue to do nothing about it, that it's only a matter of time before some crazy lefty gets power and starts to take the sword and cut them all down or nationalize or do the things that must be done. And so they prop up Justin Trudeau, right? Justin Trudeau receives far more lobbying than the Harper administration. And the idea of a carbon tax actually comes from the fossil fuel industry itself, because the fossil fuel industry understands that a carbon tax is a good way to diffuse responsibility into the populace. That if you raise the carbon tax, well, that just means that we can raise the rates on the populace, and it doesn't mean we have to pay anything extra. And so it's a way for the fossil fuel industry to maintain their wealth and prestige while having you pay for their pollution, right? That's what a carbon tax is. And of course, Trudeau is completely willing to work with these guys and completely willing to go along with what they say and what they do, instead of doing the one thing that must be done, which is nationalize these fucking guys, right? Nationalize these guys. Nationalize them, take their wealth, make them pay for a transition to green energy. Real straightforward. Real straightforward. Yeah, I wasn't exactly shocked when you showed that video a week ago with the ExxonMobil saying they knew about the science. Yeah, they've known. They've known since the 80s at least, right? Like, they've known for 40 years what the science is, and they've done everything they can to lie about it, right? Like, and it's not exactly secret. Like, you can... I've got an article right here, the Climate Deception Dossier, right? This thing, by the way, this article here reads like a crime novel, right? I have been meaning to sit down and actually record this because it's like it's straight up, it's riveting. It's riveting. It reads like a crime novel mystery where like it's like a you know those serial killer things that you see on Netflix all the time where they're like following around a serial killer and being like, and then Jeffrey Dahmer did, you know, and all of this. That's exactly how this reads. It reads like a serial killer dossier, and in the end you're just like, oh wow, we should incarcerate these guys. These guys should go to jail. They should go to jail for the rest of their lives, and their wealth and assets should be stripped from them. That's my opinion. The people in ExxonMobil should be arrested. They should be incarcerated. They should have all their assets stripped from them. Like in my view, it's like that would be the bare minimum. Like that would be the bare minimum. Like you want to know the number one piece of information that you need to know that proves that you don't live in a society, you live in a business. It's this: the idea that like literally the people who were in charge of the fossil fuel industry understood that they were destroying maybe even the species, and they were just like meh, and not even just like meh about it, but literally putting in information into the society and funding propaganda campaigns to misinform the populace. Like that's some dark evil shit. Like, does it get more dark and evil than this? I don't think so. Yeah, why is it we always have to clean up capitalists' externalities? It's a common pattern. Yeah, it's socialize losses, privatize gains. That's how it works, right? That if any money is to be made, it's going to be made for me, the capitalist, and if any losses are to be accrued, well, that means you, the populace, have to pay for it, right? That when it comes to time to collect profits, it's because I am a smart genius man who is has ascended the meritocracy, and I'm the greatest ever. But when it comes time to pay for losses, well, we're all in this together, and aren't we a society that has to deal with these problems together, right? Like it's extremely easy to see this. Like it's extremely easy to see this. Yeah, exactly, Bumble. Our taxes usually pay for their failures. Great system. Well, and it's so funny because they keep espousing a doctrine of capital, but if they actually followed through with the doctrine of capital, when the system failed, we would just watch it fail. We would just let it fail, right? Like the market crash in 2008. We would just be like, oh, you fucked up. This should all get wiped out. And that was actually the prevailing opinion, that Americans were like, yeah, let it fail. Oh, it's too big to fail. Oh, okay. If it's too big to fail, why are we working so hard? That's my thing. Like, if it's too big to fail, then like we shouldn't work so hard at it, should we? Conservatives don't understand. I don't even care at this point. Billionaire money is put on a pie and burned. Yeah. Doug Ford has been extremely quiet in the last 4 weeks. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah. Well, because like if you actually started to talk about like Doug Ford is like, well, Doug Ford and Jason Kenney, like. Anytime these conservatives stand up, the federal conservatives stand up and deny that they're going to commit austerity, you literally can just bring up like Doug Ford's cuts first year. It's a National Observer article, and it's even in Fashion Magazine, for God's sakes. It's like so well known, it's so ubiquitous that like. Here you go. Here's all the cuts that he did in the first year after running a campaign, lying to everyone, saying that he wasn't going to do any cuts. And there's some serious shit in here, guys. Like, canceling cap and trade is very serious. Cut 700 plus green energy projects, that's extremely serious. Like, then you get into your health, right? Canceled free prescription medication given to those under 25. Canceled the opening of new overdose prevention sites. Like, this guy's a nightmare sociopath. Like, he's just a dead-eyed sociopath who doesn't give a fuck about anybody except himself. Like, and that's essentially the conservative brand in a nutshell. So what's gotten kind of confusing to me is why people are voting for this. And then you realize that it's because people rather like sociopaths, right? We're quite fond of them. Every time someone gets elected in North America, they get bought by billionaires. Yeah, 245 years ago, North Americans were saying no taxation without representation. Yeah. Didn't Mussolini define fascism as the merger of capital and government? I mean, isn't that what bailing out failing capitalism is? One would think. It's that particular point is something of a sticking point between leftists, even like people. I have come down to this kind of understanding that, like, I don't really see a difference between capitalism and fascism. Like, I mean, like, it's all fun and well and good to get into like the definitions and this, that, and the other thing, but like, so if my name is Bill and I go about my life and everything's normal and fine, and then like I get into a period of stress and I take a pipe and I beat somebody to death with it, right? Well, I'm still Bill, right? I'm not a different person, right? So then everybody's going like, oh, I didn't think Bill could do that, right? He seems like such a nice man, a good family man, a hard worker, all that kind of stuff. Like, he's still Bill. He's still the same guy. He's just been put into a circumstance where he thought at that moment picking up a pipe and beating somebody to death was a good idea. So that's Bill. And I feel the same about capitalism and fascism. It's like, oh, capitalism when it's rolling along, you know, and everything's like good and there's all these resources and all this kind of stuff, people can trick themselves into thinking like, oh yeah, this is a fair and just system. But the second things tighten up a little bit, it goes and it beats people to death with a pipe wrench. It's still capitalism. It's not suddenly different, right? Like, and near as I can tell, the major quality of definition between fascism and capitalism is that if the victims of the system are foreigners and the beneficiaries are white Europeans, it's called capitalism. If the victims are white Europeans and the beneficiaries are like their owners, it's called fascism. So it's like, it's the exact same system. It's just when it happens to you, it's called capitalism, and when it happens to me, it's called fascism. Yeah, what's in a name? Capitalism by any name would still stink. Well, and I also do think that there is a capitalist benefit to creating a distinction between fascism and capitalism, right? That uh, if a group of capitalists start to act like Hitler or Mussolini or all that kind of stuff, well, you can say, oh, that's not capitalism. That's fascism, right? That's not capitalism. That's a different thing entirely. And you can pretend as though you yourself have not been acting in that exact way, right? Like, I'm quite serious. Like, what is the difference between capitalism and fascism? That like there's the classic what is it? The 14 Signs of Fascism. Yeah, the 14 Signs of Fascism. This is a well-known kind of trope or a document. Let's see. Here you go. And like literally go down this and take a look at the history of even America, but like also Europe. And it's like powerful and continuing nationalism. Like literally we worship the founding fathers. Like we worship them. And that was always the case. There was always this like mythology that surrounded them. There was always the flag, the national anthem, continued and powerful and continuing nationalism. Like that's always been a capital. Like what? God save the Queen. Like it's part of the system. Disdain for human rights. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Capitalism literally was born by forcing feudal serfs off of their hereditary land, taking the men and conscripting them into the army, taking the women and children and forcing them into factory jobs, and then taking those men, going to Africa, enslaving a black population, and then going to the new continent and committing a genocide against the First Nations people. Capitalism, right? Identification of enemies as a unifying cause. Like the cowboys and Indians, right? The First Nations people, right? Like it's a unifying cause. Just something. The entire white supremacist structure of separating white people from black people, right? It used to be that like the Poles and the Irish and like all of these different white ethno groups were separated into their own like categories, and there was like a good amount of bigotry towards those groups. But as soon as there's like a large black population, oh, well, now we're all white, right? Capitalism. Supremacy of the military. I mean, do I even need to put an example out there for that? Like, like capitalism has always worshipped the supremacy of the military. Rampant sexism. Just like literally listen to Winston Churchill. Controlled mass media. Obsession with national security. Religion and government intertwined. You could make the argument, like the founding fathers, they wanted to have like freedom of religion and all of that kind of stuff, but like they were the idea that like somehow the religious and the government weren't like connecting with one another and saying like for God's sakes, in Cotton is King, there's religious arguments to justify slavery. Corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals in the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, fraudulent elections. Like, I'm describing capitalism, and yet it's supposed to be like put over in this like fascist corner, right? And it's, in my view, it is a way for capitalists to protect themselves from the negative qualities of capital, which is, oh no, that's not capitalism, that's fascism, right? Oh, well, we can create a whole different thing over here. And so you don't need to dismantle the system of capital, you need to go after fascists. And ultimately, it ends up being a cultural thing mainly, right? That people don't attack capitalism as a structural force, which is to remove the means of production from the owners. They attack capitalism from a cultural aspect, right? Because capitalists will happily they'll happily be like, oh yeah, let's make peace with like black people, let's make peace with women, let's make peace with let's allow artists to do all their thing. Yeah, absolutely, I still own the means of production, right? Yeah, people saying crony capitalism, I've heard it's the same thing. Yeah, it's just a way for people to pretend as though capitalism is a good system. right? That, oh no, capitalism works. This is fascism or crony capitalism or any of this kind of stuff. And they don't, it's like, no, that's capitalism. Like, that's how capitalism works. It's very similar to how people are saying, like, the evangelical Christians are like, oh, what, y'all Al-Qaeda is what they're calling them, right? Oh, they're just like they're just like the Taliban, right? And they're comparing it, and it's like, no, they're not like the Taliban. They are like evangelical Christians, that this is evangelical Christianity, that this is what it's doing. Mussolini was an atheist, but he did allow the Holy See to become independent. Have you ever read Mussolini? I can only take 5 minutes of that stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's sticky business. It's sticky business. Okay, guys, I'm going to run off and take a break. I'm going to put this on because I think that this lady here is modern monetary theory, right? This is about the deficit stuff, but she articulates it in a way that I think is really brilliant and really clean. So I'm going to let her have the stage for a minute while I take a bit of a break.
When things break, we have an opportunity. We can pick up the pieces and put them back together the old way, or we can look for better ways to build. COVID broke everything. It put a spotlight on the many deficits in our economy, in employment, education, healthcare, housing, and it showed how inequality made it all worse. Here in the US and around the world, governments did some extraordinary things. They sent money to people directly to help them buy food and pay rent. They provided free COVID testing and expanded healthcare to cover more of the population. They gave money to businesses to help keep them afloat while much of the economy was temporarily shut down. They offered debt relief to millions of people who borrowed money to go to college. They did all of this and more without raising taxes or having a prolonged battle over the usual question of how to pay for it. To me, this was exciting. And I'm an economist, so I don't say that a lot. But as someone who's been trying to change the way we think about deficits and government spending, I saw this as an opportunity to show why government budgets don't work like household budgets, why all of their red ink is really our black ink, and why our nation can afford to keep investing in the things we need, even after spending trillions to fight the pandemic. For a while, it looked like the US and other countries were starting to break the mold on the old way of thinking about deficits and taxes. But now, here we are, just a handful of months after all of that bold action, and we're sliding back into our old habits of thought. Can we build affordable housing and fix crumbling infrastructure? Can we expand Medicare to include dental, vision, and hearing? Can we tackle our climate crisis? As Congress debates these questions, everyone is back to asking, how will you pay for it? It's the wrong question. In fact, the right questions don't involve money at all. Instead of worrying about where the financing will come from, we should be asking, are these things worth doing? And do we have the real resources, the people, the equipment, the raw materials, and the technology to do them? Will they make society better off? And do we have the political will to act? I'm one of a handful of economists who contributed to the body of academic scholarship known as MMT, or Modern Monetary Theory. MMT provides an accurate description of how a fiat currency, like the US dollar or the British pound, actually works. It reminds us that we're no longer on a gold standard, so finding the money to pay for the things we need is never an issue for countries like the US or the UK. If we're going to fix what's broken in our economy, We have to fix the way we think about the limits on government spending. Let me give you an example of the kind of broken gold standard thinking that still permeates our discourse. Back in 1983, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Margaret Thatcher, said these words: "If the state wishes to spend more, it can do so only by borrowing your savings or by taxing you more. And it is no good thinking that someone else will pay. That someone else is you. There is no such thing as public money. There is only taxpayers' money." Maybe you've heard the contemporary version of Thatcher's dictum: "There is no magic money tree." It's just another way of saying that everything must be paid for and that the taxpayer is ultimately on the hook for whatever the government spends. It sounds worrying. As individuals, we know that when we borrow money to go to college, start a business, or buy a home, we're personally saddled with that debt. We have to find the money to pay it back. Taking on too much personal debt can lead to all sorts of problems. Even small businesses and large corporations have to walk a fine line when it comes to debt. But the federal government is fundamentally different. Unlike the rest of us, Congress never has to check the balance in its bank account to figure out whether it can afford to spend more. As the issuer of the currency, the federal government can never run out of money. It can afford to buy whatever is available and for sale in its own currency. Now, that might mean spending on roads and bridges, a military arsenal, or hospitals and schools. Finding the votes to pass a spending bill can be hard, but finding the money is never a problem. They just create it. So here's how it works. Whenever Congress and the president agree to spend more, the government's bank, the Federal Reserve, works with the rest of the financial system to get that money into our accounts. Everything's done electronically, so there's no physical printing of money involved. If you got a $1,400 check from the federal government earlier this year, or if your company received money to help cover payroll and other expenses, then you received some of the newly minted digital dollars that were created to support our economy. No taxpayers were involved in that process. It was all done using nothing more than a computer keyboard. So why are we hearing so much about the need to raise taxes to pay for infrastructure and make other investments in our economy? In a word, deficits. We've all been conditioned to worry about deficits. So lawmakers are looking for ways to spend more without adding to the deficit. That's what this whole pay-for game is about. Unfortunately, deficits have gotten a bad rap. They're almost always seen in a negative light. And I would like to change that. When we hear the word deficit, we probably think of a deficiency or shortfall. Okay, a deficit always sounds ominous. So when we hear that the federal government just ran a $3 trillion budget deficit, it can sound worrying. And it can even anger people. But there's another way to think about government deficits. Just as a 6 becomes a 9 when we view it from a different angle, a government deficit becomes a financial surplus when we look at it from another perspective. A deficit hawk might look at this picture and see nothing but a sea of worrying red ink. That's not how I look at it. Here's what I see. I see what's happening on the other side of the government's ledger. When the government spends more than it taxes away from us, it makes a financial contribution to some other part of the economy. Their red ink is our black ink. When you look at it this way, it becomes clear that every deficit is good for someone. The question is, for whom? And what are those deficits being used to accomplish? It matters how the money is spent and who ends up with the resulting surplus. Tax cuts that deliver huge windfalls for those at the top without sparking investment and opportunity for the rest of the population don't make good use of deficits. On the other hand, spending trillions to support the economy during the pandemic put the deficit to good.
Really? TED Talks? Come on. Okay, are we back up? Saying we're back up. Here we go. Here we go. Man, that's annoying, eh? That's so stupid. Like, literally, like, TED Talk. I just didn't even think about it. Like, it's just, what better way to, like, totally tank my channel, too, than the tank the stream than have that kind of dumb shit happen, right? But we're back up, we're running. It's totally cool. I just wish that there was a way to see that kind of stuff up front, right? Like that I could see this kind of thing before I even load it up. It's like, anyway. To answer some questions, I mean, I'm always working on a new song. The song I'm working on now is actually kind of embarrassing. It's, no, YouTube is really good about this. This is the one thing that I really rather like about how the YouTube system works. Like, they'll shut down the stream like that, but I don't get a flag, I don't get any kind of thing like that. And when it comes time to upload it, they're just like, hey, can you splice this out? And I just say yes, and then they splice it out, and it's completely fine. I don't get like a flag or a ding or anything like that. It's nothing permanent, right? Because I think YouTube understands that, like, there is so much shit out there, right? Like, there's so much stuff that, like, you can't possibly, like, I just didn't even think, like, it's a TED Talk, for God's sakes. Like, why wouldn't TED Talks want to have their stuff out? And especially stuff that's, like, freely given. You know what I mean? Like stuff that's like, hey, it's a video that's just like on our website. Like, why shouldn't you be able to show? Like, why are they doing copyright claims on this stuff at all? Like, it doesn't make sense to me at all. Like, don't they want their stuff to get out in the world? Don't they want to be seen? Don't they want people to see it? Don't they want more people? But it's just this capitalism nickel and diming, right? It's just the nickel and diming of capitalism that pretends as though, like, oh, if I show this to 10 people on my live stream, or even if it was like 1,000 people on my live stream, well, that's all traffic that could have been driven to our site, and that's all that kind of stuff. But it's like, okay, but so it's just, I find our copyright laws to be really cringy and embarrassing, and like, and they always do more harm than good, right? They always do more harm than good. That like, don't you want people to see your stuff? Don't you want people to spread this stuff around? Don't you want more people to be connected with your content? But if you show it on YouTube, oh, your channel gets shut down, all this kind of nonsense. So it's annoying. That's very annoying. But what can be done? What can be done? Let's rebound from that. Why not? We're about that time. Let me do the song that we all know. If you are listening in and you're unfamiliar with this tune, I call this the Care Bear Stare against capitalism. So Antarctica is covered in ice. Got asked a question by my niece who's 5 years old. What's the world gonna be like when I'm grown? I looked up at the crimson smoke-filled sky. I thought, what's the harm in telling one more lie? I said, everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice, and everybody's happy, and wouldn't that be nice? The burning sun won't leave a paper trail. Why work so hard if it's too big to fail? And what's the point of feeding this machine if it won't make the world in our dreams, where everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets? You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice, and everybody's happy, and wouldn't that be nice? And I know one day my maker I will meet, when death's sweet kiss comes to sweep me off my feet. I hope by then we've learned a little more. I'd like this place to be better than before, where everybody's safe, no one's sleeping in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice, and everybody's happy, and wouldn't that be nice when everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice, and everybody's happy, and wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Antarctica is covered in ice, and everybody's happy, and wouldn't that be nice? Oh yeah, I highly recommend going and finding that Stephanie Kelton video. Oh yeah, this year sucks. Yeah, that's a good one, bud. That's a good one. I'm feeling a little under the weather, honestly, so I don't know that I'll do that song now. But popular social platforms are all based on capitalist principles, so impacting corporate profits gets banned. But right-wing wackos get clicks, which is why they are all cesspools. Well, and also I find that the algorithm itself, it's here, I have an opinion on all of this, right? On the algorithm and everything, which is that like right-wing ideology is fundamentally childish, right? And if you're a 12-year-old, right, and you're playing video games or you're on YouTube or something like this, well, if you're a 12-year-old boy, like, you're gonna think that girls are smelly, and you're gonna think that you're not gonna respect institutional power or think that institutional power is necessary or anything like that because you're a 12-year-old, right? And so if you're a 12-year-old going around looking at 12-year-old stuff, right? Well, it's only a matter of time until you interact with some of these right-wing guys, because these right-wing guys are basically walking around saying girls are smelly and institutional power doesn't exist, right? That it's all just you. It's just the individual, right? Because they live in this sort of fairy tale doctrine of nonsense, right? And the algorithm doesn't know the difference, right? It doesn't know the difference between some like 12-year-old saying girls are smelly or somebody like Jordan Peterson talking about subjects he doesn't know anything about, like feminism, right? Like, it's just connecting 12-year-olds with 12-year-olds, right? So it makes total sense to me that these right-wingers who, I mean, are espousing a doctrine that's quite, there's something kind of comfortable about it. It's more comfortable for people to believe that, like, oh, it's just all you got to do is pull yourself up by your bootstraps and try harder and all that kind of stuff, right? There's something quite comfortable about that. Also, and it also ties in with this whole kind of self-aggrandizing statement of your own free will, and it's me that got here and all this kind of stuff. But when you actually pause and analyze, the situation for 5 minutes, like, it doesn't take very long. Like, take your classic sort of rural farmer type, right? And I bring up the rural farmer type because those are the guys that are voting conservative, right? Well, these guys are walking around saying, like, you just need to work harder and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and it's all about your own choices and all this kind of stuff, and there are consequences for your choices, and the facts don't care about your feelings and all this kind of thing. And so then you look at these rural farmer types and you just go like, oh, where'd your land come from? Right? Where'd their land come from? And I don't mean it in terms of like the First Nations conversation, how we stole it from First Nations. Like, that's one thing. But like, oh, well, this is my family land, right? My family had this land. Oh, okay, cool. How'd they get that land? And eventually you just say, like, hey, the Canada Dominion Act allowed a white British man to go to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, and this is true as well throughout the United States, and they would get 360 acres of free land just given to them for showing up, right? That's a massive government handout. That's a massive government handout that your family benefits from so that you can stand on land given to your family for free by the government and say that government handouts are bad. Like, these guys are illiterate, even about their own family history. Like, they don't actually know anything about even themselves or their own family history. And it's childishly easy to point this out. It's extremely simple to be like, hey, where'd your land come from? Oh, the Canada Dominion Act, a massive government handout. Oh, why are you against government handouts then? You're the major primary beneficiary of the largest government handout in the history of the nation. Why are you against it? And it's because they just like never grew up, right? They just never grew up. They got to like, somebody like Jordan Peterson got to about 12 and just never got past that. And then you have worse ones, like people like Shapiro. Like Ben Shapiro is a 5-year-old. Like, just look at him and you can see that he's a 5-year-old. He just never got past 5. I remember in the 70s, U.S. farmers were nominally left until liberal deregulation impacted their banking. They complained, but the liberals betrayed them, then voted in Reagan, and the rest is history. Yeah. Did you know that EI benefits given out in the U.S. also include people who have not been employed for 2 years or more? That would qualify as a UBI. Well, and something like a basic income is just going to be necessary, right? Like, we have to do something. That we can't just take away people's supports. Like, I mean, we can. Obviously, we can do that. But, like, the consequences of doing that are far more costly. It's far more costly to abandon people to the streets. Like, it's a much more costly way to run a society. But we seem entranced by this idea that someone deserves something, or that there's this oh, they just need to work harder, just get another job. Like, and failing to recognize that, like, literally 40% of homeless people have jobs. And, like, it's just this kind of embarrassing, and you talk to these guys and, like, yeah, they just never grew up. Like, go to the anti-mask protests and talk to these people. Like, you're going to get a guy who's going like, just get a job, just get a job, just get a job. Like, literally a 5-year-old that never grew up, just, like, incapable of actually thinking, right? And was never taught how to think, doesn't understand anything, has literally just grabbed hold of a slogan, speaks in slogans, and is in, like, literally couldn't analyze the system if he tried because he never grew up, right? And if you never grow up, then you just stay a right winger, right? Like, you just, and this is why right wingers always say, like, oh yeah, when you're younger you'll be liberal, but then you'll get older and you'll be conservative, and it's because you just don't grow up if you're a conservative, right? You just stay in this little child mindset that, like, some savior or some kind of thing will come and help everybody, and just like this idiotic idea that the best way to organize the society is through chaos, right? Like, a gig worker making only $50 a week qualifies for EI in the US. Gig work, man. And I hate that there's actually a name associated with it. It drives me crazy that there's actually a name associated with this, like gig worker. What are you talking about? Like a gig worker, or it's like, if you actually, so much of the gig work economy would collapse if they were told that they had to call their workers, right? Yeah, infantilizing media would produce more conservatives then. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Because they're just pandering to, like, like what was the moment that I realized Peterson had never actually grown up? Was when he said something along the lines of like, "Oh, you people, you always want to critique the society and all of this kind of stuff, but that's hard work. You know, it's tough to do that, and it's not some flipping thing." And I really realized, like, yeah, Peterson, we know, we're adults, like we know, we understand that it's hard work, so let's get to it, right? Whereas he's too scared to do that, right? He can't actually critique the society, which is why he keeps everything within the confines of the self, because he hasn't grown up enough to be confident in who he is as a person. So he has to constantly put things on the self. And if you actually analyze the structure of the society, well, that's hard work that he doesn't want to do. And that he's not capable of doing because he's 12, right? Like, he hasn't grown up. And as long as we insist that the structures we live under are too difficult to analyze, right? Well, then we'll never grow up. Like, we're just going to constantly be put in this system of the systems that we deny exist in the first place, right? And we're never actually going to say, like, okay, like, there is a system. How do we reform it? How do we change it? How do we, even if we wanted to get rid of it, how do we do that, right? Like, oh. But, like, the conservatives, and I mean, you can see it throughout the People's Party, right? These guys, like, they're just galvanized by anger. They don't actually know anything, and like, their bigoted statements towards other races or other minority groups is something that a 5-year-old would say, right? That they just like, oh, all of our problems are because of foreigners. Like, you're a little kid if you're walking around saying that. Right? That's something a little kid would say. Like, it's not to be taken seriously, except insofar as how dangerous it is, right? And it is dangerous to walk around saying that kind of shit, because there are genuine outcomes that can actually hurt. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Hope you're doing well out there. Yeah, it's like the vaccine. You can choose between a scary shot or a scary virus. Yeah, sometimes you have two bad choices. That's adulting. Well, and the shot's not that scary. Like, that's what's so, like, it's extra childish. Like, the vaccine, the anti-vax people are, like, extra childish, where they are essentially just pouting and crying that, oh, I have to do something, right? That I'm being told that I have to do something, and I don't want to, because and you have people. We have them on video. They are saying that your right to health and safety, like, I don't care about your right to health and safety. My choice matters more than your right to health and safety. And then, of course, when it comes to the abortion issue, right? Well, now I get to have an opinion. So it's just these childish white supremacists who believe that their opinion matters more than your safety, right? Like, they just never grew up. Here's an idea. Let's rename UBI as Canadian Citizens Dividend and pass it through legislation, so this way they won't offend conservatives and certain liberals. Well, I mean, look, we're getting to a point with the UBI where we know it's cheaper to do than dealing with the outcomes of poverty. Like, we know. It's just we're being confronted with the reality that there's a good section of the populace that want other people to suffer. Like, that's what it is. We could name it whatever we wanted. If it helps people, that's a problem. Right? Like, and that's something that we have to genuinely accept and genuinely look at and genuinely say, like, oh, there are people in the society who want others to suffer. They want them to suffer. That's the outcome that they're looking for, right? They're not interested in helping people. They're not interested in a policy that alleviates suffering. The suffering is the point. And you see all kinds of statements. So, like, somebody who's saying, like, oh, if you eliminated student debt, then that isn't fair to the people who already paid off their student debt, right? So, like, I suffered, so you should too, right? Yeah, if everyone was healthy and happy, why would they tolerate the abuses of capital? And I actually genuinely think that there's especially within conservatives, like, if you're someone who literally never had to really make any decisions in your life, that you just kind of had everything handed to you in a very straightforward sort of a manner, right? You either were given free land to do your farming work on, or your daddy gave you enough money so you could do a business, or you like went to school, went to university, and then got the job straight out of there. So you just like did what you told the entire time. So you've never actually confronted anything difficult, right? Like you've never actually confronted anything difficult. I think that engenders a type of kind of sneering sociopathy that like you can't really be proud of anything you've done because you haven't actually done anything. You haven't really achieved anything. You just kind of did what you were told, right? And there are people, of course, who didn't get the leg up that you got, and so you kind of take a sneering pleasure in their misfortune, right? That and there comes with it this sort of belief of because remember, these guys are about 5, right? They believe that it's like the divine right of kings, right? That I am this way because I am good, that I received all of these benefits because of the goodness that came from God, right? And that I am good and you are bad. And so, and obviously you are bad because you are in a state of despair and all of this. And if you are bad, then I get to sneer at you and smile at your suffering. I generally think I genuinely think that like this mass wealth accumulation that has occurred in the society has created a large segment. It's not small. Like it's not like 5%, right? Like we're looking at like 20 to 30% of the society that is quite happy to see other people suffer. That's what they want. That's the whole point. I remember one of those biospheres where the trees collapsed because there was no wind. Who knew? I don't really know what you're talking about, Bumbleguppy. That's quite a thing. This can go. This can go. When politicians squirm, pay close attention. At yesterday's debate, the evasions of party leaders gave us insight. In an era where most Canadians have little trust in political promises, how important are election debates when assessing candidates? While the tendency might be to focus on what each candidate promised to do if elected, sometimes the most important insight is gained from what was not said. When candidates refuse to answer yes or no questions or to attack other candidates instead of answering direct questions, they are not being transparent about their true intentions. It is in this wiggle space, where candidates are not comfortable answering honestly and directly, where we must take a closer look. I just feel like this article, like it's stating something of a truism, right? Which is like I know I'm kind of being a downer at the moment and being like really like we are a childish people, but like yeah, obviously if you ask someone a question and they don't answer you, you should be like, hey, can you answer that question? Like, why aren't you answering that question? Yeah, if I had $1 for everything wrong with capitalism, then I probably wouldn't be complaining about capitalism. Yeah. Well, or you would just have $1, because the thing that's wrong with capitalism is that there is an ownership class. That is fundamentally like the one thing that everybody should be hyper focusing on. Like, I very much believe in the idea that there are linchpins, right? That you can listen to people talk and you can listen to them formulate their arguments and you can listen to them and read their book and all that kind of stuff. And most people have a linchpin, right? And this is the point that they make that you can pull out and it makes the entire thing collapse to the ground. If what they're saying is solid, like if you're someone like Noam Chomsky, for example, well, the linchpin isn't easy to pull out. That the linchpin is actually a foundation upon which you stand. It's a moral foundation. So like in terms of like the Bible, for example, the moral foundation of the Bible is the statement, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Love the Lord your God with all your heart. That's the linchpin argument of the entire piece. people like Ben Shapiro, right? Ben Shapiro has a linchpin. And his linchpin is that he believes that the Bible is a magical document, that that we need to alter the way that we view the world based on this magical document that's written by a wizard. And once you pull that linchpin out, everything he says sounds like garbage, right? Like it just sounds like total trash. And he is incoherent. It doesn't make any sense at all, and it doesn't make any sense because he believes that he is rooted in a magical document that was written by a wizard, and that we have to alter everything we believe or understand not on evidence or facts or study, but on what a magic book says, right? That's Ben Shapiro. For someone like Jordan Peterson, his linchpin is the denial, is the insistence that everything is about the self, right? Self-authoring, right? It's so easy to show that that's not the case. And that's his linchpin that kind of makes the whole thing fall apart. I really did love the guest conversation yesterday. Do you have more people lined up, John, or thinking of other potential guests? I do have a part of it is like people can't come in the evening. I am going to have Barry on again, who is the federal secretary of Socialist Action. Hopefully I can get a live interview in. And I plan on doing more interviews just as separate videos because, the timing and the scheduling. Yeah, that'd be amazing if I ever actually did interview Chris Hedges and Richard Wolff. That would be a high point of my career, without a doubt. I don't even know how I would even get a hold of those guys. It's I know exactly what I would want to talk to them about, because I feel like if you know Chris Hedges and you know Richard Wolff, like you've heard what they have to say, and I wouldn't want to retread that ground, right? And it was especially true of guys like Noam Chomsky as well, that I would want to talk to them about arts and the arts, and I would want to talk to them about their perception of the arts in our society and what they consider to be good art that is worth pursuing and worth reading or watching or talking about. That I'd be less interested in hearing like their views on capitalism, because I think that's well trod. I think you can see dozens and dozens of videos of them talking about that. But I don't ever see them talking about the arts in Western society. Like Chris Hedges has talked about Moby Dick. He did a really wonderful lecture where he talked about Moby Dick and tied it into sort of the American ethos and the American mindset. But someone like Richard Wolff, it wouldn't be great if you're interviewing Richard Wolff and Richard Wolff was like, you know what, I really like that Spider-Man. He like goes on a big thing about Spider-Man. Mocked, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Well, what's always so funny to me is that these guys that are walking around holding this Bible will never ever be like, yeah, give your money to the poor, right? Like that's pretty central doctrine from the Bible, right? Christ was walking around being like, hey, take your money, give it to the poor. Right? It's a consistent thing that he consistently said, and they'll just never ever mention it. And that's the number one thing that I think these guys should be confronted with. And it's extremely telling that nobody in our society has looked at someone like Peterson or someone like Shapiro or any of these guys and been like, so hey, why aren't you giving your money to the poor? Like, why do you fight against this idea that we should give money to the poor? Like, it's literally in your book. Like, it's your book. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Christ is walking around saying, like, hey, give your money to the poor. Moses is walking around saying, hey, give your money to the poor, right? Like, it's, what's the problem here? Why are you so against listening to your own leaders? Like, why do you pretend as though you have a grasp on this stuff when you're refusing to actually do, or espouse even, the doctrines that they espoused, which give your money to the poor is like pretty high level. Like that's pretty high up there. It's something that Christ was always talking about. And these guys that are walking around being like, we need to protect Western civilization. It's like, but you guys don't care about Western civilization. Like you don't care. Like what is this Western civilization these guys are trying to protect? Like that's the big one. I'd love to have a big conversation with somebody like Stephen Harper, right? Who talks about how he wants to protect particularly Anglo-Western civilization, right? I'd be like, okay, well, what is that exactly? Like, are you talking about Nazism, right? Like, Nazism is Western civilization, isn't it? Like, what are you talking about exactly? Let's really talk about what it is you're interested in protecting from Western civilization, because there's a lot of stuff in Western civilization that I'm like, maybe not. And what's also really funny is, like, these guys are always anti-communists, right? They're always against communism, and it's like, but communism is a Western, like, it's part of Western civilization. Marx was a Western, like, he was a European. So near as I can tell, they're being very choosy with this, where they're like, we need to protect Western civilization. It's like, okay, but like, what? What exactly is it that you're looking to protect? And in the end, you find out that, like, what they're interested in protecting are the icons of slavery, right? That, you know, people are tearing down statues, and people are trying to get rid of these icons who were slavers, right, in the society. Near as I can tell, that's what they're trying to protect. That they're trying to protect the history of slavery, and they're trying to protect the people who were the main contributors of the slave systems here in Western civilization, if you prefer. And it's interesting to me that they don't really define this, that they're not really interested in talking about, well, what exactly is this Western civilization you're talking about? Yeah, guns come from China, tea also from China, food, bastardized culture of other countries. Yeah. And like, and when you really dig in, and when you like really listen to these guys, it's really difficult to walk away from what they have to say, other than being like, oh, like, you are talking about white supremacy. Like, you want to protect white supremacy. Like, when Stephen Harper stands up and says that he wants to protect Western civilization, particularly Anglo-Western civilization, it's like, oh, like, that's white supremacy. Like, you're outright stating it. And this idea that, and it just bothers me that there's nobody in the society that is standing up to these guys and being like, and even asking very specifically, like, what is it you're talking about, right? Like, what is it you're talking about? Like, Western civilization. Well, what is that? Why should we protect it? What aspects of it are you interested in keeping? And it's sort of weird to me that no one is putting pressure on these white supremacists to defend their position. That we're all just sort of hoping it's going to go away by itself. And that's a bit... I don't think it's going to go away by itself, you guys. I don't think it's going to go away by itself. I think that capital especially has a built-in desire to, like, should fascist white supremacists take over the political apparatus, the capitalists will happily let them do that. Right? We've seen that over and over again. Here's a bit of interesting news, though. This is a good piece of news. PPC removes riding president after gravel throwing incident at Trudeau rally. So the guys that threw gravel at Trudeau, the police are investigating, and also the People's Party has removed a member of its organization 2 days after gravel was thrown at Liberal leader Justin Trudeau. The PPC tells CTV London that Shane Marshall is no longer in the Elgin Middlesex London Riding Association president. So I feel like there is something going on in the PPC itself, where even the PPC is starting to say, that's unacceptable, which is good. It's nice to know that, and I've heard more than one person try to argue that, look, the People's Party is just starting up. It's always going to be littered with insane, like, any startup is going to get littered with kind of crazy nonsense and all this. To which my response was like, oh, hey, can you show me how that happened in the NDP? Like, can you show me how that happened in the Green Party, for example? Like, where are the Green Party members or the NDP members throwing gravel and shit at the leader of our country? Is that something that we can actually take a look at? Ooh. I hope you guys are doing really well out there. Man, am I ever tired. Holy cow. I'm trying my best. But boy, howdy. It's getting to be like just, So this comes from Marxist.com. U.S. parasitic landlords capitalize on the housing crisis. Under pressure from the big landlords, the Supreme Court has nullified an extended moratorium on evictions, implemented in the interest of slowing the spread of COVID. Some 7 million Americans are behind on rent, and millions of working-class families now face a tsunami of evictions. What does all of this mean for the long-standing crisis of housing in the richest country on earth? The institution of American homeownership played an essential role in tethering millions of workers to capitalism during the post-World War II economic expansion. This was particularly true in the case of higher-income wage earners and veterans who benefited from the GI Bill of Rights, with relatively affordable prices and government subsidies specifically offered to white workers. Millions of renters became new homeowners, attaining some level of net worth for the first time. Small-scale landlordism became a common aspiration for workers with secure enough incomes to save for multiple down payments, allowing some to leave the ranks of the working class entirely. But the position of this layer of the American middle class, rooted in the ownership of residential property, was always precarious and has unraveled as the crisis of the system deepens. Hey Alan, how you doing today? Yes, we are ready for the Gong Show. It's going to be fun. Today, as the cost of housing in the United States rises at the fastest rate in 30 years, a colossal concentration in housing is underway, accelerated by the pandemic-triggered economic collapse of 2020. Housing is now unaffordable for tens of millions of U.S. workers, and home ownership is all but a luxury good in most parts of the country. Large financial firms are eating up increasing amounts of the housing stock, driving prices to new levels. As reported in the Wall Street Journal, limited housing supply, low rates, a global reach for yield, and what we're calling the institutionalization of real estate investors has set the stage for another speculative investor-driven home price bubble. The American capitalists are cheering this on, with Bloomberg arguing that America should become a nation of renters, praising what they call the liquefaction of the housing market. This liquefaction is forcing new numbers of workers to rent, at a time when rental profits are increasingly captured by investors, the big bourgeoisie and the financial firms that manage their assets. Acquisitions of foreclosed homes by large investors first accelerated soon after the Great Recession. Initially, the crisis increased the number of small landlords. A study of U.S. landlords in 2016 found a significant rise in the number of taxpayers reporting rental income after the 2008 crisis, when many folks took advantage of the glut of foreclosed single-family properties being sold at low values. This allowed many of these new landlords to receive passive income throughout the tepid recovery, while dispossessed homeowners had their housing payment funneled into the pockets of their landlords as rent. This process served to dislodge single-family homes from the single families that had once owned them. However, once these homes were thrown into the rental arena, market forces took effect, consolidating properties in the hands of larger and larger owners, separating a segment of those new small landlords from the passive income they had recently captured. In July of this year, a Journal of Urban History published a rigorous academic study by Brett Christophers analyzing the economic factors at play in the resulting consolidation. Soon after the 2008 crisis, major investment firms began acquiring large blocks of homes at foreclosure auctions. In October 2012, investment interests consumed an estimated 20% of all home purchases. By the end of this period, a small number of large investors, led by the Blackstone Group, controlled tens of thousands of properties, each in metro areas across the country. The consolidation was aided by efficiencies of scale at several points. The foreclosure wave put large quantities of similar properties up for sale at the same time, allowing them to be purchased in blocks, using concentrated cash reserves acquired from previous decades of monopoly activity. The geographic concentration of these units then allowed these large firms to exert a monopolistic power on local rents, driving up the value of their properties and powering even more purchases. After the Obama-Trump recovery consolidated institutional investors as the new landlords for a massive segment of renters, the 2020 economic crisis intervened again to concentrate the market even further. With the largest disruption to employment in history, the ability for many workers to pay rent effectively collapsed overnight. While the limited government response offered significant support for landlords, many small landlords still dipped into savings and sold properties in response to their disappeared rental income. On the other hand, the survival of institutional landlords was never really in question. The stimulus support simply subsidized their acquisition of even more market share. Housing everywhere is sliding into the hands of those with extra cash, and as the crisis deepens, the threshold for enough cash gets higher and higher, primarily benefiting the same monopolists who have capitalized on every other element in the ongoing economic crisis. The Supreme Court decision to overturn the eviction moratorium will likely accelerate this process. While there is no auxiliary army of renters available to immediately take over these leases, a new wave of evictions will allow small landlords to unload even more properties to the large real estate interests who have been waiting for this development. Without a revolutionary change, the next wave of crisis is likely to be even worse. There are advantages to increased concentration and coordination of housing. As just one example, the struggle to mitigate climate change will require huge, coordinated shifts in living patterns that will benefit from centralized planning and execution. But capitalism isn't structured to do this in a healthy and sustainable way. The ongoing consolidation of housing promises only to destabilize the living conditions for millions of workers while injecting new fungible assets into the market. Quality, affordable housing should be a right for everyone. Yet this is impossible in a system based on profit-making and economic concentration. Instead of foreclosures driving new rounds of private concentration, the IMT calls for the nationalization of foreclosed and vacant homes to be allocated to those in need as part of a voluntary, socialized plan for housing, operated under democratic public control. In the final analysis, only the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a socialist workers' government can resolve the housing crisis in the interests of the majority. I wish people would stop saying the US is the richest country. It is the country with the richest people. That's a different animal. And the Greens have released their policy. Interesting reading. Not far enough, but hey, damn capitalists. Yeah. Well, Alan, I suspect, yeah, nationalize the housing. Like, nationalize it. And again, as I say all the time on this channel, the only way this kind of thing is going to happen is if we surround the halls of power. That we are to a point now where if all we do is have these conversations and then go to a ballot box and put a ballot in a ballot box, it's not going to do it. It's not going to get it done. They have massive systems to deflect and defer the will of the electorate through the electoral system. That as long as there is not a group of people surrounding the halls of power, the populace can always be talked down from whatever demand it actually has. But if there is a group of people surrounding the halls of power, that emboldens the populace. And most of the time when you have these sorts of movements surrounding halls of power, they do so with support from the populace. Like the Occupy Wall Street movement was an incredibly popular. People really were in favor of that. And people wanted to support it. People wanted to see it continue on. And there's a reason they had to clear those encampments, right? Because they were too threatening. They were too threatening. Ooh, I hate to do this to you guys. I got to run off for just 1 second, as always, right? Got another Here, why don't I hit you with a little bit of Richard Wolff? We all love Richard Wolff around here.
Capitalist who wants your business
come
to
on
be
now.
successful.
Yeah.
Welcome, friends. This is another Global Capitalism Live Economic Update. And we're doing it in September of the year 2021. As always, beside welcoming you, I want to remind you that this is a project of three organizations. The Judson Memorial Church, which is where, until COVID, we had these meetings on a regular basis and to which we plan to return. But so long as COVID is around us, as long as the new Delta variation is as deadly and troubling as it is, we will have to continue with our remote presentations such as this one. The second organization is the Left Forum that runs annual conferences bringing together left activists and academics to share common interests, to learn from each other, and so on. And finally, the organization that brings these meetings to you directly, Democracy at Work. And I am part of that last organization.
That was a terrible clip. Just like the opening of Richard Wolff. I really do think that Richard Wolff, like, one of the most interesting things, I think about this all the time, right? There's that kind of statement that people make where they say, like, what do you think you would have done, or how do you think you would have been acting during the period of the Nazis, right? And you don't really know who is or is not going to be an important historical figure until long after they're gone, right? Like someone like Martin Luther King, for example. We don't, did people really think that Martin Luther King was going to like hold through and be this as important a figure as he was when he was alive and when he was doing what he was doing? And someone like Richard Wolff I look at and I think this is the most important communist, certainly the most important Marxist in North America today. That he's absolutely at the center of the conversation. That anytime you see him go and debate anybody, right? Like I've seen him debate quite a few people, and every single time, the thing that really is striking is that he makes them look very uneducated. And like he will debate like very high level economists, like Krugman even. And I have always walked away from those. I have always walked away from those debates thinking to myself, like, these guys don't even know what the subject is. Like, they're just kind of talking about it in this sort of insular kind of way. Has Richard Wolff ever debated Noam Chomsky? I doubt they've debated. They may have had conversation with one another. But I suspect that they wouldn't. That if they did have disagreements, those disagreements would be technical and minor, I suspect. DM, I hate capitalism, so I always type my messages in lowercase. I also hate racism and refuse to run 100 meters. Come on. But Noam Chomsky is also, yeah. Like, I mean, what's interesting to point out about people like Noam Chomsky, Richard Wolff, and Chris Hedges, amongst others, is they've been completely silenced. Like, your mainstream media outlets will not have Noam Chomsky on them, right? Like, Noam Chomsky is one of the most prolific intellectuals in America. He's the most cited intellectual. To have a debate with Noam Chomsky, especially at this stage in the game, is like when Sam Harris had a series of email exchanges with Noam Chomsky. And because Sam Harris is so, how should I say this? Sam Harris is so like, he understands that he is a commodity. Like, Harris understands that what he is doing is he is selling himself. So that means that he doesn't actually have any moral principles, that he will just completely say what needs to be said so that he can make money, which is a critique that I levy to lots of sort of YouTube types around. Like, somebody like Tim Dillon does this. Outright will just say what needs to be said so that you'll give him money. And what a great opportunity to say, hey, if you've got a buck jangling around in your pocket, maybe throw it my way, my Patreon down below. And, well, because I think Chomsky understands, like, he's got to keep getting the message out. Like, he's got to keep fighting the good fight as long as he can. And his silencing from the mainstream media outlets, like, somebody like Joe Rogan doesn't have Noam Chomsky on, right? Like, he's been completely removed, even as he is America's most prolific intellectual. Like, he's the most cited, he's the most well-researched, right? People consistently go to Noam Chomsky, and you can't get him on Fox or CNN or any of these outlets. Same with Richard Wolff, same with Chris Hedges, right? Like, they just won't have them on because they understand, because these figures really show the lack of credibility that exists within the corporate media structure and within the capitalist structure, that neoliberal capitalism no longer has any credibility whatsoever, which is why they can't actually engage in arguments, right? Yeah, Jimmy Dore does platform them, these types of people, for sure. Jimmy Dore is interesting, though, when it comes to Noam Chomsky. He has a regular segment where he has a fellow come on and do impressions of, like, celebrities, of political celebrities and stuff. And he always makes fun of Noam Chomsky. So Jimmy Dore has, like, a chip on his shoulder when it comes to Noam Chomsky. Like, and they never make fun of him in like really bad ways. It's always very, like, tepid, I find. But, like, I just find it odd that they do it in the first place. So anyway, but it's this silencing, it's the omission. And this omission is going to bite us in the ass, right? By not having serious adult conversations, by not having the educated, serious adults, right? Like, we are just constantly in a state where we are childish, and it's going to bite us in the ass. We're just because eventually you end up with leadership that is, like, particularly childish. Like Trudeau is fairly childish, right? These liberals are fairly childish. They're not really interested in helping anybody. They're not really interested in structuring the society in a way so that it's sustainable. They're not really interested in all of that. They're just interested in their own power and wealth and prestige, right? And that's sort of endemic of liberals. They want power for power's sake, which is why I think a lot of people are sort of turning away from them. Well, and the good ones are always being silenced by the mainstream. It's done by design, but it's also a fairly new phenomenon. Like, if you go back throughout the 60s and the 70s, they would still have radical people like Malcolm X, right? People like Malcolm X would go on the mainstream media, right? Like, they would have those types of guests on their shows with a deal of regularity, right? Because the idea was always like, okay, well, we need to have these voices on so that we can talk about them and oh yes, the Chomsky-Foucault debate, highly recommended. Probably him at his best, yeah. Very interesting leftist debate. Well, and the Chomsky-Foucault debate was one of those rare occasions that where, like, it's very rare to see someone in debate where they, like, completely obliterate the other side, where they, like, completely make a statement that is just like, oh yeah, that's correct. And, like, that's kind of it. And that happened in the Chomsky-Foucault debate, where Chomsky just very systematically pointed out that Foucault's um, ideology or his way of thinking was incoherent, and that it didn't actually work. And it was just one of these moments where you were like, oh yeah, like how often do you actually see that where somebody's like systematically dismantles someone's point of view so that it's like no longer tenable. Like you can't really take it seriously any longer. Like, and Chomsky has that skill. The thing I admire most about Chomsky is how he can just like plainly state things, right? Like he's not coming out like he's not like a passionate speaker. He's not like a like really riveting speaker, right? He honestly just stands up there and kind of just says it how it is, you know? And I find that especially young leftists are critiquing Chomsky because Chomsky's view of the Soviet Union and his view of communism generally is not particularly well informed, or not particularly he doesn't really talk too much about it. And I think a lot of leftists take that as him being like, he just wants to continue the Western viewpoint and all this. And it's like, no, it is because Chomsky's perspective was always internal. Like, why talk about like the structures of other nations like the Soviet Union or anything like this when you should be talking about your own society, right? And that was always Chomsky's strength. He was always talking about American society. He was always talking about the American political system. And he has a very clear perspective of other nations' policy, like for domestic policy, which is, well, they can deal with that themselves, right? Like, and I think that that's the rational position to take. It's like anytime I encounter somebody who's highly critical of China, I always just say to them, like, hey, the Chinese people are actually in favor of what the government is doing right now. And why should we take a high lens critique against the Chinese government at all? Like, shouldn't we be focusing that attention to our own society? Like, shouldn't we be taking that lens and that critical desire and be focusing it in on our own society and leave the Chinese to the Chinese? Like, what are we gaining? What are we gaining by spending all of this time being hypercritical and taking a critical eye of the Chinese government? Like, what is that for? What's the purpose of that? When you won't do the same thing to your own country, right? Well, and so it doesn't matter how well educated or well intended or how well researched you are of your critical lens of another country if you refuse to do the same to your own, right? That in the end, it just ends up being a way to prop up your own system of imperialism and to find flaws in other people's nations. In many ways, it's like that biblical statement of don't point out a speck of dust in someone else's eye if you have a plank in your own, right? And Chomsky was always good at that. He was always good at being like, okay, like, what is our policy? Like, what are we doing? And you can talk about other nations and you can talk about what's going on, certainly, but especially if the nation that you're talking about has popular public support, like China does, for example, maybe accept that you don't really know what's going on. Like, maybe accept that you don't, like, for example, I talked to someone recently who they had a very hard line view of the introduction of capitalist systems into China, that this was enough to condemn the entire project, right? That when Deng introduced capitalist markets and created capitalist structures within China with the statement of, well, let the capitalists get rich first, was what he said, right? That this was enough to sort of say that the entire project of communism throughout China was over, right? That, oh, you introduced capitalist markets, it's done, right? And that's, in my view, I kind of looked at that and said, well, that's a very hard-nosed sort of fundamentalist way of looking at that, right? That like, oh, there are capitalist markets and so communism is over. And it's like, well, no, Deng took the population of China along that journey and they all did it together, right? That they knew what was happening. There wasn't like this by force they're inflicted with all this kind of stuff. Like, if you're taking your nation to war, right? Like, say, like when Canada went to war against the Nazis, right? Like, you can stand there and say all you want that, oh, war is bad and it has negative consequences and, oh, what a horrible thing and all of this. But the reality is that the people who went to war against Hitler's Nazis here in Canada were quite proud of it. That they knew it was going to be hard, that they knew it was going to be a sacrifice. They knew that it was going to mark them. They understood all of that, and they did it anyway. And same story when Deng takes the Chinese people into capitalist markets and all this. They understood. They knew what it was going to look like. They were aware of it, and they all went to war together. And in the end, are quite proud of what they did. Because they understood that it was a sacrifice and they understood that it was going to be difficult to do. And now that they are on the other side of that, to a degree, you're seeing Xi Jinping now focus more on egalitarian policies, now crack down on the high accumulation of monopolization of wealth that happens throughout capitalist systems, and sort of a not dismantling of the capitalist systems, but certainly a heavy regulation and a heavy turn away from the idea of a free market capitalist system. And again, this all flows into what I've been saying in the primary thesis of all of this, which is that chances are very good that the people in the nation that you're critiquing know a little bit more about what's going on in the nation than you do. That like a Westerner, like especially like a white neo-colonial Western civilization, probably doesn't know much about what's going on in a place like China or Russia or any of that kind of thing. And sometimes people make decisions knowing that they'll be hard, but knowing that that sacrifice will be worth it and knowing that it will pay out. And I think that that has happened in China to a large degree, right? That you can say of Deng, like, and I've heard leftists say this of him, that oh, it was sinful what he did, it was evil, right? Like the collapse of communism and the rise of capitalist markets and all of this kind of stuff. But when you actually go read what he was writing, and you see how the Chinese people thought of it, like, they weren't necessarily happy about it. But, you know, a nation isn't necessarily happy when they have to go to war. And that's what's interesting about societies, is that they can do things that they don't necessarily like. But if you're an adult, you realize that there is such a thing as sacrifice. And there is such a thing as doing something for the benefit of the society and for the benefit of the civilization. And it's essentially impossible to say that that sacrifice didn't pay out. It's been enormously successful. Like the Chinese poverty alleviation project has been enormously successful. And anybody who wanted to stand in front of me and say that it has not been successful, I'm just like, okay, bud. Like, yeah, I don't think we need to continue talking. Like, it's been an enormous success for the people of China. And also I think that people don't really have a respect for what real poverty looks like. Like, here in the Western world, we complain about the poverty that we have, but we still have, like, relatively decent infrastructure. We still have, like, a pretty decent communications network, this sort of stuff. And yeah, there are things that we could do to improve this place. Get rid of the capitalists, for example. But, like, within our lifetimes, there were people who were literally living, like, in dust farms in China. Like, we do not have a comprehension of the level of poverty that we're talking about here. it almost seems that China is using greedy capitalists to fuel the economic prospects of their socialist project. If it is, that's pretty funny. That is exactly what they did. And they were upfront about it. That's the best part. They were very upfront about it. Like, they didn't fuck around with that. Like, you can go read the documents. It's very straightforward. Like, they knew that greedy capitalists wanted to come in and use the cheap labor that they have to offer in order to enrich themselves. They were very aware that that was the case. And so they made that bargain. They made that deal. And now that the Chinese have all the wealth and have the manufacturing base, incidentally, like, now that things have transferred over to China's side of China's way of doing things, the communists are taking control of it. It's the analogy that I like to use is that if you think of capitalism like a fire, right? That if you have a cabin, right? If you have a cabin, you want to have a fire, right? You want to have a fire in a fireplace. You put a fire in a place where it can be controlled, and it will warm up your place, and you'll have a place where you can cook food, and it's very useful. Fire is very useful, right? As long as it is confined within this fireplace, that you have a specific spot where it can be controlled, and you use special tools to interact with it, and all of this. But Westerners have said, oh, fire is useful, so let's take it out of the fireplace and let it into the cabin, and the fire will decide what happens, and let the fire spread wherever it is, right? And the invisible hand of the fire will decide what should stay and what should not, right? And it's not too difficult to understand how that idea kind of collapses on itself, that fire should be left in the fireplace, which is exactly what the Chinese have done. Whereas, here in the West, we let it out, and it's, not shockingly, burning the whole place down. I'm going to go out California way, get me some better internet. Yeah, exactly. Since they have the manufacturing, they can do socialism finally. Well, and they always were. Like, that's the other part of it, is that they always were doing socialism. Like socialism is an ongoing process. And they always were. Like, they never weren't. There wasn't a single moment where the Communist Party wasn't attempting to move the society more and more to the left. They just found themselves in a position where you're living in a largely capitalist-dominated world, right? And one of the best ways to enrich a society, right, is through trade. That's true no matter what the configuration. Like, if you've got like a tribal society or like a slave society, right? Trade is still the number one way to do that. And if the rest of the world is largely capitalist and you need to trade with them, well, you got to do what you got to do, right? And if you try to stand up and go on fundamentalist lines about this, well, you're going to end up with a fairly poor society, right? That this isn't an issue of fundamentalism. This is an issue, like, the problems that the Chinese people were facing were real and required real solutions. And can we all say fairly that, boy, I wish it wasn't the case, that the Chinese had to open up markets and had to create like big manufacturing systems and get their own citizens in very bad jobs and things like this? Like, yeah, I think everybody would agree with that. Even the Chinese would likely agree with that, right? But welcome to reality, right? Like, welcome to reality. It's time to grow up. It's time to accept that if you want to get stuff done, you have to sacrifice shit. You have to. And I see this happen all the time in leftist circles. They'll make a video. So, for example, there's one fellow who did a video about the Uyghur genocide that's happening in China, right? And he said, I was talking earlier about linchpins, right? And the linchpin for this guy was that he said, you can absolutely resolve the issue of terrorism in the region without like this oppressive force. And I said, and my response to that was like, can you now? Oh, okay. How? Right? How? And the truth of the matter is that you can't. If you have people walking around saying, I'm going to get some explosives and blow myself up for the glory of Allah, yeah, you need to use some oppressive force to stop that. Sorry. Do I wish you didn't need to? Sure. Right? But we live in reality, and you need to make adult, grown-up decisions when you're faced with these sorts of things. Right? Do I wish that there weren't people walking around saying, I'm going to blow myself up for the glory of Allah? Yeah, absolutely, I wish that was the case. But that's the problem that we have, right? That's what we're faced with. And simply saying that you can resolve this issue without using, without arresting people or without using coercion, I think is childish. Like, you have to be serious about this kind of stuff, right? Like, you have to be an adult, and you have to. Do you think that religious extremism is a military issue, social security issue, or something else? I think religious extremism is every issue. I think it's part of all of that, because religious extremism is literally grabbing a hold of delusion, literal delusion. Like, I have a voice in my head, or I have a magic book that tells me if this happens, then magic will happen. And they take that idea and then they say, if I go and destroy myself through some kind of conflagration, then some kind of goodness will occur. And this is true whether it's religious extremism from the Christian angle or the Islamic angle, right? And I also do think there is such a thing as a secular extremism. I think that that also exists. And it is a military issue, a social issue, an economic issue. It is all of those things, because all of those things are at play, right? Within the structure of that problem. Like, you are dealing with people who are not rooted in reality, but that's largely because reality is not a very nice place to be for them, right? You think about Afghanistan, right? Like, if you are 18 years old, these last few weeks have been the first time you've never known war, right? Like, you've literally always lived in a society where bombs can drop around you at any moment, and that's been just true 100% of the time. You can always... So these past few weeks, which incidentally, I'm seeing articles coming out that the Chinese are already investing big money into the Afghanistan economy. They're already rebuilding Afghanistan with China. So it's extremely likely that Afghanistan and China will become pretty tight, especially because, the Taliban have seen the relationship between Iran and China and have seen that that's been largely beneficial for Iran. And Afghanistan, like the Afghani people as well as the Taliban understand that China has been helping people and has been helping societies. So it looks to me like the Taliban are 100% just turning on that faucet, letting the Chinese come on in, right? Help rebuild their infrastructure, help rebuild everything, get the Belt and Road Initiative connected, do all of that kind of stuff. They're completely aware of that. Because part of the way that you defeat religious extremism is by creating a reality around the people that allows them to plant their feet in a reality that they want to live in, right? Like, re-enfranchise people into the wider economy. Give people a reason to exist in the world. Show people that the world around them can actually improve, and that their actions in the world can be part of a improvement towards a better society. Like, that's how you defeat religious extremism, which is why the Chinese have created these re-education centers, so that religious extremists and people who have fallen prey to religious extremism, which is rife in the region because of the Afghanistan war and the refugee crisis that it created. And so they created a system to allow these people who have never known anything but war to get integrated into the wider economy. And how do you get people integrated into the wider economy? Well, you teach them the language, right? And you give them a skill. Like if the people who are in the American concentration camps along the Mexican-United States border, if the Americans started saying like, yeah, we're going to teach those guys English, we're going to teach them welding or some other skill, and then get them into the wider economy, I think the rest of the world would be like, oh man, amazing, right? I think that they'd be like super amazing. Take a shot every time Justin says we're in this together. Take 2 shots for people kind. 3 shots for 3 shots for Nah, I'm out. I was kind of with you on everything else, but 3 shots for just like a simple just being like no, God, we'll all die. We'll all die. We'll all die. Religious extremism is an extremely difficult issue, right? It's an extremely, extremely difficult issue to deal with. Like you can't just sort of shrug and hope it'll go away. You can't pretend like religious extremism. You've got to take it head on. And whenever I get into conversations, especially with leftists who are against what the Chinese are doing in regards to the dealing with religious extremism in their own borders, I always say the same thing, which is, well, what's the alternative? Like, what is the alternative? Like, what should they do? They can't do nothing. Right? Because doing nothing means that you end up with like hordes of religious extremists going into your subway system with machetes, right? Like that's when I really took seriously when I heard that, when I learned that the East Turkasian independence movement was sending like dozens of men into the subway system with machetes. Like 10 men went into the subway system in the Xinjiang province and killed 150 people, right? It's like literally like one man killing 15 people with a machete, right? Times 10. That's a problem, right? That's a serious problem. And then you get a hold of these guys and you ask them, why did you do that, right? Why did you do that? And they don't say like, well, these people hurt my family or this, that, and the other thing. They literally say, like, I did that for the glory of Allah and I will be rewarded when I go to heaven. And they believe it, right? You have a significant problem on your hands. That's a significant, like, cultural, economic, military problem. It's a problem from any aspect you want to believe in. You have people who are completely disconnected from reality, who are delusional and are willing to kill people with machetes for it. It's a problem. It's a problem. So what do? Like, what's the alternative? Like, the American alternative is to just fucking bomb them, right? That's what the Americans would do. Well, the Chinese are saying, like, I think we can do better. And yeah, it's a shitty situation, obviously. Like, obviously. They want stakeholder capitalism now, John. What a joke. Remember Crouching. It's what I always say, right? The capitalists will give everything away. They will give everything away. They will put in a UBI. They'll create a 4-day work week. They'll give everybody big benefits. They'll give everything away as long as it means you do all the work and they do nothing. Right? That's the game. As long as they walk away from the table with the means of production, they'll happily give you everything else. Because, yeah, Ben Shapiro, they live in open sewage. Yeah. Because Ben Shapiro is saying that with all the concern, right? That if they did live in open sewage, the next question would be, well, why? Like, why is that the case? Right? And any rational thinking person who observes what's going on, like, yeah, like they're literally being bombed out of existence. that like the Trump administration dropped enormous amounts of incendiary fire against Afghanistan, and the Obama administration was not much better. Like, what do you think would happen in your life, Ben Shapiro, if somebody just dropped a bomb on your house? And what do you think your life would look like? Right? Do you think you would just like happily go along whistling a little tune, right? No, Ben Shapiro's a 5-year-old, man. Like, he's just a 5-year-old. He still walks around saying really, really dumb shit. Like, if climate change wipes out people's houses on the coastline, they'll just sell their houses and move. And it's like, sell them to who, dude? Who's going to buy that property? Like, it's so... Well, and Shapiro's strategy is really obviously just keep talking, right? Just keep talking. Just have a stream of consciousness come out of your mouth. Never let anybody check you. If they do check you, just move on, right? Just move on. Never actually go deep, right? Like, just live on the surface. Never actually go any deeper than that. Still laughing away at the Stephanie Kelton TED illustrations. The 69 reference had me. No, I think that's just what was accurate, right? She was just like, it was 6 and a 9, and I was just like, hey, nice. Yeah, facts don't care about your feeling. Ben Shapiro glorifying sociopathic thinking. Well, and my favorite, Ashton, on those lines is when he said that there's no place for empathy in politics. And what's so funny about that statement, besides the fact that it's like about as sociopathic as it gets, but the funny thing about that is that his own Bible, the Torah, right? Moses outright said in Deuteronomy that if you don't approach the law with love, then the law itself is invalid. So here's Moses, the leader of the faith that he professes to believe in completely, saying, hey, you need to have empathy in your system of politics and your system of lawmaking. And if you don't, then it's pointless. And it just kind of points out what I've always said about these guys, which is they don't actually read this book. Like, they don't actually read the book they profess to like, you would think that for someone like Ben Shapiro, who thinks that it's literally a magic book written by God, right? And that we need to start with the Bible and move on from there. He said that on several occasions, right? You would think that you would actually know something about it. But you just need to listen to Ben Shapiro talk very, very, doesn't take long to realize that, like, this guy never read that book. Like, I'd be surprised to find out if he's actually read the Bible, like if he's read the Torah, like, and even as a cursory reading, because these statements that come out of the leadership, like Moses, like, they're right there, like, they're right fucking there, and they're super important, right? But he doesn't really seem to care. As the gay friend, I teach my gal pals how conservative men gaslight them. Yeah, conservatives. Well, I mean, gaslighting's all they've got left, right? That they've got to try to convince you that you're the crazy one, because that's how they maintain their system of power, right? And that's how they keep women working for them while they do nothing, right? Like, why wouldn't they want that? Why wouldn't they want a woman that does all the housework and does all the, does all the womanly things, right? Why wouldn't they want that? And if you have no empathy and if you don't give a shit, right? You just want a little servant, right? I'm convinced Ben is on speed. His way of talking is not normal. Ben is all about the gish gush. I could not understand him. He talks way too fast. Well, and it's just a classic, yeah, gish galop. That's exactly the phrase, right? It's gish galop. It's just saying lots of stuff. A gish galop is a term for a rhetorical technique in which a debater attempts to overwhelm an opponent by excessive number of arguments without regard for the accuracy or strength of those arguments. Yeah, that's Ben Shapiro, right? Because, like, Shapiro, like, he's wrong about basically everything, right? Like, his entire worldview is based on the idea that magic is real, that we should adhere to a book that is written by a deity, right? Like, what else do you need to know? Like, if I was walking around holding up a copy of Harry Potter, saying that it was written by God, right? You wouldn't take me seriously. But because it's the Bible, we're supposed to be like, oh, here's an intellectual. Ben has a sister. Have you seen any of her videos? I have. Yeah, Abby. She's more dangerous than he is, if you ask me. She's way more dangerous than he is. Because Ben is kind of like a loser nerd, right? Like that's and as people grow up, and as Ben doesn't, right? Because Ben stays as he is. More and more people are, starting to see like, oh, he's just kind of a loser nerd, right? And Abby, on the other hand, comes across as very rational, womanly, very crouching. And I think in the end she'll be more dangerous than him. Because Ben Shapiro's influence will only go so far. Whereas Abby Shapiro, I could see her ending up on like The View, right? That's the big thing. I think somebody like Abby Shapiro could find herself entrenched in like the Sex and the City crowd, that kind of thing. Whereas and like get on The View or something like this. Oh, we need a conservative. Who's a popular conservative? Oh, Abby Shapiro, right? Whereas Ben Shapiro is basically tapped out, right? He is as big as he will be. He's not getting bigger than this. So he can only go into decline from here. And it's only the fact that he came from like a wealthy family in the first place that got him to where he was anyway. So Ben Shapiro will only decline, Abby Shapiro will only grow. And because Abby Shapiro has an entrenched media family, her brother, right? She'll only grow. And honestly, Crouching, I think that the nude leaks that came from Abby Shapiro, only help her. I think that only helps her, right? Because she reaches an audience that she wouldn't otherwise get with that kind of stuff. I really think Abby Martin is a serious hottie. Yeah. Abby Martin is crazy, dude. Crazy. It drives me crazy that she had a kid recently, because it's like, no, you need to have a kid with me, Abby Martin. God. No, and her husband is like a well-entrenched, like former war veteran turned war anti-war advocate, like that kind of thing. And it's well, and yes, she does sound intelligent. Like the Shapiros sound intelligent. And also, I think that I'm not 100% on this, but I don't think that Abby Shapiro buys in to the same dumb shit that Ben does, right? I don't think she buys into the Bible is, the Torah is this document that's holy, written by God and all that kind of stuff, right? I just don't, she just doesn't seem to have that same kind of energy about her. And so I think she's likely, and again, I haven't seen that much of Abby Shapiro to find the linchpin, right? Like, where's the linchpin for Abby Shapiro? But it seems to me like she could very much be like she could bring fascism to a more moderate sort of position in America, right? She could just make fascism seem very fashionable, right? I think that's basically what her role will likely be. And as she gains traction, as she gains traction, she's going to become a more prominent, more dangerous figure than Ben. Oh, where was it? Did I accidentally close it? I must have. Okay, that's fine. hopefully this isn't some kind of like violation and the YouTube channel gets shut down or something. That'd be fucking annoying.
The voting booth. So I would say that, in any election campaign, even one with high turnout like the last two campaigns, when it was close to 70%, about 30% of the eligible voters didn't show up. I would say that these people are overrepresented within that category. And my sense is that some of the barriers
he
that are
cannot talk
created
about the
by
she
special
covering.
way
Like
that
if
we're
he
gonna be
says
voting in this
she
election
covering,
campaign, may even keep
like,
the
come
voter turnout
on.
lower than it's been previously.
Okay. And you see the leaders there. We're about a minute and a half away from the start of the debate. Pauline, let's touch on that number
in the French
that a lot of
debates,
people didn't
in
seem
the
to
French
like any
debates,
of their options, the
they got on
likability
climate
factor.
change. For about 20
why is
minutes,
that this
they were
time around,
talking
do you
about
think? And
climate
is it too
change.
late
So
to change?
hopefully, we'll get a good perspective
That is
of
not
that.
an uncommon answer in any electoral cycle, but as one famous person has said, voting is not about finding your soulmate. And I would add, it's not about going to a buffet restaurant and you only pick the things you like. You're basically picking the best package of the party, of the platform, and of the leader. So does leadership likability matter? Yes, it does. However, performance and evidence of what's happened in the past 6 years since Mr.
I was just
Trudeau,
thinking about that.
became
Very
Prime Minister
Clinton-esque.
is also going to matter.
Okay, thank you so much, Daryl and Pauline, for your insight. We are going to touch base again after the debate. The wait here almost over, 30 seconds. Let's take another live look inside the debate stage right now. So that's 30 seconds until this debate starts.
So glad that I
As
missed
our
all
panelists
this.
mentioned,
Like,
we'll
all
have
of
to
this,
see
like, lead
how
up, like, the
these
jockeying for
performances
position,
go tonight.
like the-
After last night's several fiery moments, we'll have to see if some other
They
ones
should
develop
bring up, like,
tonight
a
as
tail
well.
of the tape.
This time
Like,
again,
should
this
have, like,
debate in
tell me what
English, the
Justin
first
Trudeau's
and
reach is.
last one of this election campaign. Let's go to the debate now.
It's on. It's on. Let's hope.
You had an option, sir. You could have said, I am not going to do it.
This was just scattering money around to build gazebos and fake lakes. The one you bought, you can't build.
If you try to open up the treaty, you can lose everything.
And don't try to paper over what's happening in people's lives.
We had to take over the mess that you left us.
It's not economically disastrous.
Oh,
it's
don't
a
worry about
smart
that,
economic
Matthias.
thing to do.
I'm sure they're going to go over a lot of it.
Quebec and
in this
Canada
one. That's why I didn't want
was
to
always
show last
impossible.
night's one. I'm
Very
like,
unclear, Mr. Don't use gobbledygook.
leaders debate. Look how fucking clean this is. Look at this presentation. I really love this. This is cool.
Live from Gatineau, Quebec, this is the 2021 Federal Leaders Debate. We're coming to you from the Grand Hall in the Canadian Museum of History on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, a place for Canadians to reflect on the country's past. But tonight, we are looking ahead to the future. Good evening, I'm Shachi Curl. I'm the president of the Angus Reid Institute, and tonight I will be your moderator. Let's welcome the party leaders. Justin Trudeau for the Liberal Party, Aaron O'Toole for the Conservative Party, Yves-François Blanchet of the Bloc Québécois,
A pleasure.
Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, and Annamie Paul for the Greens. Welcome,
Just
leaders.
looks so tired, man. Poor Annamie.
Tonight's event is being produced for the Leaders Debates Commission by a media partnership including APTN News, CBC News, CTV News, and Global News. The debate is also offered in 10 other languages, including Cree, Inuktitut, Dene, as well as described video and ASL.
Look at us.
20,000 Canadians have weighed in telling us what they want to hear from the leaders, and 5 themes have emerged: leadership and accountability, climate change, reconciliation, affordability, and COVID recovery. Tonight, 4 undecided voters and journalists, maybe the journalists are undecided as well, will be putting their questions directly to the leaders.
Yeah, maybe.
And you leaders, you've agreed to tonight's rules and format. So, before we begin, please answer the questions you're
They
asked.
probably put some drops in
Do
her eyes.
not interrupt each other. I don't want to cut
do
you
not
off,
interrupt each
but I
other.
will
Good
if I
luck.
have
Good
to.
luck.
Okay? All right, let's get started.
Leadership and accountability.
You will each get a different question, and you have 45 seconds to answer. You all have a countdown clock. The theme is leadership and accountability. Your speaking order has been determined by draw. And Mr. Singh, you are first. Hi, Mr. Singh.
Hi there.
Mr. Singh, you are popular and you inspire many Canadians, but your platform is full of big promises. And when it comes to how you'll pay for it all, there's not a lot of details. Given this, how can Canadians know that you are really ready to lead?
I really appreciate the question, and I want to say good evening to everyone tuning in. There is a serious question that people are asking themselves in this election. They're wondering who's going to pay the price of this pandemic and the recovery. And we do have bold plans about how we can invest in people. But we are the only party with a credible plan that will not put the burden on people, that will not cut the help that they need, unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who voted against making the ultra-rich pay their fair share. We believe that billionaires should pay their fair share. We should end the loopholes and the offshore tax havens that mean billions of dollars are lost, that we are not able to invest in people. We want to put the burden on those that are at the very, very top so we can invest in the solutions that people need. Tackling the climate crisis, investing in housing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh.
Solid.
Next to you, Mr. Trudeau.
Solid.
Because you wanted a new mandate, you plunged the country into an election even as the pandemic spurs thousands of new cases. But over the last 18 months, opposition parties have largely stood with you, putting the nation above politics. Why aren't you doing the same? How can you justify an election
He's so handsome.
at this
Look at his
time?
hair. It's all floofy.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. I think, first of all, I want to thank Canadians for being here tonight and making an important choice, and also, quite frankly, for everything you've done over the past number of months to help get ourselves and our neighbours through this. Tonight, over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear some very, very different, very strong ideas that are radically different about how we're going to move forward through this pandemic to end it, how we're going to build back better. Those decisions are going to be taken by your government now, in the coming weeks, this fall, not a year from now, not 2 years from now.
Could it not have waited a few months, Mr. Trudeau?
I know you want to go harder and faster on vaccinations. I know you want to go harder and faster on climate change. And you get to choose exactly that in this election.
All right, that's time. Thank you. Mr. Blanchet, to you. You deny that Quebec has problems with racism, yet you defend legislation such as Bills 96 and 21, which marginalize religious minorities, Anglophones, and Allophones.
I like this.
Quebec is recognized as a distinct society, but for those outside the province, please help them understand why your party also supports these discriminatory laws.
The question seems to imply the answer you want. Those laws are not about discrimination. They are about the values of Quebec.
And yet religious minorities, sir, cannot progress if they wear their religious gear.
Quebec is not recognized as a distinct society. It's been recognized as a nation on June 16th by the Parliament. 281 votes said that Quebec is a nation, and everybody here seems to agree with that. No more distinct society, which never had any meaning anyway. Meaning, not meaning.
Because it plays well in Quebec.
So again, why the discriminatory laws and your support for it, sir?
You may repeat as many times as you want that those are discriminatory laws. We are saying that those are legitimate laws that apply on Quebec territory, and there seems to be people around here who will share this point of view, which is a gain by itself for Quebec.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Ms. Paul, to you.
Well, he plays in Quebec.
For millions of voters, this is the climate change election. But at this critical time, you've been bogged down in internal strife. If your own party doesn't fully support you, how can Canadians trust you to lead
tough questions, man. They're not
one of the most defining issues of our times?
It's an excellent question, and it's an honor to be here tonight on the unceded territories of the Algonquin peoples. It has been a very difficult period, and do I wish that our party had been further ahead, particularly at this moment? Absolutely. Do I believe that we have wonderful candidates running all over the country that you should consider voting for? Absolutely. Being who I am and in this position has been incredibly hard. Being here tonight was not an obvious thing. I've had to crawl over a lot of broken glass to get here. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be the first of my kind. And because I am the first of my kind, I know that I won't be the last.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. And to you, Mr. O'Toole.
Tired,
Mr. O'Toole, you recommend vaccinations, but you won't make your candidates get them. You have a climate plan, but you won't dump a candidate that shares climate conspiracies. You're on record supporting the LGBTQ2 community, but you allowed half your MPs to vote against legislation protecting them. Tell me, how can voters trust that it's you and not your caucus that will be in charge of a conservative policy agenda?
Well, thank you, Ms. Curl. I'm a new leader of the Conservative Party, and we have a plan to get the country back on its feet after a difficult 18 months in this crisis. I'm a pro-choice ally to the LGBTQ community. That comes from my service in the military, where I served alongside people from all backgrounds, all orientations, putting the country first. And our platform, including a detailed plan on climate change, is about making sure we secure the future. Jobs, accountability, national leadership on mental health.
So is it you, sir, or your caucus that's driving the bus?
I am driving the bus to make sure we get this country back on track. And I'm here to defend the rights of all Canadians, women, members of the LGBTQ community, Indigenous Canadians. I want to make sure we all secure a future together.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. All right, leaders, thank you.
O'Toole
it is now
good.
time for our
O'Toole
first face-to-face debate.
Like,
Mr. Trudeau, Ms. Paul, you're
yeah,
up. Starting with
question,
Mr. Trudeau, based on this question. You call yourself a feminist, but on your watch, sexual misconduct in Canada's armed forces continues to run rampant. Tell me, why are you allowing these unacceptable conditions to continue?
I think we recognize that there are systems and institutions that need to change across the country, and that's why from the very beginning we stepped up with policies, new policies, stronger policies and processes to support every survivor, everyone who comes forward, because nobody deserves to work in a workplace where they are being discriminated against, where they are being harassed or hassled. We've been unequivocal about that. My leadership has been unequivocal about that. Yes, these problems continue in workplaces across the country, particularly in the military. That's unacceptable, which is why we've taken even stronger measures. It's unsatisfactory to have to say, we're relying on process in this. We want to just be able to have easy answers.
Ms.
But
Paul,
this is
what's
not
your
an
response
issue
to that?
with easy answers. You
said-
have to fall back on process.
I have said before, and I'll say again tonight, that I do not believe that Mr. Trudeau is a real feminist. A feminist doesn't continue to push strong women out of his party when they are just seeking to serve. And I will say their names tonight and thank them. Thank you, Jane Philpott. Thank you, Jody Wilson-Raybould. Thank you, Selena Cesar-Chavez. And I'm here tonight thanks to the work that you have done. I believe that if there were more women on this platform tonight and in previous years, that we, in fact, would have better laws in our military. We would have childcare at this point. We would have many of the things that we need. I am the only woman, other than Elizabeth May, to be on this platform in the last 18 years. The Liberal Party has never had a woman lead it. I think it's time for the party to examine its priorities.
Ms. Paul, you'll perhaps understand that I won't take lessons on caucus management from you.
And I think
what
that
I will
you know
keep
that I won't
focused
take
on
lessons for you,
is
as
making
you
sure
heard.
that our first woman finance minister has moved forward on
all right, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, that's
That was
time. We have to
kinda
move
low,
on.
actually.
Mr. Blanchet,
I don't
Mr.
know if,
O'Toole, and Mr. Singh, this next topic
kind of
is
a mean
for
thing
you
to
to
say,
debate.
dude.
Canada's transition to a green economy depends on pipelines. At a time when Ontario and Quebec face uncertain energy supply over Line 5, this country cannot extract nor distribute oil domestically. Our theme is leadership. Tell me, which one of you is best to lead on these complex
O'Toole
issues?
does look like
Mr.
a Don
Blanchet,
Cherry
per the
lookalike.
draw,
You're right,
you
dude.
begin.
Put like a
I'm not
fun
very
tile.
much interested in leading Canada. However, I am very much interested in making sure that Quebec is entitled to its own vision for the future. You know, in Quebec, we do not have energy issues that much because we are lucky. We are lucky. It's a bit of luck that we can produce green energy in a large amount. But the whole planet cannot afford this idea, this very Canadian idea, this very conservative idea, and as far as I know, this very liberal idea that we have to produce more oil, export more oil, believing that the money from it will reduce gas emission, which won't happen.
All Canadian families deserve an economic recovery, including families in Western Canada that feel left out after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau. When it comes to leadership, our natural resources sector is a leader in environmental social governance. Anytime Canadian resources are removed from the global supply chain, you know who fills that gap? Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Russia. All of these organizations and companies are getting their emissions down. Let's get emissions down and Canadian resources to market so that we can have jobs, opportunity, and fight climate change.
Mr. Singh.
When it comes to leadership on the fighting this essential crisis, one of the biggest crises we're up against, we've got a difficult choice for Canadians. You've got on one side someone who doesn't believe there's a crisis, and then on the other you got Mr. Trudeau who doesn't act like there's a crisis. And what it's going to take is real leadership, because the solutions are there. We can invest in green energy, clean energy. We can invest in renewable energy.
Doesn't give up on tens of thousands of workers across the country.
We'll never give up on workers. We're
workers that are working hard for their families, so we can get our resources to market.
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen. Mr. O'Toole, then back to you, Mr. Singh. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh.
I want to see Canadians get back to work in all sectors and in all regions. And I'm proud of what we produce in our country, whether it's our resources or the resources in the heads of our young people.
But
we need to get emissions down,
Mr. O'Toole,
and get our energy to market.
These workers need a plan that's going to create jobs for the future. And that's a responsibility of government. We've seen 6 years of Mr. Trudeau, and workers can't afford another 4 years. What we need to do is invest in a diversified economy, clean energy. We need to electrify transportation. We need to invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. We need to create good jobs for workers
plan
now.
But we need an economic recovery in all sectors
that have failed workers.
Last word to you, Mr. Blanchet. Last word to you, sir.
Leadership is not only saying the words, it's proposing solutions, admitting a problem, which they're not doing.
I gotta tell you, just listening to this
guy,
I get
thank you. My next question is for all of you. We've had some encouraging news out of Hubble overnight with the escape of 43 Canadians. That said, thousands of people who helped Canada during Canada's mission in Afghanistan have been left behind in their hour of need, and it is unknown if we will ever get them all out. To each of you, what would you have done differently? Mr. O'Toole, per the draw, you begin.
Canada should never leave behind people that are at risk because they helped us. When Afghanistan was falling, there were 1,200 Canadians and hundreds more translators and others waiting for help from Canada. What did Mr. Trudeau do? You called an election, sir. You put your own political interests ahead of the well-being of thousands of people. Leadership is about putting others first, not yourself. Mr. Trudeau, you should not have called this election. You should have gotten the job done in Afghanistan.
Mr. O'Toole,
hold on. This is not open debate, leaders. This is a situation where we're asking a question to each of you. No problem, Mr. Trudeau. I'm trying to keep track myself.
I would like him, Ms. Curl, because he called an election in the fourth wave of a pandemic with fires in British Columbia and with unfinished business in Afghanistan,
All
Mr.
right,
Trudeau.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. I'm going to give the opportunity next per the draw to Mr. Singh. You guys will have tons of time to debate, so hang tight. Mr. Singh.
Sadly, what's happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy that was something we knew about. We knew about the withdrawal date. We knew from President Biden what that date would be. And sadly, I agree with Mr. O'Toole on this one point that it was a bad decision to call an election while this crisis was going on, particularly because we've got allies on the ground that put their lives at risk to support our Canadian
forces. There's always been a withdrawal
who are now
date.
looking at
Americans
peril
always
for their
go
lives
off on
and may
it.
never get out of Afghanistan.
I feel like this is...
We know the impact on women and girls in Afghanistan. It's heartbreaking, and it could have been avoided. Veterans had told Mr. Trudeau and his government for a long time that the current approach was not working. Those calls were not heeded. And as a result, we're in this really horrible situation.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Blanchet.
First, good news. I seem to understand from what I read a few hours ago that Kabul airport is now being open for some people to get out of the country, which is very good news. This should have been worked a long, long time ago. I agree with Mr. O'Toole that Mr. Trudeau should have put those people's interest before his own. However, the problem is that Canada has failed many times to create some strong partnerships with other countries in order to be stronger facing a situation like Afghanistan now, because by itself, we must admit Canada is not a world power.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Mr. Trudeau, I invite you to respond now.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. It's unfortunate to hear the members, the leaders on this stage talking down the incredible work that our Canadian Armed Forces, that our diplomats, that our consular officials did from the beginning of the summer to ensure that as of the very beginning of August, well before this election, we were getting flights out of Afghanistan. We got 3,700 people out of Afghanistan. And over the past weeks, we've been working with the Qataris, for example, on exactly that good news that we've seen of more people, more Canadians getting out of Afghanistan.
Trudeau's
we work closely
though,
with our allies because we know Canadians sacrificed in Afghanistan for a better future. We need to stand by the people who helped us, who helped themselves, and we will with even more people coming to Canada in the coming months.
All right, Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Paul.
As a former diplomat and with a husband who provided advice on the peace negotiations in Afghanistan, we were hearing the stories all the time in the months leading up that this was foreseeable. And so it seems like we got better information on our smartphones than Mr. Trudeau got from our entire intelligence service based on what he's saying. The thing is that when people count on you, when you make a promise to them, then you do it so that people can count on Canada's word. When someone is your partner, you go with them, you go for them, or you don't amount to much. And so leaving behind people in Afghanistan, walking up to in Rideau Hall and calling an election under these circumstances was not the right thing to do. And to borrow a line from Mr. Singh from 2019, Mr. Trudeau could just say, hey, man, I messed up.
All right, Ms. Paul, thank you very much. Thank you all. And now it is our time for a first attempt at open debate. Jumping off of this question. Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been in Chinese prisons for 1,004 days. The next Prime Minister has key decisions to make about our already tense relationship with China, such
what
as
are we going to do about our
telecommunications
spies getting
security and
captured
foreign
in foreign
investment.
territories where
Some
we send
say this all
spies?
comes down to a trade-off between Canada's economic growth and recognition of human rights. I'd like to know where you all stand. I'm sure you want to exchange on that. Mr. Singh, per the draw you begin. Leaders, you may jump in.
Thank you very much. We know that we can't imagine what it is for Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig to be going through 1,000+ days in a prison without access to human rights. I can't imagine what their friends and their families are going through right now.
Yeah, exactly.
All I know is we have to do everything possible to secure the release of these two Canadians. We need to work with our allies, apply pressure, and make sure that we return these Canadians home. That's what we've got to do.
And that's exactly what we've been doing. Over the past 3 years, we have worked with international allies to put pressure on China in every single one of their meetings. We've worked closely with the United States. We at the G7 a few weeks ago worked with the international community to make sure we're moving forward on challenging China where necessary in human rights, competing with them economically where we need to, and holding them to account on the rule of law as a global community. And Canada's voice has been very strong on that.
Canada's voice has been absent, Mr. Trudeau. We have not worked with our allies on Huawei. We have not stood up for the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. We've not fought for the two Michaels and put pressure on the communist regime. We have not stood up for human rights. So you did not show up for a vote declaring a genocide towards the Uyghur people. You didn't show up. Canada is the country that was leading the fight against apartheid. We created
Even
the
United States
Human Rights
State Department
Code.
says there isn't a Uyghur
We should be
genocide.
leaders
Get fucked.
for our values, sir. And you've let the Michaels down, and we have to get serious with China.
If you want to let the Michaels and get the Michaels home, you do not simply lob tomatoes across the Pacific. That is what Mr. Harper tried for a number of years and didn't get anywhere. You need to engage in a sophisticated way with our allies every step of the way.
You have to take the same position on Huawei,
and that's exactly
on steel,
what we have done
on
every step of the time.
Cyber security, Mr. Trudeau. We are out of step, and our allies are wondering where Canada's gone. You started as Prime Minister saying you admired China.
I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul. Just a second. I want to get to Mr. Singh and then to you, Ms. Paul.
I appreciate, thank you very much, the opportunity. I want to also we're talking about leadership and accountability. And in this pandemic, one of the moments I think of leadership that has been a failure is the fact that when we talk about leadership, it means finding solutions. And in our long-term care homes here in Canada, we saw the worst conditions in
Mr. Singh, we're going to have time to chat with that later. The topic is China, human rights and economic growth. To you, Ms. Paul.
Yes, and this is an area where certainly lines are being redrawn all across the world. And the main thing that Canada is going to have going forward in terms of currency is its word. When we make a promise, we have to keep those promises. That's how, when we need help, we get it. You know, my mom grew up on a farm in a small community, and she learned very young and taught us that you have to give your word to your neighbors, and they have to be able to count on it so that when you need help, they're there for you. And so when we don't show up, when we're asked for vaccines from COVAX, and then we take vaccines from COVAX, when the Uyghur ask us for help to declare a genocide and we don't do that, when we don't show up on the climate by setting targets that are ambitious, but at the same time in line with our international partners and do our fair share, then our word doesn't count for much, and then it makes it very hard for us to help people like the Michaels when they need us the most.
Mr. Blanchet, did you want to get in on
Chewing
this?
tomatoes might not be the solution, but I would submit humbly that doing nothing might not be the solution either. The Mr. Trudeau's record on human rights is not perfect.
Yeah.
We might name the two Michaels, we might name Uyghur in Xinjiang, we might name Taiwan, Hong Kong, we might name Catalonia and Mr. Puigdemont, we might name the worst of all,
Mr. Blanchet.
Raif Badawi being still held in Saudi Arabia because Canada wants to sell weapon and military supply to Saudi Arabia, which is unacceptable. The Parliament voted.
Okay, gentlemen, one at a
2
time.
seconds. The Parliament voted unanimously to give citizenship to Raif Badawi. Nothing has been done afterward.
All right. Whoa,
Bring
Mr.
up the sale of
O'Toole.
weapons to Saudi
Mr. Trudeau,
Arabia. Baller
Mr. Singh.
move.
Mr. Blanchet is correct. Canada is needed back on the world stage. We may be smaller than China with respect to population and economy, but we are a giant when it comes to our commitments to human rights, to dignity, and to the rule of law. And we have to start working with our allies to take a more serious approach for human rights, standing up for our workers on fair trade, and making sure that our voice is a principled one on the world stage again.
The problem with Mr. O'Toole and his principles is he says all the right-sounding things, and he's working on reassuring everyone that he's right there as a strong leader. But he can't convince his candidates to get vaccinated. He can't convince his MPs to follow his
Let's keep the theme. Mr. Singh, you wanted to get in. I'm giving the last word. I'm giving the last word to Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau, please. To you, Mr. Singh.
Leadership means standing up. It means standing up for the Uyghur in China. It means standing up to defend people around the world. It also means showing leadership when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. We've got the worst record under Mr. Trudeau in the G7. So that's not leadership, certainly not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, leaders. We are now moving on to our next theme, which is climate change.
Climate change.
All right, this time we're starting with a question from Trevor McMullen. He is a high school teacher in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. He's standing by. Trevor, what's your question?
Hey, good evening. As leader, what immediate actions would you take to make green technology more accessible and affordable so that everyday Canadians don't have to bear the financial burden of being environmentally ethical?
All right. Thank you, Trevor. Leaders, you've heard Trevor's question. Ms. Paul, I apologize. Ms. Paul, you're going first.
Thank you so much for that question. And, Trevor, that's exactly where your head should be at. That's where all of our heads should be at. How can we use this opportunity to seize the moment to create a green economy? How can we incentivize every single person in Canada, every company, and every enterprise to adopt green technologies? How can we become a global leader? And so, absolutely, if you look at our platform, you will see that we propose incentives all the way from buying electric cars, new and used, to retrofitting homes, to all of these items that will help make life easier for you and help for you to do your part. But this is a national and international issue. We need national leadership on it, and we need it across party lines.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. I really appreciate the question. And I'm sure you speak to a lot of young people as a teacher and are seeing the fear in their eyes, the worry and the desperation that young people have because they don't know what type of future they're going to inherit. And they're worried about the impacts of the climate crisis because it's hurting us now, and it's only going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. And to invest in that future, we need to make choices. And right now, we look at the choices Mr. Trudeau has made over the past 6 years. He has promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, but instead of ending them, he has increased them to $900 million per year. That is money we could spend on investing in clean technology, in making it easier for people to access that technology and to do our part to fight the climate crisis. So it's a matter of choices. We can't afford another 4 years of Mr. Trudeau's choices.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. To you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you for the question, Trevor. I was raised by two strong women who were teachers, and they told me to be straight up. This is an area where the Conservatives, we had to win back some trust. We hadn't met the expectations of Canadians on climate change. It's an important issue for me as a father of a high schooler, and we talk about it all the time. That's why in April, long before the election, I put out a substantial package pricing carbon to meet our Paris targets. And what's interesting, our low carbon savings account will allow people to actually make green choices to lower their carbon footprint. This approach is innovative because it would allow all Canadians to know what their carbon footprint is and make those innovative investments to lower it. I think we all have a role to play, and our plan is detailed and we'll deliver on it.
Mr. Blanchet.
Thank you to be with us, sir. I hope you appreciate a little bit blunt answers. First, you put a ceiling on any production of oil and gas. You take all the money that the federal government is placing into that industry, even more by the Liberals than the Conservatives before, and you put that into green energy. And you take the money for Trans Mountain and you give it to Alberta for Alberta to initiate its own transition toward a greener economy. This is the way to do things, because if we don't do that and keep dreaming about reducing gas emission while increasing production, we will never get there.
Look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Trudeau.
That's the greatest answer ever.
Thank you, Trevor, for your question. And from one teacher to another, I know that you need to ground your decisions and what you share with your students in science. And all these leaders on here have various claims about what their climate change plan is going to do. Unfortunately, if you look at what the experts and the climate scientists and the economists have said, we're the ones with the strongest plan to fight climate change. And how to answer your question specifically, how to make it more affordable for Canadians? Well, the first thing we did on that was bring in a national price on pollution that incentivizes businesses to go cleaner at the same time as it puts more money in families' pockets. We are going to put a cap on oil sands and oil and gas emissions and decline it until net zero and create those opportunities and investments that are going to make it more affordable for you and your students for many years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Thank you, Trevor.
He just seems so
Have a good
disingenuous
evening.
when he answers
I'm turning
that
it back to the leaders. It is time for more
the,
debate.
little,
the draw
smile
has
at the
Mr.
end.
Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole facing off. Your topic is climate change. Even today,
I like that O'Toole is
1
admitting
in
that
4
the Conservatives
Canadians
have ground to
don't
make up.
believe that
That's
climate
nice.
change is caused by human activity. How can we achieve real progress when so many people are still debating the fundamentals? Mr. O'Toole, you begin.
Climate change is a real threat, not only to Canada and to the world. That's why we have to take a serious plan to tackle it. That's why, as I said, we put our plan out in April, because we had to restore some trust on this issue to make sure we can show Canadians we can get emissions down and get the economy working again. That is key. We have a plan to meet our Paris targets, but minimize the impact on jobs and investment. We're also going to make major investments in electric vehicles, in the hydrogen economy, small modular reactors. There is so much we can do to get our emissions down, but grow a strong economy, because without a strong economy, we can't tackle climate change. We can't tackle the issues of today.
The reality that Mr. O'Toole has never understood is you can't have a strong economy unless you tackle climate change. And you ask about how we're going to convince the quarter of Canadians who still don't think climate change is real. Well, Mr. O'Toole can't even convince his party that climate change is real, because they voted against that. And that's perhaps why his plan is so weak. His plan is to go back to the Harper targets, to the Harper approach on fighting climate change, which doesn't work. His costed platform, which he just put out last night, cuts $2 billion from climate investments and from things. And for our friends in BC,
you have never made a target,
has proposed to restore
let him respond, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond to you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Curl.
The tanker ban.
Mr. Trudeau always forgets one fact. He has never made a target for climate change. He has great ambition. That's part of the reason we're in an election in a pandemic, is his ambition. He doesn't have achievement. He never meets his target. So we have a plan
in 2030,
that we will
so
meet
it's
the
actually
targets
quite difficult
and
to
get
meet
our
a target
country
that's 9
back
years
to work.
away, except for the fact that right now we are on track
Gentlemen,
to beating
we
that
have to
target.
wrap
Never
this
made a
segment.
target, Mr. Trudeau.
Over
All
that
right,
target.
we are moving
We are
on.
track.
We are moving on, leaders.
That was
Next up is
strong from
Mr.
O'Toole, if you
Singh,
ask me.
Mr.
O'Toole
Blanchette,
looked
and
real
Ms.
good
Paul.
right there. He
I'd
looked
like each
real
of you
good
to
right
describe how you'll implement a national approach that best recognizes the significant regional differences involved in fighting climate change. You begin, Mr. Singh. You may jump in one at a time, please.
Of course.
Well, here's the thing. We just heard Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau argue about who's worse. And honestly, it's a tough question to answer. Let me tell you, you're not stuck with these two. Better is possible. We can invest in a clean economy. We can end fossil fuel subsidies. We can make sure we're creating clean transportation. And we can invest in provinces and territories to make sure they have the resources necessary to fight the climate crisis. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm going to be a dad soon, and I want to make sure my child grows up into a future that has the same opportunities that I had, that has clean air, clean water, a clean place to live. I want to make sure that that's
as far as I understand it, it is not a national or even less a regional issue. It is a planetary issue. And it has to be tackled by everybody at once. But I would be glad to give some of my precious time to Mr. O'Toole, because a week ago, a little more than that, he said in French that he did not want anymore to have a pipeline to go through Quebec. That was quite a statement. He said that in French, no more pipeline through Quebec. I want to hear that in English tonight. Please, please.
Well, Mr.
Hold on. This segment is
I'll take time.
I'm in with this guy. Tell me more, Mr. Blanchet.
This on the climate, this sort of approach is going to get us nowhere, and I mean but nowhere. It is, and the question was an excellent one. This is a global issue. This is a national issue. This is a nonpartisan issue, and we have got to be able to come together across party lines. I said that I was available for a debate just on the climate because it's that important, but we've invited many times all of the parties to join us in a joint cabinet, a cross-party cabinet, to deal with this the way that we dealt with the pandemic, together. People were so inspired to see these leaders come together in the early days of the pandemic. We have got to bring that same approach here. Let's come together, because that's what's needed.
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree. We do need to come together. I can lay out what we shouldn't do and what we need to do. What we shouldn't do is what Mr. Trudeau did. Set targets and miss them. We shouldn't promise to end fossil fuel subsidies and then increase them. We shouldn't put a price on pollution and then exempt the biggest polluters. What we need to do is end those fossil fuel subsidies, invest in provinces and territories with infrastructure that's going to help us fight the climate crisis.
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
With the greatest of respect to
let Ms. Paul respond.
With the greatest of respect to Mr. Singh, we have been making this invitation for years, and it has never been accepted by the NDP or any other party.
All right, we have to wrap this section now, leaders. It is time for me, with great pleasure, to welcome Mercedes Stephenson of Global News. She is joining us now, and she's going to be asking each of you a direct question on climate change. This round starts with Mr. Trudeau. Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hello, candidates. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to ask you about a question that is on a lot of Canadians' minds, the question of climate change. Mr. Trudeau, starting with you. On your watch, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions have gone up every year since 2016, giving this country the worst emissions reduction record in the G7. According to the most recent data from your government, Canada's emissions in 2019 were just as high as they were 15 years ago. Environmentalists say that your performance is insufficient. If you're so serious about climate change, why are Canada's emissions still going up?
We inherited a government from a Conservatives that did not believe in the fight against climate change, and we had a lot of catching up to do. But what we were able to do in 6 years is bring a national price on pollution, ban single-use plastics, move forward in protecting more of our coasts and oceans and rivers than any government in history. And we are right now on track to exceeding those 2030 targets set at the beginning at Paris, down to 36%. And we've gone even further with that, with a concrete plan that the experts have said is the only one that can achieve a 40% reduction.
Which they say you're unlikely to meet.
That is what we're dealing with.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchet.
Madame.
He's fighting. He's fighting.
Your party often criticizes the oil and gas industry in Canada's western provinces. You've said that you would block pipelines trying to go through Quebec. While you were the environment minister, though, you allowed oil exploration and carbon-intensive projects without environmental assessment. So why the double standard, and what do you say to Canadians who feel that you're blocking their prosperity?
There were three issues that have been raised since I've been into this election. First one is having reversed the 9B line of Enbridge, which had been reversed a few years sooner without any evaluation or anything. Second one is a project in Baie des Chaleurs, which already had been submitted to an evaluation, an environmental evaluation. And the other one was to have an environmental, I will come to that, evaluation after the exploration. This is all a build-up made by the previously environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault from the Parti Libéral, which the Prime Minister did not even know about when he attacked me with it. My record is also having signed the carbon market with California, which is still considered the best way to tackle the gas emission. I
feel like even our media is starting to be like, about it.
Around, I wouldn't say the world,
All right,
at
Mr.
least North
Blanchet,
America.
That is time. Mercedes, your next question.
Mr. O'Toole, you're next. Under your plan, Canada would abandon its current climate target. Instead, you would settle for a weaker one. In fact, it's one set 6 years ago by Stephen Harper. World leaders are meeting this fall to ratchet up their commitments on climate change on the global stage, yet you would walk ours back. You've said that climate change is real and you've endorsed carbon pricing, but your target is the lowest of all of the major parties who are here tonight. Why should Canadians settle for your plan and a plan that would take our targets back in time?
Because Canadians deserve to have a plan and leadership to make the targets. Mr. Trudeau went to Paris. The targets I'm talking about making are the ones he signed on to, and then for 6 years did not make them. He likes to blame everyone else but himself for action. So what we did, because as I said, Mercedes, we have to build trust on this issue, we went out and worked with the top consultancy in the country to come up with a plan to price carbon, to get our emissions down to meet Paris, but to also get people back to work. After COVID-19, with $500 billion worth of debt put on by Mr. Trudeau, with a cost of living crisis, we also need to have a strong economy to get our emissions down. We will make our emission targets, and I think it's important for Canada to have a plan to meet what it signs on to internationally.
And that's a good talking point, man. People are going to respond to that.
Of the Green Party, obviously environment a big focus in your plan, calls for a 60% reduction in Canada's emissions by the year 2030. Other countries that are making that commitment don't face the same challenges that we do here in Canada. We live in a cold, northern, sprawling country, and our economy still relies on resource extraction, much of which you've said you would shut down completely in your platform. How would you offset the economic harm that would result from meeting such an aggressive target?
Here's her chance to bring up a basic income.
Thanks for the question. And first, let me say that when I think about our future and I think about the future of energy, Canada will remain an energy superpower, but we will be a renewable energy superpower. And I think about my brother who was a roughneck out on the oil patch until the bust. During the pandemic, and I think about his future, and I know that we have got to diversify our economy. But I tell the people of Canada today that what happens next is really up to you. We can keep moving towards a mirage, and that is what these promises are, a mirage that's just out there in the distance that we never arrive at. Or you can send people back to Ottawa from every single party who are committed to working together across party lines on the greatest existential challenge of our time and seizing the opportunity of a truly green recovery.
Mr. Singh, you accuse the Trudeau government of being all talk and no action when it comes to climate change, and yet you won't even give Canadians a straight answer on whether or not you would cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. You've had years as NDP leader to develop a climate plan. Your platform has lots of big ideas and big targets, but almost no details on how you would get there. Don't you owe Canadians a clear answer on your climate roadmap, and will you provide one tonight?
Absolutely, and I'm honored to do so. We've got a bold plan that's going to take a lot of courage, that requires lots of investment, because we know how serious this crisis is. And we know what we're up against. Unlike Mr. Trudeau, we're not going to blame previous governments. We know that in power, we have the power to make a change. And if we vote for the same things, we're going to get the same results. So I want Canadians to know you have a choice. We are committed to ending.
What is your plan, sir?
We'll lay some of it out. One of it is to end fossil fuel subsidies, use that to invest in clean energy. We would make sure we prioritize investing in electrified transportation. We would invest in retrofitting homes and buildings to reduce our emissions. There is so much that we can do. We are confident we can do it. But there is a cost if we continue down the same path of conservative or liberals who don't take this seriously. You have a choice.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
looked good.
Now it is time for open debate. Mercedes is going to keep you leaders on theme. I'm going to keep you on time and make sure everyone has a chance to be heard.
Ban fossil
Ms.
fuels.
Paul, we're starting with
the
you.
fossil fuel
Back to
subsidy
you, Mercedes.
point. He keeps bringing it
Thank
up.
you. Canadians want their government to fight climate change, but they also worry about the cost for their families. And we know there will be a cost to this. Why should Canadians trust your party to see us through this?
There is a global green rush going on now to create the competitive green economy of the future. What the Greens don't want to see is Canada being left behind, because that is exactly what's happening. You know, I'm sure that the last candle maker was the person that had the market cornered on candle making. But if everyone has moved on to LED lights, then you're in trouble. And so what we want to see is us seizing this opportunity. And Mercedes, to your earlier question, if Denmark and Greenland, other cold countries, can end oil exploration, then certainly we can do it. And if 27 countries in the European Union can come together collaboratively to have an ambitious plan for the climate, then surely with leadership, we can do the same here in Canada. I know Canada can do anything that any other country can do.
Absolutely. I think we absolutely can. If any type of energy is removed from the global market, Canadian energy, it's replaced by a bad actor country that doesn't have carbon reduction programs, that doesn't have human rights, that doesn't have engagement with Indigenous communities. Indigenous partnerships in natural resources is huge. So you said the cost. There are tens of thousands of jobs that deserve an economic recovery just as much as anyone else. There are Indigenous partnerships, economic reconciliation, and a move towards a made in Canada net zero by 2050. So let's be leaders in getting carbon emissions down and being world leaders on how we have natural resources, whether it's energy, timber, rare earth minerals for EVs. We can be world leaders again. Let's talk about the cost. The cost of inaction is an entire town of Lytton being wiped out by a climate forest fire. The cost of inaction is forest fires and flooding and heat waves that mean Canadians lose their lives. The cost of not acting means a young woman I met in Hamilton who looked me in the eyes and said, what's the point of me pursuing my education? What's the point of me finding a partner or even starting a family when I don't know what type of future I'll live in, let alone my child? That's the cost of inaction. That's the cost of Mr. Trudeau, who had 6 years to do something about this.
Again,
it's not 2 years. It's not a small mandate. 6 years, and he failed you, and it cost all of us.
Mr. Trudeau.
When we talk about a climate crisis, we have to deal in facts. And one of the facts I need to correct right now that everyone is laid into is we have not missed any of our targets. We are on track to exceeding our targets. And it's important that we are on facts. Secondly, I do have a question for Mr. Singh. We need to talk about science. We need to talk about experts. We agree on that, you and I both. So how is it that the experts that have rated our plan on climate to be an A have rated your plan to be an F?
Experts.
I rate your track record an F, Mr. Trudeau. You've had 6 years.
You don't get to rate.
I rate.
Well, politicians, experts. Why did the experts give you an F on your climate plan?
Let's talk about right now. Let me respond to this. Let's talk. You're talking about the future. Let's talk about right now. You had 6 years, and you've got the. Let me finish. Let me finish. You got the worst track record in all the G7 after 6 years. How can people trust you?
Why didn't you put forward an ambitious
plan? Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, then Ms. Paul, then Ms.
I don't accept that. First of all, I don't accept that.
Hold on, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh. Thank you very much, Mr. Trudeau.
You get heated about these things.
He cannot explain why his his plan is being panned by experts. Now, every politician up here says, we have the best plan. We actually have a record. And what Mercedes' question was, how do we make sure it's affordable? We brought in a price on pollution across the country that puts more money back in the pockets in the provinces where it had to be imposed because Conservative politicians fought against it every step of the way.
Ms. Paul, with the greatest of respect, I think the 5 PhDs in our shadow cabinet who put together our green recovery policy would disagree with you, with the experts. But I do want to say more generally that, again, this is getting us nowhere. We have got to be able to come together across party lines, not only to face the existential crisis that Mr. Singh described, but also to seize the greatest economic opportunity that Canada has seen within our lifetimes. We are being left behind. And if the United States can do it, if the European Union can do it, I know that we can do it. It's about a change in the culture.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Blanchette, did you want to get in?
The clock shows that I'm quite behind everybody else, and I have 12 seconds left.
Take some
I will
time,
disagree
sir.
with the basic statement. There's possibility to create more wealth to absorb the cost of the changes that we need. We must stop opposing environment and creating wealth. It may go together well. This is the change that we have to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mercedes.
I think you're right on the money.
And now, leaders, we are moving on to our
make
next
it more
theme,
real.
reconciliation.
Put it more in the real. Get out of the theory. Get more into people's actual experiences.
Now we are going to our first-time voter, Merrick McLeod in Sault Ste. Marie. He's got a question to all the leaders. Merrick, you're 18 years old. You're a first-time voter. What is your question to the leaders? Go ahead, Merrick. The leaders are listening.
Ani Bojo. In the Ojibwe culture, trust and respect is key to any relationship. Oh, shoot.
You got it, Merrick. Keep going.
How can I trust and respect the federal government after 150 plus years of lies and abuse to my people? And as Prime Minister, what will you do to rebuild the trust between First Nations and the federal government?
Thank you, Merrick. Leaders, you've heard the question.
I hope
How do
this
you
isn't a big
respond to
wank,
Merrick?
man.
Mr.
I
Trudeau,
hope this
you
reconciliation
start this
moment
round.
isn't a big fucking wank.
Thank you, Merrick, for your question. You're absolutely right. Over the past 150 years, Canada has failed in its relationship with Indigenous peoples. People who we should be working with in shared stewardship of the land, working with in partnership as we draw from the bounty and the beauty of this land to build a better future for all. That is why over the past 6 years, we have stepped up on the path of reconciliation. We have ended boil water advisories in 109 different communities. We have made sure that tens of thousands of young people get to go to school in better classrooms. We continue to move forward on fighting fighting for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and ensuring a true partnership as we move forward in respect.
Yeah.
Mr. Blanchette?
A wank, right?
Your question is quite moving. I would say that no one is entitled to tell any nation what to do or what to think, and that every nation has to be recognized as such. Either it is a nation of 300 people, like there is in Quebec, or an 8 million people nation like Quebec is. It calls for a relationship between equals. It calls for a relationship in which nobody tells the other party that they are stronger, bigger, richer, and therefore you will do as you are told, even if we say it politely. And first, you provide clean water to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul.
Yes, and thank you so much for the question, and I understand the anguish in it as well, because justice delayed is justice denied. And coming from a diaspora myself where we have been robbed of our culture, of our languages, of our history, I have no idea where my ancestors were born or where they're buried. I completely understand how important this is and how frustrating it is not to have seen the action. I am tired of being up on these stages without Indigenous leadership here to speak for itself. Jody Wilson-Raybould, Mumalak Kalak, I'm thinking of you right now. And when Ms. Kakak said that without action, that the Parliament would be hollow, she was right. So Indigenous sovereignty, self-determination, nation-to-nation engagement, that is my commitment.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. McLeod, thank you for the question. And the way you phrased it is so important. Reconciliation is about trust and respect and restoring it after a century and a half of a federal government failing. That's why, as opposition leader, my first question when I rose in the House of Commons was on a call to action on reconciliation with respect to Indigenous health. We need to build partnerships. We need to restore trust. And that trust is eroded when you make commitments on safe drinking water on reserve, when you make commitments on the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report and have no plan to fulfill them. So I want to build partnerships and have Indigenous leaders have governance over the federal government finally delivering on our commitment to Indigenous peoples.
I tell you guys, O'Toole looks good here, man. He looks
Thank you
good.
very much, Merrick. Thank you for your question. How to restore trust. How do you restore trust when Indigenous communities suffer injustice and it continues in an unbroken line to this very day? How do you restore trust when you've got a prime minister that takes a knee one day and then takes Indigenous kids to court the next? And how do you restore trust in a country as wealthy as ours, a G7 nation in the 21st century that still does not provide clean drinking water to every single Indigenous nation? It starts by actually walking the path of reconciliation, not with the empty words, but real action, clean water, nation to nation, and respect.
Singh
Okay,
looks
thank
good
you,
too,
Mr.
though.
Singh. Merrick,
Singh
did
looks
the
good
leaders
too.
answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Miigwech.
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 Messieurs Blanchet and O'Toole, it is your turn to debate now. You've promised more money to search for unmarked graves, but so much more needs to be done to achieve meaningful reconciliation. Mr. Blanchet, you begin. Tell me, how are you better positioned than Mr. O'Toole to restore justice?
I am not better positioned than Mr. O'Toole because I believe that this is a relationship between nations. And, you know, your presence a nation, I feel I represent another one, and we are discussing with a lot of other nations. But I will remind everybody that on the last day of the last session, we had a motion adopted unanimously by the Parliament, and this motion was precisely saying what we had been told to carry by the First Nation leaders, and we had it adopted. This might be the way to do it. Many times the Bloc Québécois said, even if we don't agree with everything, that we would share our seats and our voices in the Parliament with the First Nations in order to have them being heard by the whole
just
country.
Sounds like caramel being
After the
spread on
tragic
like a
finding
sugar
of graves in
cracker,
Kamloops,
right? Like, I
Cowessess,
just
and
listen to
other
this guy.
former residential school sites, we offered to work in a bipartisan fashion on calls to action 71 to 76. Those are related to former residential school sites. And we need to act faster. I know Mr. Trudeau cares a great deal about reconciliation. I know we all do. But this is an issue where we have to act. We can no longer say that we recognize the calls to action. We need a plan to achieve them. And what I'm proposing is a plan that builds partnerships, that builds governance, that has Indigenous leaders, incredible ones like Jody Wilson-Raybould, to allow us to actually hold ourselves to account. All parties, all future governments. This is the biggest scar in the history of Canada. And we have to tackle it not just with good intentions, but with a good plan to deliver for all Indigenous people.
Mr. Blanchet,
I must
briefly.
say that the Prime Minister has nominated Gouverneur Général, I don't know how to translate that, who speaks Inuktitut, which is great, but does not speak French. Still, he does not agree with the idea of acknowledging, recognizing First Nation languages as official languages in his country.
All right, we will leave that segment there. Ms. Paul, Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, you're up. Tell me, what is your plan to end the ongoing disproportionate violence against Indigenous women and girls? Ms. Paul.
The first thing is to make space for Indigenous leadership because, we have done all these things and made all these promises. We know what needs to be done. The recommendations are there in the calls for justice and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls report, and yet we still don't have the action. And so, as I said before, it should be Jody up here answering that question. It should be Mumala Kakak up here answering that question. We need to make the space for Indigenous leadership to guide this process, and above all, we need to make this a priority. All that is left now is political will.
But that is exactly what we have been doing, Ms. Paul. When we called the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls after years of governments avoiding doing that, we ensured that we brought the truth forward. And then we worked with Indigenous leaders groups, Indigenous women's groups to co-develop the action plan that we are now fully funding so we can get justice for the victims, healing for the families, and put an end to this ongoing national tragedy. It will take a lot of work by all of us, but we are walking this road in partnership because we know it needs to be done and there is much more to do.
But Mr. Trudeau, sadly, and this, I don't take any pleasure in this, the calls to justice are out there and you haven't acted on them. And I meant it when I said you can't take a knee one day if you're going to take Indigenous kids to court the next. That's not leadership.
Mr. Singh,
that's
you
not going to
love
make
that
things better.
line about taking Indigenous kids to court. It's actually not true. We have committed to compensating those kids who went through that.
Listen,
and what's more than that, this is important, Mr.
No,
Singh.
you can't say you're not taking them to court when you're taking them to court.
When you talk
there
about
are kids out there that are being fought by you in court.
Leaders, I would actually remind you the question is about violence against Indigenous women and girls. Let me recenter you on that.
I appreciate it because he can't continue to say that. That doesn't make any sense.
And Ms. Curl, I will say again, I said this last night in the French debate, this is why we need more diversity in politics. This is why we need people to be who are most directly impacted by issues to be able to speak for themselves, because we are drifting off into things. We have only dedicated 2 minutes to talking about how we are going to bring true justice to Indigenous women in this country. If we could stick to the topic.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Curl, on this topic, and it was brought up in the earlier one, and we talked about Indigenous women. I want to talk about those kids buried in unmarked graves across the country, because it was a tragedy for all Canadians, one long known by Indigenous peoples. But when I went to Cowessess to speak with Chief Casmus Delorme, we not only grieved those kids, we signed an agreement, a landmark agreement, to keep kids at risk in their communities, to take them out of the provincial system. That is how we move forward. It took years to sign that agreement, but we got it, and we are empowering Indigenous communities to care for their own kids. Mr. Trudeau,
we're out of time. Mr. Singh, I'm going to give you a very brief moment to respond. Briefly, we're over time.
We need to implement all the calls to justice. We need to listen to Indigenous women and girls. We need to make sure that they're safe, and we have the steps they've laid out that we need to follow.
All right, thank you very much, leaders. Now I'm really pleased to welcome Melissa Ridgen of APTN News. Melissa's going to be asking you each a direct question on our theme of reconciliation. Your first question, hi Melissa, is to Mr. Blanchette. Over to you.
Tanshe, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here with you to ask some questions for our APTN audience. Mr. Blanchette, I'm going to start with you. Numerous government reports, including in Quebec, have sounded the alarm that systemic racism exists, from Joyce Echaquan dying as she's taunted by hospital staff, to policing, the justice system. What will you do as Black leader to address systemic racism in your own province, in Quebec, and also elsewhere in Canada?
First, never underestimate the weight, the sadness of those dramas. Second, I acknowledge and I recognize the existence of systemic racism in June 2020. And then, what happened? It became a political tool against Quebec. It became a tool to say Quebec is this and that and racist and xenophobic and all of that, instead of opening a discussion, trying to find solution, consulting experts, discussing with the First Nations themselves. It became this white society against this other one, white society. We build nothing, so the words became toxic. I'm absolutely open to the idea of discussing all of that on a quiet stage without this being aggressive as this debate has become.
All right, Mr. Blanchette, we have to move on. Your next question, Melissa.
This question's for you, Ms. Paul. Canada has more children in government custody right now than at the height of residential schools. New legislation, child welfare legislation, actually takes the onus on and puts it on the First Nations communities to bring their kids back, cleaning up the mess that Canada has created, essentially. And those children are going to have to be brought back to all of those same problems that still exist that were the grounds for apprehension. What would you do in the House of Commons to make sure that poverty and trauma issues are addressed?
Thank you very much for that question. And absolutely, we mentioned that not that long ago in one of our statements that the residential school system had been replaced by children in care, and that this was just perpetuating the legacy of trauma. It really comes back to what I said before, which is that the Indigenous leadership is there. It is ready to guide all of these processes. We have all of the recommendations we need. What we are missing is political will. What we are missing is those who have been in power for a very long time, making space for new voices and diverse voices. I actually had to pull my jaw up, which just dropped, when I heard what Mr. Blanchette said. I invited Mr. Blanchette to get educated about systemic discrimination. I extend that invitation again. I would be happy to educate him.
It's nice to want to educate me.
This is my time, sir.
It is.
So nice time to insult people.
That was not an insult. It was an invitation to educate yourself.
This is Leader Direct Questions.
There
Melissa,
should be
Mr.
decency in
Blanchette.
this debate. Since I'm many minutes behind everybody else, there should be some
Mr.
decency
Blanchette,
in
you
the
have had
debate.
every opportunity to
It's
jump
your
in an open
responsibility,
debate.
not mine, but some things
And
cannot
I am
be said.
fulfilling my responsibility, sir. Melissa, we're going to keep moving on. It's my turn. It is your turn.
Thank
These
you.
questions are tough.
Mr. Trudeau, this is for you. You know, your Liberal government has turned Indian affairs into two separate, massive bureaucracies that eat up large portions of funding that will never see it on to reserve. It doesn't leave the bureaucracy. You've promised clean drinking water, but billions of dollars later, that's not happened. Many still do not have clean drinking water. Canadians and Indigenous people are losing patience with the lack of results from all of this spending. So I guess the question is, why would they believe you a third term that they would get results and you would be accountable for all that spending?
One of the enemies of progressive politics, Melissa, is cynicism. Is discounting the hard work that millions of people have been involved in over the past years. And yes, there's always more to do. Progressives always know there's more to do. But when we came into office, there were 105 long-term boil water advisories. We lifted 109 of them, and for each of the ones that are remaining, we have a project lead, a project team, and an action plan, and we're going to lift those all. There are tens of thousands of kids across this country, Indigenous kids, who've started the school year in new schools or refurbished schools. We have moved forward on settling more agreements and more land claims and more partnerships than any other government over the years. We continue to work in partnership and respect and invest more money in Indigenous communities than any previous government. And no, we're not done yet.
I think the money, I don't think anybody's questioning the money spent. I think that they're questioning the results for the money that's spent. My next question is to you, Mr. Singh. Federal forces, including the RCMP and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, have been used throughout Canada's history to prevent First Nations from exercising their treaty rights to fish and to hunt and to defend land and water. This is happening right now on both coasts, including under the NDP party in British Columbia with regards to fishing and logging. So my question would be to you, as Prime Minister, what would you do to ensure Indigenous rights and title are finally respected in this country?
I really appreciate the question. First of all, we need to respect Indigenous treaty land and rights. That's a fundamental step towards walking the path of reconciliation in a real meaningful way. But you mentioned the RCMP, and I got to talk about the really sad reality that there's been violence, heavy-handed violence, against Indigenous communities, against peaceful protesters, and I have long called for reform of policing. When I was in the provincial level, I fought against carting. I've continued to use every platform I have to say we've got to stop the use of force, we've got to overview it, we've got to change the RCMP's mandate, and that's something we can do at the federal level. That's something that Mr. Trudeau said he would do and yet has yet to do, and it's something I'm committed to making sure happens.
Mr. O'Toole, next question is for you. You voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that would share decision-making power with Indigenous people over what happens on their land. And you also want to criminalize Indigenous dissent that's expressed through blockades or protests. So the question is, if you were Prime Minister, how could Canada build a respectful nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people?
Thank you, Ms. Ridgen. And this goes very similar to Mr. McLeod's question on trust and respect. I want to build those partnerships. And that's why our only concern with the United Nations Declaration was how free and prior informed consent was defined so that it didn't stop partnerships from being formed. I'm really glad to say one of the early leaders behind the UN Declaration, Chief Willie Littlechild, has agreed to serve as a special counsel to me on the implementation of that to make sure that there are partnerships and opportunities. What I want to do as Prime Minister is build that type of nation-to-nation dialogue and partnership so that the next generation has intergenerational wealth and opportunity transfer, not trauma. And building that trust will be core to me. It's why, as I said, my first question was on reconciliation. We have to make progress.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Now we move on to open debate. A reminder that Melissa will be here to keep the leaders on theme. I will be here to do my best to keep you on time. And all of you have an opportunity to jump in after Mr. Trudeau begins with a question from Melissa.
Okay, I think if there's one thing that Canadians and Indigenous people can all agree upon, it is that this Indian Act system is not working for anybody. How would you dismantle this broken top-down system, and what would you replace it with that would ensure that Canada still is living up to its constitutional obligations to Indigenous people?
First of all, we are looking forward to dismantling the Indian Act. It is a commitment of ours, but it is not something that Ottawa gets to decide. And what replaces the Indian Act will vary from community to community as we live up to our obligations. And that's why over the years, as we've moved towards self-government, we have accompanied communities, some who want to start with health, some who want to start with education, some who want to start with economic development. Every community, every nation across this country gets to help define what its path is forward. We will be there to listen, to partner, to build a better future every step of the way.
The way to go forward is to listen to leaders. And Mr. Trudeau ignored one that he had in his own cabinet, in Jody Wilson-Raybould. That was a huge lost opportunity. We've been speaking to people with how we can accelerate treaty resolution. There are some treaty negotiations, Ms. Ridgen, that have been going on, as you probably know, for decades. We need to solve it, and we need to work with Indigenous leaders. There's incredible Indigenous leaders in nonprofits, in the private sector, in industry, in academia. We need to use that governance capacity to finalize treaties and build partnerships. Absolutely. Because the best way forward is success for Indigenous peoples alongside their neighbors, alongside
Mr. Singh and then Mr. Trudeau. I'm coming to you, Mr. Trudeau.
I'll just jump in on this one point. I think absolutely the solution has to be Indigenous-led. And I think that's the starting point. And for a long time, we've seen that there's been a top-down approach that has to change. It has to be Indigenous people at the table. But I want to talk about the impacts, so just we understand how severe this is, how the Indian Act is creating injustice and perpetuating injustice. I spoke to B, who's a young woman, a young girl who lives in Niskandiga. And she told me in her own voice, she said, I'm a 12-year-old girl and I'm fighting for clean drinking water. How does that make any sense? Those words haunt me to this day. I think about what 12-year-olds do, and they certainly aren't fighting for clean drinking water. That is a legacy. That is the impact of the Indian Act.
I want to go back to what Mr. O'Toole has been saying, because he's very able at saying all the right things, but there are countless examples of him actually not living up to his words. We've seen him on a number of times during this campaign, but on Indigenous issues specifically, he says we need to listen to Indigenous peoples. Well, he proposed that he would raise the flags that are at half-mast for the kids in unmarked graves in residential schools. And he didn't talk to or listen to any Indigenous leaders when he made that decision. And that's something that is important and symbolic, but wouldn't cost a cent. How do we believe that he would be able to actually make the investment necessary?
Hold on. I'm going to give Ms. Paul and Mr. Blanchet a chance to jump in. We haven't heard from them yet. Time permitting, I'll come back to you, Mr. O'Toole.
And I really, again, want to
I asked Mr. Trudeau to move immediately.
Hold on, Ms. Paul.
I really just want to try to re-center our conversation on Indigenous peoples and what we are going to do to fulfill the many unfulfilled promises and commitments that have been made. And I would say, perhaps to pick up on what has been said, that it seems all too often that reconciliation is treated like a buffet. You can opt in for this, pick this plate, but not the other one. And that applies to what we've seen with Mr. Trudeau and the Liberals. You can't, on the one hand, say reconciliation and then go and not allow Mi'kmaq fishers to be able to have a decent, moderate living for all of these years. You can't call reconciliation and then take Indigenous peoples to court. But Mr. Singh, you also can't say reconciliation and then support the NDP government in putting pipelines through Indigenous territories, or support Line 5 after the Anishinaabe made it very clear that they did not support that project.
Ms. Paul, I'm going to allow Mr. Blanchette to get in. He's been signaling he wants to.
Yes.
I will come back to the two of you. Mr. Blanchette.
First Nations and Quebec have something in common. They are binded by a document they never signed. And any relationship between nations should be dealt with freely signed treaties or agreements or something. The Indian Act has to be replaced one nation at a time, if need be, by and with freely signed treaties and agreement. There's no other way. And if I may come back a few seconds on something else. Quebec wants religion out of the state affairs because religion never protected equality for women and never will.
We are over time. I'm going to give you both a chance to briefly respond. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh. Briefly, please.
I am proud of this country, and I think if you love your country, you can dig deep to make it better. So as Prime Minister on the National Day of Reconciliation on September 30th, I will raise the flag with a commitment to move forward on calls to action. Mr. Trudeau promises things, doesn't deliver, and then when people protested him, he mocked them. That is not reconciliation. So you can be proud of your country as you strive for it to get better.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Singh, briefly.
I think that Mr. Trudeau may care. I think he cares. But the reality is that he's often done a lot of things for show and hasn't backed those up with real action. And the harm is that Indigenous people continue to suffer. And that's what I want to stop. I want to stop the suffering and lift up Indigenous people by being allies.
5 seconds, Mr. Trudeau, then we got to go. Mr. Trudeau, 5 seconds.
Unfortunately, the cynicism that Mr. Singh is showing on saying we did nothing is harming reconciliation and the path we're moving forward. We have lots more to do, and we are doing it.
All right, leaders, thank you. Thank you, Melissa. And now it is time for our fourth theme for the night, affordability.
Trudeau's looking disingenuous. Right? Trudeau's looking disingenuous. I think that if
it's time now to bring in Janet Falla. She is a senior working part-time in Burlington, Ontario. Good evening, Janet.
So affordability. Watch them completely invisibilize homelessness. Watch them completely invisibilize poverty.
My question is this: at my age, I never imagined that I would have to keep on working, but I have to afford to live where I do.
Never mind.
So I'd like to know, when they become Prime Minister, what will they do to help us seniors survive?
Wow.
Thank you, Janet. Leaders, you've heard Janet's question. We're starting with you, Mr. Blanchette.
Merci, Madame. For many months now, the Bloc Québécois has demanded for the government to increase the amount of money being provided on a monthly basis to our elders. It's nowhere in the Conservatives' program. And in the Liberals' program, it starts at 75, nothing below 75 for this pension. I'm not sure about the word in English. It has to be done. Those people are those who suffered the most from the pandemic. Their power to buy things was reduced. The fact that they were alone more than never before was made worse. And the stress, the anxiety they lived with is terrible. We want something to be done, and it has to start with a monthly check, seriously increased.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Valla, for the question. This is a crisis facing our country, affordability, and it's hitting our seniors the hardest. That's why in Canada's recovery plan, our plan to give you a break, we're going to double the Canada Workers' Benefit. There are many seniors like you having to work to keep up with the cost of living. We're going to double that for you to give you a break. We're going to get bills down for internet, for cellular phone. We're going to get grocery bills down. That is our plan and our commitment. And in December, we're going to give you a break with the GST holiday and help bricks and mortar stores in the process. Mr. Trudeau is borrowing every day $424 million, and he's causing an inflation crisis. We have to secure our future, and that's our commitment to you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Fallish, thank you so much for your question. We know that seniors have been deeply affected by this pandemic, the isolation, the extra costs, which is why we stepped up with a one-time support so you could help get through this pandemic. But we need longer-term supports. One of the first things we did was increase the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors when we first got elected. We're doing that again in our proposal in this election. We're also moving forward with increasing the OAS for all seniors over 75 because we recognize that the costs continue to increase as you get older and continue to want to live at home. We're giving you more supports so you can stay at home safely and make those renovations importantly. We will continue to have your backs as we have through this pandemic and into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Singh.
I want to thank you so much for your question. And one of the things that you mentioned is that you didn't think you would have to keep on working. And I don't think our seniors should have to work. If seniors want to contribute by working, that's absolutely their right. But you shouldn't have had to work. And in a country as rich as ours, we should make sure our seniors are able to retire with dignity, that you've got the supports necessary to live a life of dignity. So what we're proposing to do is put in place a guaranteed income for seniors so they can live with dignity and not have to worry about paying the bills. That's a starting point. What we've seen so far is that Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole both are going to either cut the help that you receive or put the burden back on people like you. We believe that the ultra-rich should pay their fair share for once and invest in you, invest in families, invest in people.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Ms. Paul.
Thank you very much for the question. And as someone who comes from a family where my grandma and grandfather had to work until actually they were kicked out of working because they needed to keep working to afford the basics, I completely understand what you're saying. And this is an opportunity for us to learn the lessons from this pandemic and to really get to the heart of things and to stop talking about the symptoms, but get to the root causes. We need to have, absolutely, and it's so wonderful to see the consensus building around a guaranteed livable income so that whatever your circumstances, you can live with dignity. We need universal long-term care. That's a huge expense. It was for my family. And we need more affordable housing. Let's get to the root causes.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh and Mr. Blanchet, you will both square off now. You both talk about affordable housing, but we know that affordability means different things to different people depending on where in the country they live. So when you talk about affordable housing, who are you really talking about? Per the draw, Mr. Singh, you begin. Mr. Blanchet, you may jump in anytime.
We're talking about people who are spending right now more than half their income on housing. That's not affordable. People should not be spending so much on housing that they have no money left to pay for their groceries, to pay for their bills. And the sad reality is, since 2015 to now, the average cost of housing nationally has gone up to buy a home by $300,000. So far, the housing crisis has gotten worse over the past 6 years. We want to invest in housing. We want to invest to make it easier to buy your first home and to invest to make sure there's available, affordable rental homes.
Let Mr. Blanchet respond.
Could anyone tell me how to translate logement social?
Social housing.
Social housing might be a solution to another problem. People are paying, at least in Quebec, people are paying far too much for houses because the prices have increased tremendously.
Look at this guy.
The idea is to reduce the speed of that increase while helping people who cannot even afford decent lodging. If we build more social lodging, which price are obviously very lower, much lower, then it will lessen the pressure on those houses who become more and more expensive. And it will help reduce this. I wouldn't speak about an inflation crisis, but I would speak about an inflation worry, which we must have at present times. So I believe one thing might be part of the solution for the other thing when we speak about
All right, Mr. Blanchet, that's time. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, that's time. You speak
Blanchet,
about inflation, Mr. Blanchet, and that brings us to our next topic. So, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, and Ms. Paul, you're up. Inflation is at its highest level in a decade, and it is squeezing Canadians on staples such as groceries, gas, rent. What's your message to Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet? Per the draw, you begin, Mr. O'Toole.
Well, unlike Mr. Trudeau, I will care about monetary policy because we need to keep inflation low. There is a crisis hitting families, and Mr. Trudeau seems completely oblivious to that. Bills are going up. There's a housing crisis, as we talked about, and he's making it worse with, as I said, almost $500 million of borrowing per day. There's real risks on the horizon. So we have a plan to get people work, get their bills down, give them a break. Canadians deserve a break and balance the budget over the course of the next decade. That's exactly what we need to fight against Mr. Trudeau's inflation.
Try not to
give families a break.
Anyone.
Ms. Paul.
Try not to interrupt anyone. You know, it's just an excellent question. And if you come to my neighborhood of Toronto Centre, you will see those people living in inadequate housing. You will see people paying more than half of their income just for things like childcare. And, you know, there's this expression in my culture where you talk about soon come. It's the things that you delay to tomorrow and tomorrow that should have been done today. This is soon come. Soon come is now. We have got to learn the lessons of the pandemic and make sure that we have a social safety net in place that lets everyone live with dignity. When we invest in our people, we are investing in our future, and this is the time for us to do that. It costs us not to do it.
Over the past year and a half, I made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have your backs. And that's what we did. During this pandemic, we were there to support people. But at the same time, we need to continue that. That's why we've put forward a $10 a day childcare proposal that will save the average family in Toronto close to $10,000 more than Mr. O'Toole's approach on childcare, which he would cancel. We also put forward a national housing plan that will invest $4 billion to work with municipalities to create 1.4 million homes. Mr. O'Toole's
let him respond, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr.
Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond.
Sorry, let me just finish this.
Mr.
O'Toole's plan on housing gives $500 million on breaks to the wealthiest landlords and nothing for building new houses.
The housing crisis has gotten worse under Mr. Trudeau, and months ago he fought against us trying to take foreign non-resident money out of our housing market. We've got a plan to get rental housing built. We've got a plan to get density, 1 million new homes in the next 3 years,
with no money
and to give
on that
first-time home buyers
not a cent
a break by a longer mortgage. And Mr. Trudeau, Canadians are worried you're going to be taxing their primary home sale. Your advisors have said it. Your candidates have said it. It's on page 14 of his policy book. He's introducing a new tax on the sale of homes.
Leaders, there will be more opportunity to speak about these issues. Thank you, because guess what? I'm bringing out Rosemary Barton of CBC News, and she's going to be asking you more direct questions and opening up more opportunities for debate on this theme of affordability. Hey, Rosie.
Hey, Shanti, thanks, and good to see everybody. Appreciate you being here. Let's try and get some answers this time, shall we? Ms. Paul, I'll start with you. One of the plans that you've laid out to tackle affordability is a guaranteed livable income. You mentioned it just moments ago. Give people a set amount of money to deal with their lives. There was an expert panel in British Columbia just recently that said that that is not the way forward, that actually is too complicated for the needs of our society, that the needs are too diverse. Why do you think this is still a policy worth pursuing?
Guaranteed livable income is a policy whose time has come. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic how many people were thrown immediately into financial crisis because our patchwork system simply isn't working. There is a growing consensus. The members of the Liberal Party voted for it at their convention. The members of the NDP party voted it at their convention. 50 senators signed a letter calling for it. The time has come to ensure that everyone has the support that they need to live in dignity in this country. The Parliamentary Budget Officer looked at guaranteed livable income. He examined the model in Ontario, and here's what he said. He said that it would lift half of the people who are in poverty now out of it, that it was affordable, and that it would not disincentivize work. This is the time for a guaranteed livable income. Let's do it together.
That's time. Thank you.
Nice.
Mr. O'Toole, childcare, as you know, is a huge expense for families. You would scrap the deals that the Liberals have made with provinces, which drops fees by 50% immediately and creates spaces, and eventually will reduce fees to $10. Instead, you're proposing a tax credit that would reimburse just some families $6,000 a year. So what does your plan do to create spaces and lower fees? Because as you know here, it's not just about affordability, but also about access.
It's about helping all families now, not in 5 years helping some. And our plan would help lower income families with up to 75% of the cost. Our plan will also help that nurse on shift schedules that has jobs in the evening, that needs flexibility. What we want to do is help all families get ahead and provide more support. But if the nurse can't find a spot,
Mr. O'Toole, what does she do? If the nurse can't find a spot, what does she do with her children?
This gives her as much flexibility as possible. If there's not one in her suburban community, there is no space in 5 years under Mr. Trudeau's program. We want to give families the tools to make the best decision for the position they're in now, to have ability to help them in their circumstances. Our plan will be immediate. It will help all Canadian families.
Mr. Singh, you're promising to tackle skyrocketing housing prices. One of the ways is with that 20% tax on the sale of homes to foreign buyers. 2/3 of Canadian families actually own a home already. If you're successful at cooling the housing market, that would mean that people who have invested their life savings in their homes may not have it anymore. They're relying on that for their retirement. So what is more important to you? Helping younger people get access to the market, or allowing older Canadians who rely on the value of their homes to live?
It's a really fair question. And when I spoke to people, I go door to door in my riding of Burnaby, people who've got beautiful homes. I ask them, what's the number one concern? They say housing. And I kind of look around at their house and say, well, you've got a home. They say, well, I'm not worried for myself. I've got a place, but I'm worried about my kids. And they're more concerned that their kids will never be able to find a home than their own circumstances, because they're okay. They are worried about their kids, and the reality is it is impossible for young people to even imagine buying a home, let alone renting a place that's in their budget. So we've got to get the big money out of housing. Young people, young families, professionals shouldn't have to compete.
So your answer is that it is more important for young people to get into the housing market rather than protect people who have equity in their home.
We can do both, and our plan is that everyone's telling us the number one concern they have for their kids is that they're not sure they're ever going to be able to own a home. We want to change that. It's gotten worse with Mr. Trudeau. We're going to fix it.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchette, nice to see you, sir. Seniors, as you were talking about off the top, they're really worried about the increased cost of living. You, as you said, have criticized the Liberals for increasing old age security only for those 75 and older. But statistics show time and again that older seniors are less likely to have employment income, and they actually have higher health expenses. So why should an increase in seniors go to all seniors instead of those who need it most?
First, let's say that this Prime Minister is supposed to be the champion who fights against all kinds of discrimination, and it did create himself two classes of elder seniors. What they want is for those between 65 and 75 to spend their private funds in the meantime.
No, but I've just given you the example about why. I've just given you the example about why the government may have done that, sir. It's because people who are 65 to 75.
Answer, please?
May I follow up, please? That those people generally stay employed and generally have fewer health costs.
She's got a bit of a whip on her, eh?
Those people have worked all their lives until 65 years old. They have paid for a pension that should be the same for everybody. And for some financial issues, the government creates two classes of seniors. It is unacceptable, and no calculation whatsoever should be so unethical.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. We are now moving to the open debate section.
I just have a question for Mr. Trudeau, I believe.
I'm very sorry.
If you don't mind. I don't think we should let him off the hook. I think we would all agree.
I got a little mixed up there.
You're making some of our arguments on the other ones.
Well, we'll make you uncomfortable now, sir.
There we go.
You said in 2019 that Canadians should never have to make and these are your words, impossible choice between paying for medications or putting food on the table. We have seen you, particularly in these recent months, willing to spend billions of dollars on programs that matter to your government. Daycare would be another example of that. Why is there no money in your platform or in your most recent budget for a national pharmacare program? Is it no longer a priority? And should you not just tell Canadians that, sir?
No, it continues to be a priority because, indeed, no one should have to choose between paying for groceries and medications. On health investments, we were all focused on COVID-19 and supporting the provinces and making sure that on that we were giving the support we needed so we could have Canadians' backs. But at the same time, we worked with a number of different jurisdictions, and we've actually signed with Prince Edward Island a national universal pharmacare.
You've signed one deal, sir, but there's nothing in your platform in terms of costing. I understand the pandemic kept you busy. What about going forward? Why wouldn't you put that in place?
Going forward, we are going to continue to, but we know that it's not something we did with Prince Edward Island. We're going to continue to do with others in respect of the provincial jurisdiction that is delivery of health care. We can't impose pharmacare on a province that doesn't want it, unlike the NDP proposes. We are going to work in partnership, as we have on so many things, to get it done like we did on childcare.
Okay, and now we're going to move to open debate. Starting back with you, Rosie.
Okay, and we start here, I believe, with Mr. Blanchette. That's correct. So, Mr. Blanchette, what is one policy change that you think would make the biggest difference to Canadians or Quebecers, in your case, in terms of their cost of living? The one change that you would like to see that would help them the most?
Cost of living, that's quite interesting because that's a worry that we have. We believe that the most important thing is changing the way we create wealth. We believe that transforming our own resources, natural resources, with our own clean energy in our regions of Quebec will create more wealth. This wealth will come from an environmental, I will get this word, environmental preoccupation as well. And we will do that, and we should be entitled to do that with our part of the money that is being sent again and again in oil and gas. There's one thing I want to add, even if it's not exactly, I don't know if there's time eventually.
Not really, but quickly.
I will take a few of those seconds.
Yes.
Will we have some seconds to speak about French-speaking communities and Acadians?
Well, not in this
debate?
section. This is about cost of living, sir.
And no, to you,
nowhere.
Mr. Singh.
It's nowhere. That's my problem. It's nowhere.
One of the things we know, the cost of living has gone up. The cost of medication is going up. The cost of being able to afford the medication that keeps you healthy. Mr. Trudeau, $0 in your fully costed budget means zero commitment to getting it done.
You don't have a fully costed
$0, but you've shown your evidence with your costed budget. You've shown Canadians clearly you've got no interest in doing something that you promised to do
in your
2 years ago.
Mr. Singh.
You promised to do it 2 years ago. You committed. You campaigned on it. You included it in your throne speech, and now you've completely abandoned it. How can people trust any promise you make when there's $0 in your plan?
Okay, brief response, then Ms. Paul, then I'm coming to you, Mr. O'Toole. Briefly, Mr.
$25 billion in our fully costed platform for health, for the priorities that Canadians have told us on. Better support for seniors in care, better support for mental health services across the country, particularly for young people, and access to a primary care doctor or team. That is what $25 billion over the next 4 years gives. Mr. O'Toole's money for health is backloaded to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, thank you, Ms. Paul.
I'm reminded what the question was. The question was what policy would have the biggest impact on people's cost of living?
Ms. Paul.
And I think that we have a perfect example of this again here, because the biggest thing that could make a difference in the cost of living for people is a change in the culture in Ottawa. It is so painful for me because I've had the experience of, again, having my grandparents work until they were 75 and living 600 and 800 square feet and wondering how we were going to feed ourselves some nights. I've had that experience, and I know that 1 day of delay is too much. So when I think that we could have been in Parliament now working to get people the help that they need.
What is the policy, Ms. Paul? These are anecdotes. What is the policy was the question.
It's not an anecdote. The thing that we need is a change in the culture.
I see you, Mr.
It's a change in the culture because there are several parties on this platform right now that agree on guaranteed livable income and universal pharmacare and childcare. But it's always soon come. It's always soon come.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. O'Toole, you've been waiting. I'm going to get you in.
Doubling the Canadian workers' benefit. That amounts to $1 per hour raise for working families. These are people working very hard, and I respect whether they get up to work a shift in a restaurant or work to open their small business. We're going to have your back. We're also going to get costs down. We're the only party with a recovery plan that includes all Canadians. And when it comes to cynicism that Mr. Trudeau talked about earlier, all of the commitments continue to be a priority. He's going to get to the calls to action. He's going to have transparency. He's going to make targets. He announces things and never delivers. Mr. Trudeau, a prime minister has to deliver on the words, not just fancy words to make promises, a plan to get there.
By the way, Mr. O'Toole, I won't take lessons from you on making promises and not following up. When we see you're beholden to the gun lobby, we're beholden to anti-vaxxers, you're beholden to
Remember, this is affordability, and Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, we're out of time now, sir.
I've been responding to people. Can I answer Rosie's question directly?
You have 5 seconds, sir.
We were able to lift 1 million people out of poverty and create 1 million jobs at the same time with the right kinds of investments over the past 5 years.
And Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, sir, I have to wrap you right there because it is now time for our next theme on COVID recovery. Rosie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, Annemie Paul's statement was pretty accurate, I thought, which is that the Liberals, the NDP, and the Greens all do
from
have
Saskatchewan, Ethan Herman is standing by in Saskatoon. He's an undecided voter, and he wants to hear from you about COVID recovery. Hey, Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, leaders. My question is this. Coming out of this pandemic, how will you, if elected as Prime Minister, going to unify and drive Canada forward with respect to healthcare, jobs in the economy, and ensuring a higher quality of life is achievable for all Canadians, regardless of race, color, creed, or sexual orientation?
All right, leaders, you've heard from Ethan. Mr. O'Toole, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. That is exactly why I launched Canada's recovery plan on the first day of the campaign. We're going to create 1 million jobs in 1 year. We're going to clean up the accountability mess in Ottawa. We're going to have national leadership on mental health. We're going to be more ready for a pandemic, and we're going to get our finances under control. I want to get people working. I want to give families a break. And since the moment I became Conservative leader, I've been reaching out, whatever your background, your faith, your color, your sexual orientation, whether you're Indigenous, whether you're a new Canadian, you're important to Canada's recovery, and you're important to the Conservative Party. And I'd ask you to look at Canada's recovery plan. After these 18 months as a country, we need a plan and a leader that will actually deliver.
Thank you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. And I swear I did not line up that question. He's not a ringer. But this really comes to the heart of the matter, which again is about changing the culture of politics in Ottawa. We have heard from outgoing MPs in the last Parliament how incredibly important that is, that the culture has become toxic, that has become hyper-partisan. And, you know, there used to be a time, I worked as an intern in a nonpartisan way in the Ontario legislature. You know, you would make a fuss and question period, and then you'd get to work across party lines and committees to find the solutions to help people in Canada. And so we need less partisanship. We need more diverse voices so that we can get the access to the best ideas in a more cooperative and collaborative way.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, thank you for your question. And your question touched on a number of things. Healthcare is something very near and dear to my heart. And we've seen in this pandemic that our healthcare system simply hasn't been there. And it's not because of the pandemic. A lot of these problems were there from before. So our commitment is to invest in our healthcare system, to defend it. Unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who believe in private long-term care delivery, we want to get out profit, get out the greed from the delivery of long-term care. We want to invest in pharmacare for all, not promise it in 2019 and then have $0 to commit towards it. We want to see everyone have access to medication. We want to include dental care into our healthcare system and mental health services. And to do all of that, we want to make sure that the billionaires start paying their fair share so we can invest in you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau.
You look good.
Ethan, I think the folks on this stage missed the very first part of your question, which is, you know, once we get out of this pandemic, and yes, we have plans for being even more ambitious on climate change and making sure people get good jobs, but we have to get out of this pandemic first. And that's why the unequivocal leadership that we've shown as a government on making sure that everyone gets vaccinated is what's going to get us through. We cannot rebuild the economy until we get through this pandemic. And unfortunately, Mr. O'Toole, who says he wants to get all of Canada vaccinated to 90% in the coming 2 months, can't even convince his own candidates to get vaccinated to 90%. We have to get through this. We are unequivocal that vaccinations are the way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchette.
I think Mr. Trudeau forgot the second part of your question, which is about health care. Let's be efficient. Healthcare is a jurisdiction of the provinces and Quebec. Those are the territories, the jurisdictions who should have the resources to do their job. The promises of the Conservatives is 3.5% of increase a year for the first 3 years, which is very far from what the provinces asked for. And what the provinces asked for is not even in the program of Mr. Trudeau. So it will be hard to be efficient if those who are responsible of healthcare do not have the resources which are owed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Thanks, Ethan, for your question. Have a good night. We're going to let you go. It is now time, Ms. Paul and Mr. Singh, to go face-to-face, starting with Ms. Paul.
Face-to-face.
And I want to talk about Canada's parallel pandemic, the opioid crisis. Since it has taken hold, more than 20,000 Canadians have died, often in the shadows. This is an insidious killer that is tearing families apart. To both of you, starting with Ms. Paul, does the political will exist to confront it?
We called many times during the last session of Parliament across party lines again for us to first recognize that this was a national health emergency and then to decriminalize simple possession because we know we need to end the stigma and create a national safe supply program. We asked every party to do it because 17 lives on average are being lost every day. We didn't hear anything from anyone. And it comes back to Mr. Herman's question about unity. Can we not unify on something like this where it's clear what we need to do? If we can't do that, then none of these other things are possible. And so that's what we have to try to do.
We definitely need to respond to this crisis with everything we have. We've long called for it to be declared a national public health emergency. And what we know is the approach that has been taken for decades simply doesn't work. The approach of arresting someone, putting them through the criminal justice system, putting them in jail does not make communities safer, and it doesn't help people. So we have been saying, and I believe very firmly, we need to provide healthcare responses to people that are dealing with addiction. We need to make sure we are doing everything we can to secure a safe supply. We need to look at the evidence and say really clearly, if there is any step we can take that'll save lives, we've got to take it.
Well, so there's a lot to do, but does the political will exist to do it?
That is exactly the question. Is there the political will?
There is,
will we
on
all,
behalf of the
there
Democrats.
doesn't seem to be, because we need a national safe supply program. We wanted it before Parliament dissolved, and here we are, and lives will be lost in my riding of Toronto Centre probably today because of it.
All right, Ms. Paul, I have to wrap you there. It's good to hear, Mr. Singh, that it is at least coming from you. Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Blanchette, Mr. O'Toole, this round to you. Starting with Mr. Trudeau. During the pandemic, Canadians watched in horror the suffering of their most vulnerable and frail loved ones in long-term care. What if tomorrow you had to place a family member in a long-term care facility? Would you do it? Beginning with you, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Blanchette, you may jump in.
Tomorrow is my mom's 73rd birthday, so that is certainly something we're reflecting on, but she's doing wonderfully right now. We won't have to make that decision right now. Don't worry, Mom. The reality is we've heard from seniors across this country who've been tremendously worried through this pandemic, and family members worried about that. We know that the conditions of work for the people who are in those long-term care homes are often dictating the conditions of care for seniors, which is why we propose to hire 50,000 new personal support workers, working with the provinces with the money for that. Also increasing the minimum salary to $25 an hour for people who care for our elders and most vulnerable. Because
so if you had to put mom
happens.
In long-term care, you would do it?
I would make sure that, yes, that they are people who are properly well cared and that there is enough of a proportionate.
Mr.
And that's where we will work with the provinces to deliver exactly that, because we put real money forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. O'Toole.
This is where we need partnerships for long-term care for the CHSLD in Quebec. We're going to have a $3 billion fund that the provinces can draw on for infrastructure upgrades to long-term care. That's in addition to our record, almost $60 billion commitment over 10 years to the public healthcare system, universal access with no conditions. We need to partner with the provinces, not create fights. And long-term care, learning from the gaps in the first part of this pandemic is something we need. And I have to address...
Would you put a loved one in long-term care?
Absolutely. I have a grandmother in one, and we've been in touch with her. But I have to touch on what Mr. Trudeau said about the recovery. We have to get through the pandemic first. Why did you not have that approach to the election, Mr. Trudeau? We're in the fourth wave. Everything in the recovery relates to getting out of the pandemic first. Why didn't we work
together? I'm going to let Mr. Blanchet in.
You have had 4 minutes more than I did. So now I think it's enough. The debate is almost over. Some dads and some moms don't have to worry. They will have the money, of course. Some do. And in order to give them the care they need, the care they deserve, those responsible for those cares, provinces and Quebec, should have, without conditions, because it is their responsibility, their knowledge, their expertise, the resources required. When the Army came in Quebec, they wrote a report afterward. What did they say? They did not say Quebec is not good enough to take care of its seniors. They said they lacked resources. They lacked the money.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Leaders, we are starting to get out. We're running out of time. I am sorry, Mr. Trudeau. You've had the most time tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. Trudeau. We are now moving on to our final journalist of the night. I am welcoming Evan Solomon from CTV News. He's going to be putting questions to you on COVID recovery, starting with Mr. Singh. Hey, Evan.
Hi, Shachi, and hi, leaders. Good to see all of you. Mr. Singh, I'll start with you, sir. Your pandemic recovery plan is uncosted. You have no plan to balance the books, but you promised to pay for your expensive promises, new programs like universal dental care with taxing the super rich and taxing corporations. What specifically would you do to create the 1 million jobs you're promising and make sure Canada stays competitive?
We have the only credible plan that's not going to cut help to Canadians, that's not going to put the burden back on the same people that have struggled. We're the only ones on this debate table that can say clearly we would tax the billionaires, we would make sure companies like Amazon start paying their fair share so we can invest in those new jobs, so we can invest in people. Left to Mr. Trudeau or Mr. O'Toole, they are going to put the burden back on you. They've already started. Mr. Trudeau has already started by cutting the CRE, cutting help to people.
But what new programs, sir, specifically?
Well, I believe in making sure we invest in pharmacare, we invest in dental care, we invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. In doing this, we're going to lower the cost of living, help people save money, but also create jobs by investing in the future economy, the economy of the future.
All right. Mr. Trudeau, to you. Only 4 months ago, you released a budget that was billed as a pandemic recovery program, a plan that had $101 billion of new spending. Since then, COVID numbers are up, growth numbers are down. Now you got a new plan that adds $78 billion of new spending, essentially rendering your last budget out of date. How do Canadians trust that these new massive spending promises will not just keep growing in another few months? And what do you say to the next generation who say, how are we going to pay for this?
Well, first of all, I made a promise during this pandemic to have people's backs. Every time I came out of my house early on in the pandemic to talk directly to Canadians, I told them I'd be there for you. And that's exactly what we've done. And it wasn't just being there for people because we're nice, although of course we are. It was being there because that is the best way to ensure a strong recovery. Now, yes, our budget showed our ambition for this country, including with $10 a day childcare that Mr. O'Toole is planning on ripping up. But we also shows a responsible fiscal track. And even with our fully costed platform that is even more ambitious on the fight against climate change, on housing, on supports for people, the debt of our country as proportion of the GDP continues to decrease.
Yes or no? Is it important to have a plan to balance the budget because you don't have one? Yes or no?
It is important to stay fiscally responsible, and that's what we're doing. Our debt continues to decrease
as a share of our GDP. We got to move on.
Ms. Paul, to you now. You have not been clear if you support the need for vaccine passports or mandatory vaccines for federal workers or even mandatory vaccines for your own candidates. Given that the fourth wave is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated and threatening to overwhelm many healthcare systems, how do you justify not supporting the very measures that have proven to be most effective at increasing vaccination rates?
Evan, we just filmed a video today asking everyone to get vaccinated. We have been unequivocal in our support for vaccinations.
Mandatory vaccinations and vaccine passports.
Well, again, this is just this is again where policy gets put aside for partisan advantage, because everyone on this stage understands that everyone who can be vaccinated should be vaccinated. We need to encourage people to do it. Vaccine saves lives. And every single person on this stage has also said that, of course, there are going to be people who are not able to get vaccinated for certain reasons, and we have to reasonably accommodate them. We will always be guided by the science. We will never put partisan concerns ahead of public health.
Mr. O'Toole, you promise a $60 billion increase in healthcare transfers over the next 10 years, but according to the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer, it's actually only a transfer of $3.6 billion for the next 5 years, which is not much different than the status quo. But you also support private-public synergies, in your words. Can you specify here tonight exactly what kinds of private healthcare innovations you want to see more of? And if a province introduces more private health care, would you enforce the Canada Health Act by holding back any of your promised funding?
I 100% support our public and universal system. I've said it's paramount. And after COVID-19, we need to rebuild it. So we have the most substantive plan to do that. 6% increase per year, stable, predictable, without conditions funding to partner with our provinces. We will respect them running and putting priorities to get wait times down, to give more choice, for universal public access.
We will totally allow them to privatize.
That's what we need.
You think Doug Ford's not going to privatize?
We have a substantial commitment in mental health and treatment for addiction. There are going to be lingering aspects from this pandemic that we're going to do in addition.
But just
the provinces are in charge of their system. We will respect that. Public and universal elements need to be at the core of our system, and our investments will save it and give relief to front lines like our nurses, physicians. Mr. Trudeau doesn't hire those people.
Just for time.
All right, we got to wrap you, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Blanchette, Quebecers relied on the federal government for life-saving vaccines and key programs like the CERB. And as you mentioned, the Canadian Armed Forces came in to save people in long-term care homes in the province of Quebec. Some believe this crisis has enforced the argument for a strong federation and undermines your fundamental argument of separatism. Given that, if the federal government, say, gives $1 billion for long-term care homes, which Quebec failed to protect, why should they not also enforce national standards?
I have still not heard from all those brilliant people all over the place and all over Canada what a Canadian can do that a Quebecer cannot do. In what way whatsoever would a Canadian norm be any better than a Quebec norm? I don't see that. And I'm not, I don't have this complex. I don't feel that I'm any lesser person than a Canadian because I'm a Quebecer.
Enforcing national standards. If you pay for something, should you be able to enforce it?
National norms or standards. And I would say that the Premier Legault of Quebec today said no one is to be entirely trusted in this group of people. Some are worse than others. I think they recognize themselves. But even those who are a little bit less terrible need a watchdog because they're not entitled to a majority government. So, if Quebecers want, I will lead the watchdogs.
Okay. This is the open debate section. And I'll start with you, Mr. O'Toole, but everyone please jump in.
I don't necessarily agree with a lot of his positions, but
the pandemic recovery is about the future path of Canada. And all of the leaders here tonight have made promises that require historic levels of spending. But as you all know, politics is about hard choices. With some Canadians still in real need of support and other industries experiencing real labor shortages, what specific programs will stay and what will go in the next year? And who will pay for all of this? Mr. O'Toole.
That's a great question, Evan, because we didn't see the government adapt to the changing crisis. What we supported, and we all worked together, the wage subsidy, the CERB, needed to be adapted as there were labor shortages in Quebec, as we can't find enough people for restaurants and service industries. We need to target the highly impacted sectors. That's what our plan, Canada's Recovery Plan, does. We get those service, tourism, restaurants back on their feet, get people working, And with
Continue
keeping
the cycle of
cases low,
capitalist abuse.
we can then wind down the other programs because we need to focus on work. We have a job boost that will actually incentivize the hiring of people that have been out of work for 10 months or more.
Mr. O'Toole, let Mr. Singh in.
Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau are jumping over each other about who's going to cut help to people first. I don't agree with that approach. I don't think it makes sense to say, I'm going to have people's back, but I'm going to cut as quickly as I can. I'm going to cut the help to people who need it as much as they can. We're the only party right here clearly is going to say to you, you're not going to have to pay more. We're not going to cut any programs. We're going to ask the 44.
Singh, we're giving working Canadians
hold on a second. We're going to ask the 44 richest billionaires pay their fair share for
I
once.
think
That's what we're going to do.
Respond to that because this is the second time that Mr. Singh has said we're the only party where just us. Mr. Singh, you know that that's
hold on, Mr.
No,
Singh.
unless you're trying to ghost me, you know that we also okay.
Sure,
so
the
yes,
as well. That's
okay.
Two
Thank
of us.
you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, you're trying to get in.
Mr. Singh continues to pretend that it makes no difference whether there is a progressive government or a conservative, or progressive government or a conservative government. We know that it makes a huge difference to families, whether they have $10 a day childcare, whether they have a government that has their back, a government that has a plan to move beyond the Harper targets on fighting climate change. Now, Mr. Singh may feel that for the NDP it makes no difference who forms government. I know for Canadian families,
Mr. Blanchet, you haven't been in yet. Mr. Blanchet.
Translate subvention salariale?
Wage subsidy.
Wage subsidy. Did any of you three guys refund the wage subsidy that you received up to about $3 million? That would be something, at least for the principal. After that, there's an important issue, labor shortage. They are promising jobs. They should be promising workers.
Yes.
We need people to work, and that raises the question of productivity. This is the most important issue, and some programs should be turned toward that issue.
Mr. O'Toole.
In this pandemic election that Mr. Trudeau called, after everyone asked him not to, he says he doesn't worry about monetary policy and inflation. Now he's saying he doesn't ever intend to balance the budget. He's spending $424 million a day more than Canada's bringing in.
The question was, what programs will stay?
We need to wind down the support programs in a fair way and get the country working again.
We have got to remember.
Thank you. Last minute of play, leaders. Last minute of play. Ms. Paul, 5 seconds to you. I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. We have got to remember the pandemic is not over, and all over this country, people still need the benefits. They should be there until the pandemic is over. And to the people of Canada, it is unfortunate we are in this election. You can see that there is a lot of work left to do. We need to get back to doing it in a more cooperative way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh, I see you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Singh.
One of the specific programs, we demanded 22 times in Parliament for Mr. Trudeau to expand was paid sick leave. Because in this pandemic, people had to make the impossible choice going into work sick or not being able to because they couldn't pay their bills. 22 times over 18 months, we demanded an expansion, and Mr. Trudeau said no to you and said no to your family.
Last word to you on this, Mr. Trudeau.
Expanding sick leave to 10 days of paid sick leave for federal industries. Now, in the election, and this is important, you have seen tonight the extreme differences between the perspectives of these parties.
Leaders,
we need Canadians to make the right choice
leaders,
so we can move forward together.
We're out of time. Evan, thank you. Leaders, thank you for your participation tonight. That's it for the English Language Leaders Debate. Voting day is September 20th. Get your ballots. Make sure you're registered on behalf.
All right. So first point that I would like to talk about, the debate itself, I was actually pretty happy with. I think that the questioning, the moderation, the structure of the piece, the whole thing, I thought that they actually... I think someone literally mentioned it one time, like near the end, Matthias. Like CRB came up like one time. Yeah. And that's what that whole last sort of fight... Yikes is right, Soviet. You're right about that, bud. Good to see you in here, by the way. I don't know if I've ever seen you. But in terms of just like the structure of the debate and the presentation of the debate, yeah, the answer is, of course... No. Welcome to Canadian politics, bud. Welcome to Canadian politics. It's about as weak as it can be. So I'm going to talk about this very briefly from the perspective of sort of the communist / capitalist perspective, right? Let's get these guys up here, the leaders of Canada. Yeah, here's a great picture. You got Bernier over here. He wasn't on the stage. I actually kind of do wish he was on the stage. I think people need to see this guy for what he is, and putting him on the debate stage is a good way to do that. Pretty clear from my perspective that all of these guys are kind of pro-capitalist. We can just reform the system of neoliberal capital, right? Like we can. Yeah, of course, it's very similar to America. We're a very culturally sort of. We've bought into Americanism very, very heavily. Big concerns about the movement of white supremacy that exists here in Canada. In terms of the structural side of it, I do like that Jagmeet is talking about how he's not going to cut the programs that exist. Like when you read between the lines on that kind of statement, right? So he's not standing up saying we're going to pass a basic income, but he is standing up saying that we're not going to cut the CERB, which is a basic income, right? Like the CERB is a basic income. If you're on the CERB, it's a basic income. And if he's saying I'm not going to cut it, well, what is that then, right? And he also has within his platform a basic income. And so it makes sense that if he's not going to cut it, well, then we would expand it, right? So I still have very big question marks about Jagmeet Singh, even after that election. But this isn't actually how Canadians vote, right? Canadians vote from their gut. It doesn't really matter what these guys say. There's a lot of presentation, right? It's all about sort of the you want to vote for a person that you feel connection to in a very mystical way, if you prefer, right? And so I think that O'Toole comes out looking really good in this election, right? O'Toole comes out looking really, really good in this election, especially for the people who are sort of on the fencers leaning towards conservative anyway. I think O'Toole looked really good. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bump in his numbers. But the same story I feel for Singh. What's interesting about Singh is that his barrier has been different than the barriers that O'Toole has been facing. O'Toole's barriers are a lack of trust within the Canadian populace, which very impressively O'Toole took head on, saying straight out that we need to build trust in the Canadian populace, admitting it, stating it outright. That's a very good thing to do. O'Toole also has another benefit over previous conservatives, which is that he has a bit of charisma to him, doesn't he? Like he seems genuine in his presentation. He seems competent in the way he talks, right? He doesn't seem false in how he presents himself. It sounds like he genuinely believes what he says. Compare that to Trudeau's presentation, and Trudeau seemed quite disingenuous, I felt, most of the time, right? Annamie Paul, I completely agree with you, Matthias. Annamie Paul looks good. Seemed weak at the beginning, but I think kind of came into her own as the debate went on. And also as she got asked important questions about basic income, right? Affordability, these things. And the lovely moment between Singh and Annamie Paul where Singh said, "We're the only party," and then she stood up and defended the Green Party, and Singh acquiesced. Very, very, very kind little moment there, which was very nice. And I got to be honest, man, I was very impressed with Blanchet. I was very impressed with Blanchet. I agree with you, Soviet. I think that Trudeau seemed weak. I think that he was on the back foot, which makes sense. He was on the back foot for most of the election, and I gotta tell you, I feel like Trudeau was painting himself into corners on the issue of why did you call this election, right? That he kept, like, he would say things like, "Oh, this pandemic, we got to get through it," and all of this, and then of course the conservative, and it's mainly O'Toole that was asking it. He's like, "Well, if things are so important that we do the work and all this, why is this election here in the first place?" And I feel like Trudeau ends up looking not great out of this election. I think that he is probably going to experience a plateau, that the amount of support that he has now is probably the amount of support he's going to keep. I am not going to be too surprised to see the Conservatives gain some traction, right? Especially from the People's Party candidates, right? Remembering, as we look at the data that we have up to this date, right? The People's Party is experiencing a very large uptick at the same time that the Conservatives are experiencing a bit of a decline. This comes from the galvanization of anger from Maxime Bernier, but as well as the protest movement has been very solidarity building amongst the People's Party. But a debate presentation like that Aaron O'Toole put forward, it could recapture this energy and put it back into the Conservatives. Do I think the Conservatives are going to walk away with a majority based on what I saw? No. I think that we are going to end up with a minority government again, but it is going to be a big question of who's a minority government, right? Right now it's the Liberals in a minority government situation. Could move over to be a Conservative. I suspect that we will, just like last election, Jagmeet Singh experienced an uptick in his polling after the election, right? So between now to the 20th, I actually expect to see the NDP climb because Jagmeet Singh looked good. He looked good there. He looked comfortable. He looked genuine. He just looked and sounded like a dude who was speaking from his heart. And I think that that's going to resonate. But of course, the issue that Jagmeet Singh has, more than the other candidates, is that Canadians are not going to vote for a brown man with a big turban and a beard. They're just not going to do that. And so, does it matter? Like, does it matter how well he presented himself and how well he defended his position? He was the only person on the debate stage saying that he was going to raise taxes on the wealthy. Which is a policy that 92% of Canadians support. Is Jagmeet Singh going to experience an uptick in the face of the fact that people are not going to vote for a Sikh, right? It's possible. I would like to see it, of course. I think that voting NDP in this election is a good idea. I think the NDP, if only to scare the shit out of the Conservatives and the Liberals. I also think that if you're voting Green, like I thought that Annamie Paul did a fine job on the debate stage today. I think that she looked good. I think that she defended her positions. She took her basic income question, the question they directed at her in regards to the basic income, and I think did a judo throw on it. I think she defended the position very strongly, which is excellent. Tells me that she believes the policy. But in the end, like, yeah, Trudeau didn't look good. Right? Yeah, Liberal or Conservative be similar. Yeah, it will be similar. And Jagmeet Singh was pointing that out on the stage, right? He was saying outright that the Conservatives and the Liberals are looking to cut, right? Like, and he's right, that the Conservatives and the Liberals are looking to cut. That the spending that they've been doing in the pandemic, and of course, you saw it manifested most readily in the way Aaron O'Toole was speaking, right? And some of the reporters as well. This whole quote-unquote balance the budget, this whole quote-unquote deficit spending kind of thing, right? Which is a fundamental misunderstanding of how the system of finance works, right? Like, government debt and government deficits are not home spending, right? Aaron O'Toole kept saying that Justin Trudeau is borrowing money. Justin Trudeau is not fucking borrowing money. The Bank of Canada is printing money, right? It's not borrowing. It's not a debt that we need to pay back. It's not how it works. It's literally not how it works. And but O'Toole can freely say it because people don't really understand how the government works. My attempt at that guy, I see. Very good, Dave. The debate made the NDP and the Green look good and all the rest bad. I do think that Blanchet looked good. But that said, of course, Blanchet he's a niche candidate and a niche kind of thing. So he's never going to. Wouldn't that be wild, eh? One day a federal somehow the Bloc Québécois like really break through. He would have won with she-covery. I'm telling you, good for him for not doing it, dude. That she-covery shit. Holy crap. But I agree with you. Yeah, at least Justin was the hottest on stage. There's that. I don't know if that's true, but Blanchet looked good. Don't you think? I think Blanchet looked good. He was just like, with his like sultry, caramelly voice and his French accent and all of this. Like, it's so... No, Mr. Blanchet, please. Yeah. We'll see, because the Canadian populace is fairly fickle. It's completely possible that that debate has absolutely no impact whatsoever. It's completely possible that all of these numbers we're seeing here just plateau. They just go forward like this, and it is what it is. The only thing I do not want to see is a majority. I think a majority government, whether it's conservative or liberal, is a disaster for Canada, no matter how you cut it. That if you the federal conservatives and the federal liberals will operate pretty closely in their objectives and their goals. That sure, Trudeau might fly a little Black Lives Matter flag or a Pride flag or whatever while he cuts all your funding, right? Like while he cuts all your support systems. I mean, and Aaron O'Toole was outright saying that that's what his plan was. So it becomes this quote unquote put people back to work narrative, right? Like that's all great and all if you're a delusional boomer, right? But if you're someone who's actually living in the world, like that put people back to work. So what are you going to do about all the homeless? Like what are you going to do about all the people that get thrown out of their homes? Because that's what's going to happen. Hopefully the NDP message resonates. Hopefully people do understand and take away that, like, oh yeah, we could raise taxes on the wealthy and just maintain these systems that we have in place, right? Which we should do. Like, we should do that. That's the rational way forward. Are Canadians willing to listen to a Sikh? Oh yeah, Silverlight. I'm totally with you on this. And the next 10 years are going to be bonkers no matter what we do, right? The next 10 years are going to be bonkers no matter what. If the populace decides to continue doubling down on this neoliberal capitalism line, we're going to experience massive homelessness. We're going to experience massive hardship in the populace. That's a guarantee. Should we continue doubling down on the Blue-Red Alliance, right? But let's say the populace swings hard to the left and suddenly it's big NDP and all this kind of crazy stuff. That's going to be crazy too. That's going to come with all kinds of nutty shit too. Let's say we just like hard turn to the right and like the PPC suddenly elevates to power and all that kind of stuff. Well, that's going to be crazy too. So it's going to be nuts no matter what. Like these next 10 years are going to be absolutely littered with massive, massive social changes, no matter what we do, right? That gone is this narrative that we will return to normal. Like that's gone. Like that's not real. Like the society is never going to look the way it did 5 years ago. It's never going to do that. That we are facing a future that is going to be insane no matter what. My preference is that we feed and shelter the populace, right? I don't mean to say this in terms of doomerism or anything like that, Crouching, because I think it's very possible that we as Canadians look at one another and say, hey, we should have policies in place that ensure everyone has food and shelter. We should have that. That just should be. And it's completely possible that such a thing occurs. If such a thing is going to occur, we need to take to the streets about it, which, as always, please come to my protest, September 18th, 2 p.m., Yonge and Dundas Square, to protest poverty and the ridiculous nonsense that is poverty. But if we continue just doubling down on the Red-Blue Alliance, it's gonna be an absolute catastrophe for us. Yeah. Blanchet talked about social housing. Yeah, I was impressed by that as well. I was impressed by that as well. If anyone's going to do it, might as well be Canada to feed and shelter its population entirely. Well, it's cheaper to do that than it is to deal with the consequences. Like, that's the thing that's like, and it's not hard to figure this out, right? Like, imagine you were living in a household and you had, a kid, and you just decided not to feed that kid. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think it's going to be cheaper for you to feed that kid, or do you think it's going to be cheaper for you to deal with the consequences of not feeding that kid? What do you expect that kid to start doing? How do you expect that kid to start acting, right? If you just don't feed him. Like, it's very straightforward how this is going to work. And the idea that we as a population don't who in order was your best to worst in your opinion? That's a tough question, dude. Because part of the issue that I have is that I kind of see who likes these guys, and it's less like, from my perspective, like from my who do I like the best? I think it basically just went straight left to right, or right to left. Annamie Paul, Jagmeet Singh, Blanchet, O'Toole, Trudeau. Boop, 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 boop. Pretty straightforward, right? In terms of who is actually going to have an impact and who is actually going, like, what did this matter? Like, Annamie Paul is going to be lucky if she walks out of this election with 2 seats. I think she did fine in the debate, but for her, this election is about consolidation. And so when she's talking, she's not talking to Canadians. She's talking to the people who are already voting Green. It's very unlikely that she is going to gain seats. It's very unlikely that she's going to gain power. That this debate and this cycle is about her consolidating the power that she has and hoping that she can survive a leadership convention, right? So from that position, I think she did a fine job at that. And hopefully she does maintain her 2 seats, and hopefully she does, for her, weather a election campaign. I got to tell you, though, I prefer Dimitri Lascaris over her. Because Dimitri Lascaris is saying all the stuff that she's saying, but is also saying, hey, capitalism's a problem, right? And so I would prefer to see Annamie Paul go away and Dimitri Lascaris take her position, which is a shame because I like Annamie Paul. Blanchet. Blanchet is capped out. Like, he has as many seats as he's going to get. He's not going to go anywhere outside of Quebec, right? Like, he is a Quebec candidate. He lives for Quebec, right? So he, as much as I actually like him, right, he doesn't really matter, really. Like, it's great that he's on the stage saying social housing. It's great that he's on the stage saying the things that he's saying. I think that that's good. I think that that's important. But in terms of the impact throughout the federal election, he doesn't really matter that much. So it does come down to these 3, right? My, of course, preference is Singh. For obvious reasons. I think that we should create and maintain the support systems we have while taxing the wealthy. I think that that's pretty straightforward. I think that he and I see eye to eye on that. My feeling is that we should tax the billionaire class out of existence, because billionaires are dangerous just by their own existence, that we should get rid of them. So Jagmeet Singh is the only one with the policy that's actually saying that he's interested in moving down that path. I also think that systems like the CERB and the CRB and these sorts of things that were put in over the pandemic should be maintained and expanded, right? Again, Jagmeet Singh is talking that way, right? So he is the fellow who I would like to see continue forward. In terms of between these 2 guys, O'Toole did a great job, I think. I think O'Toole did a great job. Like, the people that he is speaking to are going to listen to him, right? That if you are on the fence in between conservative liberal type, or maybe you're a liberal that could go over to conservative or any of that kind of stuff, I think O'Toole did a great job. I think he did a great job. Justin will be lucky if he walks out of this with the amount of seats he started with, and he'll be lucky if there's no leadership convention. Like, that was not a great... He didn't look good. He didn't look good. He looked like he was scrambling the whole time. And the other candidates did a really, really good job of pegging him with the easy stuff to peg him with, right? And every time Trudeau had a confrontation between like his confrontation between Singh, where Singh was literally saying, you can't say that. He can't say that. Like, you can't say that, right? Like, that made Trudeau look really bad, in my view. That didn't so much make Singh look good as it did make Trudeau look really, really bad. Like, literally walking away from the conversation being like, he can't say that. Like, you can't say that. It's just not true, right? So I think that Trudeau looked like he was on the back foot most of the time. I think people are pretty disgruntled with him, generally speaking, and I think it really is manifesting in this debate. And so, yeah, I think in the end, the big winner of the whole debate is Aaron O'Toole. I think Aaron O'Toole walks away the big winner of this debate. He's the one that has the that's exactly what I'm talking about, Crouching. He has the. I will not be too surprised to see his support go up. I wouldn't be too surprised to see this PPC support start to plateau down a little bit as these people start to go back to the Conservatives, right? That this here, very similar to this moment here, is an anger moment, right? We're all angry, so yeah. Well, same thing happened here, right? We're all angry, so yeah. Well, okay, but that calms down. And same thing could happen here, right? These guys get all angry, but then, okay, yeah, but you know what? O'Toole seems okay, right? Yeah, he seems like a fine guy. And he does. You know, until you actually start to peel things back and realize what it is he's talking about, right? Like, O'Toole's dancing around, like, we're going to increase the amount of funding we give to the provinces while allowing the provinces to deal with privatizing their healthcare systems. Like, that's 100% what they're doing, right? You've got to be kind of thick not to put this together. That, like, someone like Doug Ford is going to privatize the healthcare system and Aaron O'Toole is going to watch him do it. Like, what do you think is going to happen there? So, same thing with, like, Kenny, right? You think Kenny is not going to privatize the system? I was only going to vote Liberal just because I didn't really want to see the cons, but this made me vote for NDP, no doubt. Yeah. Well, and I say this all the time about these debates. Like, Canadians are fickle. We are fickle. We change our minds. You can see it. Look at this, right? Look at this. Look at this. We change our minds. Like, we are not convinced. We are not set. We change our perceptions. This election has been particularly... And you know what? No, I was about to say that, but now as I think back on previous elections, this election hasn't been particularly volatile in that regard. Canadians change their minds, right? I would actually argue that what we're seeing here, this pattern here, is pretty calm, I think, compared to some of the elections I've seen. I have seen elections where, like, here's the NDP, or like, here's the Conservatives, here's the Liberals, and then by the end of the thing, it's completely flipped, right? Well, and I also think, Crouching, that Trudeau kind of wants out. Like, I just don't think he's got it anymore. Like, I feel like he felt very forced here. He looked very kind of pissed off, right? Don't you think? Like, I feel like the whole time he looked very very upset that he needs to defend his record, right? He felt very like, it's like he's mad that he's not in a majority already. That his preference, of course, would have been to be in a position where he was defending his record with public support up in majority territory, right? That's where he wanted to be, but it just didn't. It's just not happening for him that way, and so I think he's getting mad. I think he's getting frustrated, and I think that frustration is manifesting itself, and I think you can see it. If you vote for NDP, you may be taking a vote from the cons as well, or even Green. Yeah, vote your heart. I always say that. Vote your heart. You can't... We know that these campaigns of, like, vote splitting and all this kind of stuff, it doesn't really bear out, right? It's just vote... Exactly. It's his birthright. He deserves this! Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting figure in the mix, given that he is, like, the son of a former prime minister. Like, he's got the pedigree, right? And there is this element of, like, yeah, it's his birthright. He deserves this, right? It's a spoiled child syndrome. Nobody loves him anymore. Yeah, Well, and I mean, like, you got to think about it in terms of, like, that's tough. Like, that's not easy to deal with. The idea that, like, he probably believes that he's been doing a fine job, and the idea that you do a fine job and then get rejected for it anyway. But this is the path for every politician, right? Every politician at some point loses. Very rare that a politician actually retires. Like, that's very rare. And so I suspect that the Liberals will just kind of stay where they are. I don't see them growing from that. I think that Trudeau took a pretty big pillaring and did not successfully defend his legacy. O'Toole, I think, will increase slightly. It's possible that O'Toole does get up into majority territory from this. It's possible. Like, don't pretend otherwise. It's possible that he starts to climb back up. Like, when he was up in here, he was in majority territory. He was starting to get there when he was here. And so if Canadians start to swing that way, and especially as he's walking around saying that, like, we need to work to rebuild trust, people respond to that, man. Admitting that we have not always been there for people, right? Admitting those things, it's very good. Yeah, I'm getting to be with you, Aga. I gotta head out myself here. Momentum is a scary thing. Momentum is a scary thing. So we'll see. We'll see. And of course, we're not going to really know the impact of the debate until probably about 3 or 4 days from now, right? That those numbers aren't really going to start coming in until about 3 or 4 days from now, as people start to, like, because the people who watched that debate, right? Well, right now they're all saying farewell and they're leaving their homes or all that kind of stuff, and you know, then Friday will roll around and everybody will be in their cups and some conversations will happen Friday, Saturday, right? And then the polls will start to come in Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, right? All right, guys, I think that is the end of it. Best stream yet, John. Thank you so much, Crouching. You're such a sweetheart. All right, guys, good luck. We're going to need it.